Chapter 129. Father, General Qin, General Cheng, young master, it's time to eat. Han Yushi walked in with 2 plates of dishes and shouted. She placed the dishes on the table and turned back to the kitchen to get the rest of the dishes. General Qin, General Cheng, young master, come to the table and eat. Han Lijing stood up and called out. Qin Shubao and Cheng Yaoji nodded. Li Zixuan stood up and said, I'll help Yushi serve the dishes. After saying that, he did not wait to refuse and directly chased after Han Yushi into the kitchen. This. Han Lijing stretched out his hand and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Hey brother Tianhu, just let little Xian go. Haha, I think it won't be long before I attend your wedding. I wonder if old Han's family has a daughter, Red? Cheng Yaojin winked and laughed mischievously. After Qin Xiong heard this, he suddenly understood. He smiled and looked at the direction Li Zixuan disappeared in thoughtfulness. Young master, why are you in the kitchen again? Han Yushi had just entered the kitchen when she heard footsteps coming from behind. She turned around and realized that it was Li Zixuan. She was shocked. Yushi, let me tell you a secret. In order to avoid being chased out again, Li Zixuan pretended to be mysterious and said, What secret? Han Yushi's curiosity was piqued as she asked doubtfully. Come closer, I'll tell you. Li Zixuan hooked his finger and pretended to be careful as he said. Han Yushi hesitated. If she really leaned over, it would be too ambiguous. However, she saw Li Zixuan's mysterious face, as if he really had something important to tell her. She thought for a long time, but in the end she could not hold back the curiosity in her heart. She leaned her ear over and said shyly, Young master, tell me quickly. My father and the others are still waiting to eat. Li Zixuan was about to speak when he smelled a charming fragrance. He thought to himself that there was no shower gel or shampoo in ancient times. He did not know where the fragrance on Han Yushi's body came from. He caught a glimpse of Han Yushi's tender and fair neck and sparkling earlobes. For a moment, he could not help but feel a little moved. He really wanted to kiss her neck and earlobes. Han Yushi was tickled by Li Zixuan's hot breath beside her ear, but she waited for a long time and did not hear Li Zixuan speak. She thought that Li Zixuan was deliberately teasing her, and she could not help but feel a little embarrassed. When Li Zixuan saw that Han Yushi was about to turn her head, he hurriedly swallowed the saliva in his mouth. He forcefully suppressed the thoughts in his heart and said in a low voice, Yushi, in a moment Dookie wants to recognize you as his adopted daughter. You have to be mentally prepared. What? When Han Yushi heard this, she did not care about the shyness in her heart and asked in disbelief. Li Zixuan smiled and said, What I said is true. Let's take the dishes out quickly. After saying that, he did not care about Han Yushi, who was still in a daze at the side. He carried 2 plates of dishes and went out. Sigh. Han Yushi reacted and was about to ask Li Zixuan to put down the dishes, but Li Zixuan had already walked far away. She stomped her feet in anger, but she felt a little sweet in her heart. When the dishes were served, Han Lijing said to Han Yushi, Yushi, father wants to tell you something. Tianhu, let me say it. Qin Xiong waved his hand and interrupted. Then he looked at Han Yushi and asked, Yushi, my wife and I want to take you in as our adopted daughter. We just discussed it with your father and he agreed. What do you think? Although Han Yushi had just heard Li Zixuan mention this in the kitchen, she still could not hide her surprise when she heard Qin Shubao say it himself. She looked at her father hesitantly, hoping to get some pointers from him. Seeing Han Lijing gently nod his head, Han Yushi bowed and said, Yushi greets foster father. Haha, good child, quickly get up. Qin Xiong laughed heartily, but it was not appropriate for him to pull her up. He could only tell Han Yushi to get up quickly. Han Yushi stood up and poured a cup of tea for Qin Xiong. She raised it with both hands and bowed as she said, Foster father, please have some tea. Qin Xiong was grinning from ear to ear. He took the teacup, took a sip and put it down. He said, Good child, go to the Qin manor to visit your foster mother another day. She likes a sensible daughter like you very much. Yes, foster father. Qin Xiong said with a smile. All right, you will be my daughter from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me. I will definitely uphold justice for you. Han Yushi's heart warmed as she thanked him sincerely. Thank you, foster father. Haha, second brother Qin, you have taken in an adopted daughter today. This is a joyous occasion. We must drink to our heart's content. Brother Tianhu, don't you think so? Haha. Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily. He looked at the delicious food on the table and thought of the wine Li Zishuan brought. He could not help but want to eat. General Cheng is right. I must toast to the two generals today. Han Lijing smiled. Cheng Yaojin could not wait and said, Haha, Xiao Xian. Quickly take out the good wine you brought. Li Zishuan smiled as he went to take 2 pots of wine and put them on the table. He said to Qin Shubao, Bad wine will hurt your stomach. Uncle Qin, your old injury has not healed yet. You should not drink this kind of strong wine. You should drink the fruit wine. Qin Shubao opened his mouth and looked depressed. However, in his opinion, Li Zishuan was equivalent to half a doctor. He could not refute and could only nod helplessly. Cheng Yaojin glared and said, Xiao Xian, the medicinal wine you took before, second brother Qin was fine after drinking it. Why can't he drink it now? Qin Shubao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan still shook his head and said, Uncle Cheng, these are 2 different things. The wine in the medicinal wine is just a catalyst. The main body is still medicine. Uncle Qin's old injury is very bad for his recovery if he drinks this kind of strong wine. Yushi, go and get some fruit wine. I will drink with Uncle Qin. Han Yushi responded and went to the inner room to get the fruit wine. Cheng Yaojin could only say gloomily, Forget it. Brother Tianhu, let's drink a few cups today. Haha, I dare not to. After the meal, Cheng Yaojin and Han Lijing were both drunk. After all, the immortal drunk was too strong. The other 3 people in the room looked at the 2 drunk people and smiled bitterly at each other. Alas, there was no other way. Li Zishuan could only do this kind of hard work himself. He could not let the sick Qin Shubao and the weak Han Yushi go. Li Zishuan dragged the 2 into the room and threw them on the bed to let them rest. Xiao Xian, Yushi, go to your work. I will walk around the Han family manor. When Jijia wakes up, we will go back to Cheng. Qin Xiong remembered the strange words Cheng Yaojin said and wanted to matchmake them. He also felt that Li Zishuan had a good character. If he could be together with Han Yushi, it would be a good thing. Li Zishuan quickly said, Uncle Qin, please be careful. Han Yushi also said with concern, Godfather, your body is not well yet. Why don't I go with you? Qin Xiong quickly waved his hand and said, No, your godfather is much better now. It's okay. If he let Han Yushi come, wouldn't his efforts be wasted? So he quickly left the courtyard after saying that. P.S. The subscription data is terrible. Readers who like this book, please pay a few cents to subscribe so that Swordsman will have the motivation to continue writing. Thank you. I can't continue writing like this. Please subscribe. Don't read the pirated version. Brothers, you still have to subscribe when you need to. Chapter 130. Yushi, do you want to enter the city with me today? We can go to Uncle Qin's house and visit Aunt Qin. In the courtyard, a man and a woman were alone. It was very ambiguous. Li Zishuan really wanted to spend the rest of his life quietly with Han Yushi. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan, who was sitting on the swing beside her. She felt a little amused. This swing was tied to the iron egg by Han Lijing in the past. Now Li Zishuan was sitting on it to play. Her young master was sometimes mature and steady, but sometimes he was like a child. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Han Yushi thought for a while and replied, Young master, when you go back today, it will definitely be late. If I go, I probably won't be able to make it back in time, so I'll go tomorrow. Li Zishuan subconsciously wanted to say, If you can't go back, then stay at my house. However, he was afraid that he would offend the beauty, so he could only swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Then you have to be careful when you go alone tomorrow. Or you can go with the farmer who is going to the market tomorrow. Li Zishuan thought for a while and still instructed. He still had no clue about the martial arts expert who stole the wine that Han Lijing mentioned last time. He always felt that the person's goal was not that simple. Han Yushi's heart warmed. She replied softly, Young master, don't worry. Yushi will be careful. Li Zishuan's heart was slightly relieved. He looked up at Han Yushi, who was holding the rope of the swing. Suddenly his childish heart was awakened. He smiled and said, Yushi, sit on top. I'll help you on the swing. Han Yushi frowned and said, Young master, this is for children. Who said that this thing can only be played by children? Didn't you see that I played with it just now? Han Yushi was speechless. Come up quickly. If you don't come up, I'll carry you up. Li Zishuan was a little unrestrained at this moment. Don't, I'll go up myself. Ah, young master, put me down quickly. It's too high. Han Yushi closed her eyes and grabbed the rope tightly with both hands as she shouted. Don't worry, I'll protect you. You won't fall. No, put me down. Don't, Yushi, don't you think it's very interesting? Don't be afraid. With my martial arts, even if you fall, I can catch you. After a while, Han Yushi finally adapted to this height. She stopped screaming and gradually quietened down. Under the setting sun, a flower-like young girl sat on a swing. Behind her, a handsome man was slowly pushing the swing. Both of them were silently enjoying this rare tranquility and warmth. Cough cough. Qin Xiong felt that he had returned late enough, but he did not expect to see something that he should not have seen. He hurriedly coughed twice to remind them that someone had come. Han Yushi was like a frightened rabbit. She hurriedly grabbed Li Zishuan's hand and signaled him to stop pushing. Then Han Yushi got off the swing. Li Zishuan only felt a burst of warmth and smoothness in his hand, and he couldn't help but stop. Then the wonderful touch disappeared, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Godfather, you're back. Han Yushi clenched her hands and greeted Qin Xiong like a child who had done something wrong. Yes, I'm back. Qin Xiong naturally pretended that he didn't see anything and replied. Uncle Qin, how was your tour of the manor? Li Zishuan spoke to hide his awkwardness. When Qin Xiong heard this, he stroked his beard and said half-jokingly, this old man discovered that the villagers of this Han manor are clearly much wealthier than the people in other manors. Xiao Xian, you're a good landlord. Li Zishuan chuckled and said, you're flattering me. Qin Xiong wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end he said, Little Xian, come out with me. I have something to ask you. With that, he walked out of the courtyard, leaving Li Zishuan with his back. Li Zishuan looked at Han Yushi and said, Yushi, I'm going out for a while. Go and see if Uncle Han and Uncle Chang are awake. Han Yushi nodded. At the same time, she was a little nervous. She didn't know what her godfather wanted to say to Li Zishuan. Could it be that he and she... please don't be like that. Han Yushi blushed at the thought of this and hurried into the house. Outside the courtyard, Qin Xiong stood under a tree with his hands behind his back, waiting for Li Zishuan to come over. Uncle Qin, why are you looking for me? Qin Xiong turned around and looked at Li Zishuan. He asked with a serious face, Little Xian, tell me the truth. Why are you raising so many chickens? Li Zishuan said curiously, Uncle Qin, didn't I already say it at the morning court? You were there too. Qin Xiong shook his head and said, I believed you before, but I went to the chicken farm in the back mountain of the Han Manor today. I don't believe your excuses now. Tell me the truth. Li Zishuan asked curiously. Why? Qin Xiong sneered. Humph, you're still lying to me. I just went up the mountain to take a look. Every chicken farm on the mountain has a person training the chickens. If it's just because of the two reasons you mentioned before, why do you have to do this? What are you hiding? Can you tell me? Li Zishuan suddenly understood. So this was the problem. However, he really couldn't tell anyone about the locust plague. Otherwise, there would be trouble. He was in a dilemma. Uncle Qin, you're right. This matter is indeed not that simple. However, please forgive me for not being able to tell you the real reason. Li Zishuan gritted his teeth. Qin Xiong heard this and quickly stepped forward. He grabbed Li Zishuan's arm and said anxiously, What can't you tell me? I'm not a talkative person. Don't you trust me? Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and explained, It's not like that. Uncle Qin, don't misunderstand. I definitely don't mean that. It's just that I really can't tell anyone about this. Uncle, please don't make things difficult for me. Qin Xiong released his hand and turned around. He looked at the setting sun and sighed. Forget it, I won't force you. However, I feel that something big is going to happen behind this. This old man joined the army when he was young, and after many twists and turns, he finally joined the Great Tang. After hundreds of battles, the world was finally at peace. Even if this old man fell ill, this old man has no regrets, because the Han people can finally settle down and recuperate. Little Xian, You're the disciple of an immortal. You may not know the suffering of the human world. A few years ago, the world was in chaos and the Central Plains was empty. People's lives were worse than dogs. I really can't bear to see the people suffer. Because the people's suffering is the shame of us Tang Empire soldiers. We didn't protect them well. Qin Xiong turned around and stared into Li Zishuan's eyes. He said seriously, I've heard that spiritual master Ling Su is one of the immortals. He has great wisdom and ability. As his disciple, you must know many things. I don't care what you're hiding, but I hope that before you do anything, you can consider the people's lives. The people have suffered enough. Chapter 131. Under the tree outside the Han family's courtyard, the old man and the young man were silent. Finally, Qin Xiong broke the silence. He looked up at the sky and said, It's getting late. Call Jijie. Let's go back to Chang'an. After saying that, he walked towards the courtyard door, leaving behind a bleak figure. Li Zishuan looked at the old man who had fought for the country all his life. He couldn't bear it. Seeing that Qin Xiong was about to reach the door, he said, Uncle Qin, please wait. I'll tell you the truth. Qin Xiong stomped his feet, turned around and then walked over. He looked at Li Zishuan and nodded with gratification. After saying good child, he quietly stood to the side and listened to Li Zishuan continue. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, Uncle Qin, the reason I have so many chickens is because of a prophecy my master left behind. My master said that in June next year, there will be an unprecedented plague of locusts in the Tang Empire. As Li Zishuan spoke, Qin Xiong's face grew more and more serious. After Li Zishuan finished telling his father the story he had told that night, Qin Xiong couldn't help but point at Li Zishuan and scold him. You bastard! Why didn't you tell His Majesty about this earlier? Can you bear to watch the people of the other provinces starve to death when the plague of locusts comes? I only realized today that you, Li Zishuan, have such a heart of stone. What good will it do you to let the people starve to death? Could it be that you, the son of an immortal, really want to become an immortal? Qin Xiong's words pierced Li Zishuan's heart, and Li Zishuan was instantly covered in wounds. He thought of all the hard work he had done in the past few months, only to be criticized by Qin Xiong as selfish. The grievance and anger in his heart immediately gushed out. He could no longer hold it in and roared angrily. Do you think I want to hide it? If I told His Majesty the truth, would His Majesty believe me? They might even punish my family and implicate my nephew's parents. Moreover, once this matter spreads out, it will surely cause panic among the common people. At that time, countless people will madly fight for food, and it will surely cause the price of food to soar. How can this nephew bear such a crime? Qin Xiong was stunned. Li Zishuan took a deep breath and continued. The plague of locusts is only my master's prophecy. If the plague of locusts doesn't come when the time comes, wouldn't the people of the world have worried for nothing? When that time comes, I will definitely be condemned by everyone and be cursed for eternity. I'll be fine. At worst, I'll be like my master back then, living in seclusion and living a carefree life. But what about my father, mother, and sister? They still had to continue living on the land of the Great Tang. Moreover, do you really think this nephew can bear to watch the common people suffer? If that was really the case, then why did that brat bother to raise 150,000 chickens in the Han village and Plum village? Do you think this kid has a heart of stone? Like you, this nephew loves the land of the Great Tang and deeply loves the people of the Great Tang. This nephew also wants to save them very much. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he let out a long sigh and leaned against the tree trunk dejectedly. He closed his eyes and said no more. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were tears in his eyes. Qin Xiong stood there with a complicated expression. His expression changed for a while before he finally sighed. He walked over and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder lightly. Little Xian, this old man misunderstood you just now. Please don't take it to heart. Li Zishuan hurriedly said. Uncle Qin, what are you saying? I know that you truly care about the country and the people, and your heart is for the common people. This nephew's tone just now was very offensive. Please don't take it to heart. He had suppressed the matter of the locust plague in his heart for a long time. He knew that what he was doing now could only save a portion of the common people. When the time came, there would still be tens of thousands of common people who would suffer. He felt very uncomfortable, but he had no other choice. Call him selfish or cold-blooded, but he had to consider his family before doing anything. Today he finally found someone to vent his feelings, but he was criticized. The negative emotions that he had suppressed for a long time finally erupted. Although he felt much better now, he also realized that his tone just now was too harsh. Qin Qiong shook his head and said, "It's normal for young people to be angry. This old man will not blame you. But little Xian, is there really no other way?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and replied, "Since ancient times, haven't the kings of the past been helpless in the face of the locust plague? I also want to save more common people, but this nephew's ability is limited. There really is no other way." Qin Qiong was silent for a long time. Then he sighed deeply. At this moment he seemed to have aged 10 years. He angrily punched the tree trunk and said unwillingly, "This old man will go back today and draft a secret report. Tomorrow, I will present it to His Majesty. If His Majesty has any blame, this old man will bear it." Li Zishuan was shocked. He waved his hand to stop him and said, "Absolutely not. The locust plague is only a prophecy. There is no conclusive evidence. Uncle Qin, please think twice. Don't be rash." Qin Qiong shook his head and said, "Little Xian, it's better to believe in this kind of thing than not. Otherwise, when the locust plague really comes, all we can do is wait for death. Moreover, the weather this year is so abnormal. It's just May and it's already so hot. This old man estimates that there will be a drought this year. As the saying goes, after a drought there will be locusts. Your master's prophecy is not without reason. Your strength is limited. If you want to save all the common people of the Tang Empire, you have to rely on the power of the imperial court." But Li Zishuan wanted to continue dissuading him, but Qin Qiong waved his hand and stopped him. "Little Xian, you don't have to persuade me anymore. This old man has been on the battlefield all my life. It's not easy to see the world at peace and the common people living and working in peace. I will not watch them starve to death because of the locust plague. My hands are already stained with the blood of countless people. I should have been taken away by the heavens long ago, and fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. Now, I can still use this broken body to do something for the common people. Even if I am condemned by His Majesty or condemned by everyone, this old man will have no regrets." Li Zishuan was moved by the old man's sad words. He felt that he was so small compared to Qin Qiong. At this moment he felt that a man should take responsibility like Qin Qiong, so he said, "Uncle Qin, this happened because of me. How can I let you take responsibility? Uncle Qin, please report to His Majesty. If His Majesty wants to punish you, I will take responsibility with you." Qin Qiong said in surprise, "How can I do that? Little Xian, you are still young and have a long way to go. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Li Zishuan said firmly, "I am not letting my emotions affect my decisions. This is a decision I made after careful consideration. If Uncle Qin does not agree, I will write to His Majesty alone." Qin Shubao saw that Li Zishuan had made up his mind, so he could only nod and say, "All right, I will also write your name in the secret memorial. The two of us will write together. It's getting late now. Call Jijia and let's go back to the city." Li Zishuan returned to the small courtyard and found Han Yushi waiting for him in the courtyard. He smiled at her, indicating that he was fine. Chang Yaojin sat in the courtyard with his eyes slightly closed. He probably hadn't completely recovered yet. He didn't see Han Lijing. He was probably still drunk. Li Zishuan went over to say a few words to Han Yushi, and reminded her again to be careful when she entered the city tomorrow. Then he pulled Chang Yaojin, who was slightly sober, and called Hu Jing and his brother over. Anyway, they were just 2 children and weren't heavy. Each of them could sit on one more. Just like that, the 5 of them rode 3 horses and left the Han family village. Under the setting sun, they rushed towards Chang'an City. Oh! Chapter 132. In the evening, the 5 of them finally returned to Chang'an. After parting with Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong at Yanqing Gate, Li Zishuan dismounted from his horse and walked home with Hu Jing and his brother. He had the servants settle the siblings in 2 rooms on the west side of Mingyue Pavilion. At this time Wang Zhong came to find him. "Young master, this is the account book that shopkeeper Lu sent over today. He said he wants you to take a look." Wang Zhong handed over a small booklet and said respectfully, Li Zixuan nodded and took the booklet curiously. He was shocked when he opened it. It turned out that it was the profits of the Drunken Immortal restaurant for the past few days. The day before the launch of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, the Drunken Immortal restaurant earned a total of 352 strings of cash. On the day of the launch of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, the Drunken Immortal restaurant earned a total of 672 strings of cash. On the second day, they earned 956 strings of cash. On the third day, they earned 1,167 strings of cash. Today they earned 1,450 strings of cash. Li Zixuan was shocked. The profits were too terrifying. They earned more than 1,000 strings of cash in a day. The Drunken Immortal restaurant had become a money tree. It seemed that he only needed to lie at home and count money in the future. Li Zixuan thought happily. Haha, not bad, not bad. Uncle Wang, tell shopkeeper Lu to do well. Li Zixuan chuckled as he handed the account book back to Wang Zhong. After thinking for a moment he said, Uncle Wang, bring Hu Jing and his brother to the Imperial Physician Bureau tomorrow and hand them over to Dr. Sunday. I'll go take care of some matters first and then go take a look. Wang Zhong smiled and nodded. Yes, young master. Yunxi Pavilion. Young master. Xiaoying trembled as he bowed to the young master by the window. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a ball of paper flying towards him. He didn't dare to dodge and could only let the paper ball hit his head. Trash, I left the Yunxi Pavilion to you to manage. Look at what it's become now. I helped you find the Imperial Chef, but you still can't beat the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Now our restaurant has fewer and fewer customers and the Drunken Immortal restaurant has more and more people. What use do I have for you? The young master turned around and scolded Xiaoying while pointing at his nose with a sinister expression. After scolding him, he still wasn't satisfied. He picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at Xiaoying's feet. Xiaoying's voice trembled in fear as he said, This subordinate has failed in his task. Please calm down, young master. Calm down? What can you use to appease this young master's anger? Do you know how much the Drunken Immortal restaurant earns in a day? Nearly 1,500 strings of coins. That's equivalent to 4 days of profit for our Yunxi restaurant. This young master has always had high hopes for you, and this is how you repay me? What a waste. The more the young master spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, he couldn't help but kick Xiaoying twice. Xiaoying gritted his teeth and endured it. He did not make a sound. He immediately got up from the ground and cupped his hands. Young master, I've investigated. The reason the Immortal Indulgence Inn has been so popular recently is mainly because they've launched 2 new wines, the Immortal Drunken Wine and the Paradise of Warmth. These 2 wines have unique concocting methods and extremely unique tastes, so they've attracted batch after batch of returning customers. The young master calmed down a bit and ordered, then send someone to their winery and steal the secret recipe for their new wine. We also want to imitate this new wine. Xiaoying awkwardly said, Young master, I'm afraid this won't work. Li Zixuan placed his new wine in Duke Lu's winery to brew it. There are many guards from the Cheng residence around the winery. Those people used to be soldiers and their skills are not bad. If we force our way in, I'm afraid we'll get into big trouble. After all, in Jingguan Great Tang, the title of Demon King Cheng Yaojin was very intimidating. No one was willing to provoke this old demon. Then who else knows the secret recipe? The young master helplessly asked. Replying to young master, the craftsmen of the winery naturally know the recipe, but they have signed a contract with the Cheng family. I'm afraid they won't easily reveal it. But according to what this subordinate knows, there should be another person who knows the recipe. Who? Speak quickly. Xiaoying cautiously said. Replying to young master, that person is Han Tianhu's daughter. According to this subordinate's investigation, Han Tianhu's daughter is very likely to have participated in the brewing of the new wine. Moreover, she's one of the earliest participants. Oh! The young master raised his brows in surprise. Then, he paced back and forth in the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Xiaoying hesitated for a moment before he clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. Young master, this subordinate has another matter. I don't know. The young master unhappily waved his hand and said, Speak. Yes, young master. The subordinate reported that Miss Lung Yuyao has also arrived in Cheng. Yesterday, she and eldest young master went to Li Zixuan's residence and stayed there for a total of 2 hours. As for what they discussed, this subordinate doesn't know. The young master halted his steps upon hearing this. His expression changed before he finally scolded with a cold expression. It's this little bitch again. Send someone to investigate what my big brother discussed with Li Zixuan yesterday. This young master feels that this matter isn't simple. Xiaoying cupped his fists and replied, yes. This subordinate will arrange it now. Wait. The young master muttered. There's no need to investigate. According to my big brother's usual style, I reckon that he most likely went to find Li Zixuan to cooperate. It's too late to investigate now. The immortal drunken wine's profits are huge. No matter what agreement they reached, it's extremely disadvantageous to us. We must find a way to turn the situation around as soon as possible. Otherwise, this young master will definitely lose this clan's trial. Xiaoying softly said, I'll follow young master's instructions. The young master thought for a moment before saying to Xiaoying, come closer. Xiaoying hurriedly did as he was told. The young master whispered a few words in his ear before returning to his normal voice. Do you understand? Xiaoying replied, this subordinate understands. Young master, please rest assured that nothing will go wrong. The young master coldly said, if there are any more mishaps, you don't need to live anymore. Xiaoying's body trembled as he cupped his fists and said, yes. The young master continued, this immortal drunken wine's profits are so huge. We're definitely not the only ones keeping an eye on it. You have to move quickly and pay attention to propriety. Don't kill anyone. If this matter gets out of hand, this young master won't be able to explain. Do you understand? Xiaoying nodded and said, this subordinate understands. The young master nodded with satisfaction and instructed, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, you'll go this time as well. But if this matter is exposed, you must not reveal your identity. This time all of you should avoid Han Tianhu as much as possible. Don't cause any trouble. This subordinate understands. The young master waved his hand and said, go. The faster the better. Xiaoying slowly retreated. In the room after a long time, the young master's muttering voice could be heard. Since young, you've always been better than me in everything. Everyone looked down on me. This time I definitely won't lose to you again. However, no one noticed that a black-clothed man on the roof lightly flew away. Chapter 133. Azure Dragon District, Wang Renbiao's residence. Young lord, that's all Yu Yao heard. As for what second young lord said to Xiaoying, Yu Yao doesn't know. Lung Yuyao softly reported to Wang Renbiao in an exquisitely decorated room. Wang Renbiao stood up, closed his fan, and gently tapped his left hand. He slowly walked to a row of bookshelves, pondered for a moment and sighed. Alas, Yaoer, even if you didn't hear those words, this young lord can guess most of it. It seems that this younger brother of mine is going to do something foolish. Lung Yuyao was curious, but she didn't ask. This was also her nature. In her mind, if the young lord was willing to tell her, he would tell her even if she didn't ask. Wang Renbiao hesitated for a moment, then finally made up his mind. No, Li Zixuan is no longer the same as before. If second brother is allowed to do as he pleases, it will definitely bring disaster to the Wang family. Besides, I just started working with Li Zixuan, how can I let him ruin it? Yaoer, leave immediately and secretly follow Xiaoying. If he does anything unusual, immediately send a message to me. Lung Yuyao nodded. Yes, young lord. With that, she picked up her sword and was about to leave. Wait. Wang Renbiao called out to stop her. Lung Yuyao turned back and asked, Young lord, do you have any other orders? Wang Renbiao took a deep look at Lung Yuyao's beautiful eyes and said in a deep voice, Be careful in everything you do. Don't try to be brave. If you're discovered, remember to withdraw in time. Nothing is more important than your life. A trace of gentleness flashed across Lung Yuyao's frosty face. She said softly, Don't worry, young master. Yuyao's divine breathing technique is a secret technique of my sect. Even a grandmaster-level expert would find it hard to detect it. Wang Renbiao nodded. Lung Yuyao pushed open the door and left the courtyard, disappearing without a trace in a flash. The next day, In Taiji Palace, the morning court had reached its end. Your Majesty, the 30,000 curved plows manufactured by the Ministry of Works have all been distributed to the county offices near Chang'an. They will be rented or sold to the farmers. Yin Lai bowed. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. That's great. Minister Yin, you've worked hard. Although it's a little late for spring plowing now, we can still recover some of the losses for the people. Your Majesty is wise. After saying that, Yin Lai returned to his original position. Is there anything else you would like to report? Li Er secretly rubbed his old waist and asked the officials. In his heart, he thought that he seemed to have overworked himself last night. He should get the imperial chef to make some tiger penis soup to replenish his energy. The ministers looked at each other and then lowered their heads. Seeing this, Li Er announced the end of the court session. Not long after, the officials dispersed. Only Qin Xiong walked out and quietly turned back. After Li Er left the court, he went to the back hall of Taiji Palace. Just as he was about to change his clothes and go to the west inner garden to rest, a servant came in and reported. Reporting to Your Majesty, Dookie requests an audience. Li Er stopped what he was doing and said in surprise, "Oh? What business does Xu Bao have? Hurry up and announce it." Yes. The attendant cupped his hands in acknowledgement and slowly retreated. A moment later, Qin Xiong walked in shakily and bowed to Li Er. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Er hurriedly said. "Xu Bao, quickly dispense with the formalities. Men, give me a seat." The attendant brought over a stool. Qin Xiong cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Er waved his hand and asked, "Xu Bao, why do you want to see me? Why didn't you say it in the court session just now?" Qin Xiong looked at the surrounding palace maids and servants. After hesitating for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, "This is an important matter. If I may be so bold, Your Majesty, please dismiss your servants." Li Er was even more curious. He waved at the palace maids and servants and said, "You may leave first." Yes. After they all left the inner hall, Li Er looked at Qin Xiong and smiled. "Xu Bao, this is the first time you are discussing matters with me so seriously. Now that everyone has left, Xu Bao can speak, right?" Qin Xiong took out a memorial from his sleeve and stood up to present it to Li Er with both hands. He said, "Your Majesty, please take a look." Li Er smiled and took the memorial. He casually opened it and took a look. A moment later, Li Er's expression suddenly changed. The relaxed expression on his face was no longer there. Qin Xiong stood quietly at the side with his hands behind his back, silent. About 15 minutes later, Li Er put down the memorial. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He stood up and stared at Qin Xiong. "Xu Bao, do you believe the prophecy of spiritual master Ling Su?" Replying to Your Majesty, this old subject believes that it is better to believe that such a thing is true than not. Furthermore, spiritual master Ling Su is an immortal with great achievements. I think that this prophecy is credible. Li Er said angrily, "Nonsense. Do you want me to order the people of the world to deal with the locust plague in advance because of a prophecy? Do you know that this matter will cause chaos in the world if it gets out? This nonsense must have come from that brat Li Zishuan's mouth, right? That brat is restless every day. I think that he has had enough of his leisurely days." Qin Xiong hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this matter was brought up by me. Li Zishuan did not intend to speak of this prophecy. He was forced by me to speak of the truth. My personal honor is irrelevant. I only hope that the people of the world will suffer less. I am willing to bear the consequences of this matter." Qin Xiong bowed deeply to Li Er. Although he and Li Zishuan had agreed yesterday that they would jointly sign the memorial and share the responsibility when something happened, Qin Xiong had thought about it and decided not to write Li Zishuan's name when he was writing the memorial last night. In his opinion, Li Zishuan was still young and had a long road ahead of him. As for himself, he was already a crippled person. He would just take it as sharing the burden for the younger generation. Only then did Li Er's expression change. He hurriedly helped Qin Xiong up and said, "Xu Bao, why do you have to do this? You are dedicated to the country and the people. How can I not distinguish right from wrong? But Xu Bao, are you so sure that this prophecy will come true?" Until now, Li Er was still unwilling to believe that there would be a locust plague. because once the locust plague happened, there would definitely be people spreading rumors that the ruler was heartless, and that this was a punishment from the heavens. Qin Xiong said, "Your Majesty, have you noticed that this year's weather is really abnormal? It is just May and it is already so hot. In the history books there have been several locust plagues. The first year was a drought. So when I heard this prophecy, I felt that something would happen next year." Li Er touched his chin and said in disbelief, "But there have been countless years of drought. I have never seen so many locust plagues in history." Seeing that he could not persuade Li Er, Qin Xiong hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. "Your Majesty, according to Li Zishuan, spiritual master Ling Su had another prophecy a few years ago." Li Er instinctively asked, "What prophecy?" "Your Majesty, that prophecy came true on the 4th of June last year at the Xuanwu Gate." Silence. The entire hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Only Li Er's heavy breathing could be heard. Qin Xiong frowned and held his breath. His expression was serious as he stood to the side with his head lowered and did not speak. Li Er's eyes were red as he stared fixedly at Qin Xiong. The Xuanwu Gate change. There was someone who dared to mention the Xuanwu Gate change in front of him. If it was someone else in front of him, Li Er would definitely not hesitate to have someone drag him out and behead him. But the person in front of him was Qin Xiong, the second brother Qin who had saved him from danger many times in the past. Qin Xiong was the only general among Li Er's trusted aides who did not participate in the Xuanwu Gate change. Later, the court officials all thought that Li Er would completely ignore Qin Xiong because of this. But they did not know that Qin Xiong's position in Li Er's heart had never been shaken. After a long time, Li Er flicked his sleeves and turned around. He shouted coldly, "Come, summon Li Zishuan into the palace." Yes. Chapter 134. Li Residence. After Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, he called for Hu Jing and her brother. After the two children came yesterday, they had been very careful and well-behaved, afraid of causing trouble for Li Zishuan. Mrs. Li had heard about the two children's experience from her son, and was very sympathetic to them. She personally went to Mingyuexian to give them many exquisite pastries. Li Zishuan looked at Hu Jing and said, "You and Guaji, follow Butler Wang to the Imperial Physician Department to find Daoist Sunday. I'll go out to do something and then come see you. Don't worry, Daoist Sun's medical skills are superb. He will definitely be able to cure you too." Hu Jing smiled sweetly. "Thank you, young master." "Don't worry, young master, my brother and I will be fine." Hu Guaji scratched her head and laughed. "He, young master. Don't worry, Guajul. Take good care of sister." Li Zishuan patted Hu Guaji's head with a smile. When this chubby child giggled, Li Zishuan couldn't help but think of Dabai from the movie Super Land Troopers in his previous life. This kind of giggle was always able to bring an inexplicable warmth to one's heart. "Uncle Wang, please take good care of them." Wang Zhong clasped his hands and said, "Young master, don't worry." Li Zishuan nodded and Wang Zhong left with the two siblings. Hu Jing turned around and waved goodbye to Li Zishuan with a smile. Li Zishuan smiled with relief and turned back to the west courtyard. He changed his clothes and prepared to go out. He planned to go to the workshop today to see how the carriage was doing. This carriage took him a lot of effort. Just as he walked to the door, he saw Cheng Chumo and Li Chengqian walking together. The two of them met at the entrance of the workshop by chance. Li Chengqian came today mainly to thank Li Zishuan for giving him the new wine. This helped him a lot in front of Li Er. Of course, he was also helping to pass on his father's decree a few days ago. Although this decree was a bit of a scam, he couldn't not come. The reason why Cheng Chumo came to look for Li Zishuan was very simple. This guy had nothing better to do, so he came out to play. These days, the Drunken Immortal and the Land of Warmth and Tenderness were extremely popular, which made him and his father extremely happy. Today, he came over to drag Li Zishuan to a restaurant to celebrate. Who knew that he would meet Li Chengqian so coincidentally? Because of his relationship with Li Zishuan, Cheng Chumo wasn't as estranged as before. They even chatted with each other on the way. Of course, the center of their conversation was always about Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan saw the two of them, he hurriedly greeted them. "Your Highness Cho Nyo, you're here. Please come in." "Oh." Inside the room, Li Zishuan expressed his gratitude. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Highness, there's no need to be so courteous. It's just a few jars of fine wine. It's not worth mentioning. However, Li Zishuan's next sentence made Li Zishuan unable to smile anymore. Oh right, my father also said that in the future, the palace's wine will be purchased from your winery. It's just that the price will be 50% off according to the market price. Li Changqian hesitated for a moment but still said it. After saying it, he felt a bit embarrassed and felt that he couldn't stay any longer. When Li Zishuan heard it, his old face immediately darkened. This Li heir was really an old hoodlum. 50% off the market price? Why didn't he just rob a bank? Cheng Chumo also almost jumped. His family had 10% shares in the winery. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became very awkward. In the end, Li Changqian said embarrassedly, how about I ask my father to take back the order? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and waved his hand, saying, Your Highness, there's no need for that. Our winery will provide new wine to the palace as scheduled. This matter didn't only have disadvantages. It also had advantages. After the land of tenderness and immortal drunken wine became the imperial wine, it was equivalent to having an invincible protective umbrella. If others wanted to touch it, they would have to think twice. Cheng Chumo glared and wanted to refute, but Li Zishuan gave him a look to calm him down. Cheng Chumo then sat down reluctantly, thinking that His Majesty was really black-hearted. Li Changqian said happily, Thank you Zishuan for understanding. Ooh! Li Changqian's goal was achieved. He chatted with Li Zishuan for a while and was about to leave. Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo sent him to the door. At this moment, a group of people suddenly came from afar. They were carrying a badly mutilated, injured person and rushed over. Young master, something bad happened. Li Zishuan looked carefully and saw that these people were the villagers of the Han village. He couldn't help but be shocked and quickly went to greet them. Uncle Nyo, what happened? Young master, something bad happened. Old Hu was almost beaten to death. We wanted to go to the East Market today and found Old Hu on the way. He was already unconscious. Old Nyo said while wiping his sweat and panting. Li Zishuan then noticed Old Hu was being carried by a few people behind him. He saw that Old Hu was covered in blood, as if he had walked out of a blood pool. Li Zishuan was shocked. He quickly squatted down and patted Old Hu's face and shouted, Uncle Hu, wake up, wake up. After shouting for a long time, Li Zishuan tried to pinch Old Hu's philtrum. Old Hu groaned and opened his eyes with a painful expression. When he saw Li Zishuan in front of him, he immediately shouted excitedly, Young master, quickly go and save the Han family's girl. She was taken away. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, Li Zishuan was immediately shocked by this news and was stunned on the spot. Little Xian, what's wrong? Cheng Chumo walked over and saw Li Zishuan as if he had lost his soul. He quickly shook his arm and asked with concern. Li Changqian also looked at him with a worried face. Li Zishuan immediately reacted. Now was not the time for him to be sad. He looked at Old Hu and asked anxiously, Uncle Hu, quickly tell me where Yushi was taken, who took her, and where did they take her? Old Hu held his breath, afraid that he would faint at this critical moment. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue, and blood immediately flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He said weakly, Young master, it's four black-clothed masked men and a group of bandits. Me and Han girl at Rhinoceros Slope were blocked by them. Old Hu couldn't beat them. Han girl was taken away by them. They went to the Qinling Mountains. Young master, quickly go, save. Before Old Hu could finish speaking, he fainted again. Ridiculous, little Xian, don't worry. I'll go back now and ask my father to send someone to help you find her. Han Yushi is now Uncle Qin's adopted daughter. I believe Uncle Qin will also send someone to help you. Cheng Chumo understood the whole story and immediately shouted. Li Changqian also said, These bandits are too arrogant. Zishuan, don't be impulsive. I'll go back to the palace and report to my father. I'll send the Yulin guards to help you find her. Li Zishuan's heart was in a mess. The woman he loved the most had been taken away. He only wanted to kill someone at this moment. He wanted to save her. Even if the other party had thousands of experts, he was not afraid. He still wanted to go. He couldn't even protect his own woman. What kind of man was he, Li Zishuan? Your Highness, I'll have to trouble you to send Uncle Hu to the Imperial Medical Department. I'll go save Yushi. His voice was bone-chilling without a trace of emotion. After he finished speaking, he went into the house to take the wind-chasing sword. Ignoring the dissuasion of his two good brothers behind him, he mounted his horse and was about to leave. Then he heard a sharp voice from the side. "Lord Li, His Majesty summons you to the palace for an audience. Quickly follow me into the palace." Li Zishuan fiercely slapped the horse's belly. He ignored the attendant who delivered the decree and rushed out like a gust of wind, leaving only an angry roar. "I don't have time." The attendant was so scared that he fell to the ground, not knowing how to return to the palace and report the decree. Li Changqian hurriedly had people carry old Hu to the Imperial Medical Department and called for the captain of his personal guards. Wu San, quickly mobilize all the Imperial guards in the Eastern Palace to assist Li Zishuan in investigating Miss Han's whereabouts. Yes. Wu San bowed in agreement. Then he quickly called for 2 personal guards and ordered them to protect the crown prince. He mounted his horse and returned to the Eastern Palace to mobilize the troops. Sigh. Li Changqian shook his head and sighed. This was the first time he had seen Li Zishuan lose his self-control. He was afraid that this Miss Han was really important to him. He hoped that both of them would be safe and sound. Chang Chumo anxiously stamped his feet and said goodbye to Li Changqian. He went home to find his father for help. Chapter 135. Taiji Palace. Your Majesty. The messenger who went to deliver the decree to Li Zishuan bowed to Li Er, trembling in fear as he did not know how to report to Li Er. Where's Li Zishuan? Li Er frowned and asked unhappily. Your Majesty, Lord Li. Lord Li said he's not free. The messenger felt Li Er's blade-like gaze and hurriedly told the truth. Of course, he omitted the first 2 words of Li Zishuan's sentence. Although Qin Qiong, who was standing at the side, remained calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. He thought to himself that this Li Zishuan was really bold. Li Er slammed the table and said angrily, "Impudent, this brat is simply lawless." Men. Qin Qiong knew that something was wrong and was about to plead for mercy when another servant hurriedly came in and bowed. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience. Li Er suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Let him in." Yes. A moment later. Greetings, Father. Li Er acknowledged and asked, Chungqian, what's the matter? Father. I'm here today for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan had just left. As a friend, he naturally had to help him clean up his mess. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You still dare to mention that brat to me. I summoned him, but he didn't even dare to come. He's getting bolder and bolder, Li Er said angrily. Li Changqian hurriedly said, Father, please calm down. Li Zishuan has a reason for this. Father, please listen to me slowly. Li Changqian told him everything that had just happened. When Qin Qiong heard that something had happened to Han Yushi, he immediately rushed forward and said, Your Majesty, this Han Yushi is the adopted daughter that I just adopted. I didn't expect that she would be captured by criminals today. I beg Your Majesty to allow me to bring people to rescue her. Li Er said in surprise. Xu Bao actually adopted a daughter. Qin Qiong nodded anxiously and said, Your Majesty, I just acknowledged it yesterday. Li Er saw the anxious expression on Qin Qiong's face, and knew that now was not the time to ask for details. He said, Xu Bao, you are injured and cannot go. Men summon Dugu Exine. Greetings, Your Majesty. Dugu Exine, clad in radiant armor, cupped his fists at Li Er. Li Er ordered, Dugu Exine, take 1,000 featherwood guards and immediately search for Han Yushi's whereabouts in the vicinity of Mount Qinling. If you encounter bandits who resist stubbornly, you can kill them without mercy. Dugu Exine said awkwardly, Your Majesty, I don't know Han Yushi. Li Er thought for a moment and said, Go to the Imperial Physician's office and bring an uninjured Han village villager with you. Have him search with you. Yes. Dugu Exine cupped his fists and left. Wait. Li Er glanced at Qin Qiong and added to Dugu Exine. You must ensure the safety of Han Yushi and Li Zishuan. Although he was angry at Li Zishuan, he did not want Li Zishuan to die. He also admired Li Zishuan's talent. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I wish to return home and send my men to search. Your Majesty, please allow me. Qin Qiong said with a sorrowful expression. At this time there was no time to continue discussing the locust plague. Thus Li Er nodded and said, Xu Bao, take care of yourself. Go. Soon only Li Er was left in the hall. After thinking for a long time he shouted, Summon Li Junxian. Then, a valiant young man in martial attire entered the hall. He bowed and said, This General Li Junxian greets your majesty. Li Er nodded and told Li Junxian about Han Yuxi's capture. Then he ordered, Junxian, take 500 cavalry and investigate the background of these bandits. How dare they cause trouble near the capital? This general obeys the decree. At the same time in the Cheng residence. What? You said that Han Yuxi was captured? Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Yes, father, quickly send someone to search for her. Your son is about to go crazy from seeing little Xian. Cheng Chumo said anxiously. Cheng Yaojin said, Of course we have to search for her. She is the adopted daughter of second brother Qin. In the end she is half my adopted daughter. How can I just stand by and watch? After saying that, Cheng Yaon rushed outside the house and shouted, Zhuang Qi. A few seconds later a man came in and bowed. Master. Cheng Yaojin said, Zhuang Qi. Immediately take all the guards in the residence and search for Li Zishuan in the Qinling Mountains. If he needs your help, do as he says. Yes, master. Zhuang Qi cupped his hands and accepted the order. He was about to go out to search for him. Wait, father, I'll go with them. Cheng Chumo said anxiously. He remembered how cold-blooded and violent Li Zishuan was, like a demon from hell. He was worried about his good brother. If he did not go personally, he would not feel at ease. Cheng Yaojin nodded. All right, Chou Niu, you go first. I'll look for Xu Bao and come later. Cheng Chumo and Zhuang Qi immediately mobilized their men and headed for the Qinling Mountains. Qin Manor. Master, why are you leaving court so late today? Madame Qin asked when she saw that the other officials in the square had already returned home. Qin Xiong was full of impatience. He did not have the time to chat. He hurriedly said, Madam, we don't have time to talk about this now. Han Yuxi has been captured. Little Xian went to search for her alone. Both of them are in danger. I have to rescue them as soon as possible. Ah! Madame Qin was shocked at first, then she was endlessly anxious. Yesterday, Qin Xiong told her that Han Yuxi had agreed to acknowledge him as her godfather. Madame Qin was overjoyed from the bottom of her heart. She and Qin Xiong only had one son, Qin Huayu. Although before giving birth, she hoped that she would give birth to a son. After giving birth, she would greedily think about how good it would be if she had a daughter. Han Yuxi was obedient and strong. She was also the daughter of their benefactor. Madame Qin was very satisfied to be able to take in such a daughter. Therefore, she asked the servants in the manor to clean the entire manor early in the morning, inside and out. She was waiting for Han Yuxi to visit her. In the end she received such bad news. Master, you must not let anything happen to our daughter. Madame Qin sounded like she was about to cry. Qin Xiong waved his hand in annoyance and asked someone to take out his pair of golden maces. He walked into the courtyard and shouted, Ding Quan, quickly gather all the guards in the manor and follow me to save them. Qin Xiong could not care less about his injuries at this moment. Whether it was Li Zishuan or Han Yuxi, he did not want anything to happen to either of them. Yes, master. A loud answer came from a corner of the courtyard. Second brother, is your body all right? Why don't I take them to find it? Cheng Chumo rode his horse over. He knew that Qin Xiong would not be able to sit still. He might even go personally. He was worried that Qin Xiong's body would not be able to hold on, so he let Cheng Chumo leave first. He would come over himself to take care of him. Jijia, I'm much better now. It's fine. Time is of the essence. Let's set off quickly. Qin Xiong waved his hand and said anxiously. Cheng Chumo was naturally not a wishy-washy person. He saw that Qin Xiong's complexion was indeed much better than a few days ago, so he laughed loudly and said, Good, I can finally fight side by side with second brother Qin again. I want to see which group of bandits dare to bully us. Go. Qin Xiong was also full of heroic spirit. He flipped onto his horse and held his golden maces. He shouted, Follow me. The dozens of guards behind him mounted their horses one after another and loudly answered, Yes. They were all old soldiers who had followed Qin Qiong into battle. At this moment they felt as if they were on the battlefield again. A bloodthirsty killing intent gradually spread out in the field. Go! More than 70 riders whizzed past like a whirlwind, heading straight for Yanqing Gate in the east of Chang'an City. Chapter 136. The general guarding the gate of Chang'an's Yanqing Gate had truly broadened his horizons today. First, he saw a youth dressed in white and mounted on a white horse, charge toward the gate like an arrow. Although one could ride a horse in Chang'an, such a fast horse was not permitted unless there was an urgent report from the front line. Just as the general of the city gate was about to extend his lance to stop him, he met the young man's cold eyes. Immediately, a chill rose from the bottom of his feet. In that moment of hesitation, the young man had already rushed out of the gate and disappeared without a trace. The general immediately felt that he had lost some face. After cursing at the youth, he returned to the gate to drink tea. A little while later, he saw another group of soldiers, several hundred in number, charging toward him. Upon questioning them, he realized that they were Eastern Palace guards. Frightened, he hastily let them pass. 15 minutes later, a large group of soldiers, led by a young general, charged toward Yanqing Gate. The general took a closer look and estimated that there were around 1,000 soldiers. He couldn't help but be shocked, wondering if there was another battle going on. Why would the imperial court send so many soldiers? Only when the group entered did the general realize that the leader was a Featherwood Guard commander. After examining the token, he immediately let them pass. Once the 1,000-some soldiers had all left the city, he couldn't help but wipe away the sweat on his forehead. Just what day was it today? This lineup was truly frightening. But the following scenes left him completely numb. First, Li Junxian came with 100 of the Great Tang's most mysterious horsemen. Then, the Demon King's eldest son came with 70 to 80 powerful guards. Finally, he saw the ailing Duke of Yi ride a horse to Yanqing Gate with the Demon King of Lu Guagong. The guard at the city gate pinched his thigh hard to make sure that he was not dreaming. He could not figure out what had happened that had alarmed so many big shots in Chang'an. Cheng Chumo had told Li Zixuan that Chang'an only had a few things happening throughout the year. If there was even the slightest rustle of grass in the wind, those who paid attention would definitely know. Today's Chang'an wasn't as simple as a rustle of grass in the wind. Those with a little status would immediately find out what was going on. Buzhengfang, Yuqijingda's home. Jinda, I heard that Shubao and Jijia went out of the city together. It seems they are going to search for Li Zixuan and a girl. Yuqijingda stroked his large beard and said solemnly. Niu Jinda nodded and said, I've also heard about it. Jingda, Shubao's body has yet to fully recover. How can we just watch with folded arms? Why don't we bring our family generals and lend him a helping hand? Yuqijingda laughed heartily and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. Speaking of which, us brothers haven't fought side by side for a long time. Moreover, Li Zixuan is also a pretty good young man. Who knows how many people have been saved by the curved plow he invented. Ooh! Azure Dragon District. Young Master, the army in Chang'an has been deployed everywhere. His Majesty has even sent out hundreds of riders. Li Zixuan was the first to leave the city, followed by the Eastern Palace Imperial Guards of the Crown Prince. Then Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqijingda, Niu Jinda, and other military generals have also led their families out of the city. In the courtyard, Lu Yun reported the unusual movements in Chang'an City to Wang Renbiao. Hearing this, Wang Renbiao's face turned ashen. He frowned in disbelief and shouted, How did this matter become so big? Han Yuxi is just a peasant girl. It's fine if Li Zixuan is crazy about her, but why are these military generals also? Lu Yun carefully said, Young Master, it said that Han Yuxi is the adopted daughter of Duke Yi yesterday. Wang Renbiao's face suddenly froze. After a long while he said in a deep voice, We can't let second brother continue to mess around like this. He's going to harm our entire Wang family. Where is Yao now? Young Master, Miss Yu Yao is following Xiaoying and the others. They are going to the Bloodwind stronghold. Wang Renbiao's face changed and muttered, Second brother is actually mixing with such desperados. This is simply ruining the family's reputation. Quickly send a message to Yaoer and ask her to do her best to assist Li Zixuan and save Han Yuxi. Yes, young master. Lu Yun responded and hurriedly left. On the mountain road outside the eastern city of Chang, Li Zixuan was burning with anxiety as he galloped wildly on his horse. Although the big white horse under him was a famous horse in the western region, it couldn't withstand such a wild gallop. However, Li Zixuan couldn't care less about the horse now. He just wanted to find Han Yuxi quickly. If he had known that something like this would happen today, he would have taken Han Yuxi back to Chang'an yesterday even if he had to forcefully snatch her. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Thinking of Han Yuxi's gentle personality and peerless appearance, Li Zixuan only hated himself for not taking the initiative to pursue Han Yuxi earlier. Then, she would have stayed in the Li residence and this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Zixuan had already arrived at the Rhinoceros Slope, which was 10 miles away from Chang'an City. He saw 4 or 5 pools of blood on the ground and many traces of a fight. It was enough to show that the battle was fierce. Previously, he had heard from Han Lijing that Old Hu had also been a government soldier a few years ago. Judging from the traces of the battle, Old Hu's kung fu was probably not weak. It was just that 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Before Old Hu fainted, he said that the group of thieves took Han Yuxi and fled in the direction of the Qinling Mountains. Li Zixuan raised his head and looked at the vast Qinling Mountains in the north. He couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. Where could he start looking for such a large mountain range? The more delay, the more danger Han Yuxi would be in. Li Zixuan had never been so desperate and anxious as he was at this moment. He was unwilling to give up and shouted to the north. Yuxi, where are you? The roar lasted for more than a mile before it gradually subsided. The pedestrians on the road heard the roar and stopped to look in this direction. Li Zixuan vented the depression in his chest, adjusted his mood, and mounted the horse. No matter how big the Qinling Mountains were, even if he had to search for a lifetime, he would find Han Yuxi. At this moment, a ball of object flew towards Li Zixuan's face. Although the speed was fast, Li Zixuan didn't feel any killing intent. He tilted his head and used his strength to grab the ball of object in his palm. Who is it? Li Zixuan looked around and saw that there was nothing around except trees and weeds. He paused and looked at the object in his hand suspiciously. He saw that it was a silk cloth wrapped around a stone. Li Zixuan threw away the stone and opened the silk cloth. He saw the words on it. If you want to save Han Yuxi, go to the Bloody Wind Stockade of Mount Mang quickly. Li Zixuan was suddenly shocked and hesitated. He didn't know if the person who delivered the letter was purposely making a diversion to distract him, or was sincerely helping him. After hesitating for a moment, Li Zixuan gritted his teeth. He had to risk it. Having a specific location was much better than him running around like a headless fly. He threw away the silk cloth and walked to an open area. He found a passerby and asked for the location of Mount Mang. He rode his horse and galloped over. Chapter 137. Giddy up. On the mountain path to the southeast of the Qinling Mountains, Li Zixuan whipped his horse and galloped wildly. The white horse beneath him seemed to have sensed his master's anxiety. Its 4 legs were crisscrossing at an extremely high frequency, kicking up a trail of dust. Li Zixuan's mind kept thinking about Han Yuxi's smile, and the words on the silk cloth. Bloodwind Stockade, Bloodwind Stockade. He could not help but murmur. At this time he felt that Bloodwind Stockade sounded very familiar. Suddenly he quivered. Wasn't the previous owner of this body accidentally knocked off the cliff to save a woman from the bandits of Bloodwind Stockade? According to his memory, these bandits were extremely vicious. They even dared to kill people. If Han Yuxi fell into their hands, wouldn't she be in great danger? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan became more anxious. The horse was urged faster and faster by him. Suddenly, the white horse under him neighed tragically and fell forward. Li Zixuan quickly flew down from the horse. After stabilizing himself, he saw that the white horse was panting heavily and its front legs were retracted. It seemed to be injured. Li Zixuan quickly went forward to check carefully. He found that the horse's front hooves were nailed with thorny vines. Li Zixuan touched the white horse's ears and said softly, "You've worked hard today. From now on you can follow me and enjoy your life. You stay here first. When I'm done I'll take you home." The white horse seemed to understand his words. It shook its head on the ground and gently touched Li Zixuan's palm with its nose. Li Zixuan gave a knowing smile and patted its head. Using the cloud-piercing steps, he rushed towards Mtimeng in the north. Time was of the essence and he did not have the time to find another horse. He could only rely on his qinggong to hasten his journey. At the foot of the North Meng mountain, a group of bandits in ragged clothes were escorting a flower-like girl up the mountain. "Boss, this little girl is crying and walking so slowly. Why don't you let this little one carry her?" A wretched young man flatteringly said to the leader. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Han Yushi's stunning face. "If you dare to touch me, I will immediately bite my tongue and commit suicide." Han Yushi's eyes reddened when she heard this. She had been sad for the dead old Hu the whole way. After all, old Hu had been beaten to such a state. Han Yushi thought that old Hu must be dead. That family, which was already very unfortunate, had now lost its pillar of support because of her. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel a wave of grief in her heart. She cried all the way, almost forgetting the dangerous situation she was in. Along the way, she also discovered that although these people were ferocious, they didn't seem to dare to force her too much, especially the leader of the bandits. He was very wary of the black-clothed middle-aged man beside him. The bandit leader slapped the young man's head and scolded him. "Put away your tricks. Do you think I don't know what you're trying to do? If this juicy little girl could do it, would it be your turn? Get lost." After saying that, he kicked the wretched young man twice. The middle-aged masked man next to the bandit leader nodded when he saw this. He turned around and said in a suppressed voice, "Han Yushi, you'd better hurry up. Don't stall for time. You should get rid of your unrealistic thoughts as soon as possible. No one will come to save you in this wilderness. My patience is limited. You'd better not force me." Han Yushi's body trembled when she heard this. The reason why she walked so slowly was because she wanted to stall for time and wait for Li Zixuan to save her. She didn't expect that the other party would still see through her. Han Yushi was also worried that the masked middle-aged man would do something excessive next, so she could only reluctantly speed up. Next to the masked middle-aged man stood a very thin and weak masked man. Han Yushi couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman along the way. At this moment, she heard that person say softly, "Ayo, Master Xiao. You see, I'm not interested in women. Why don't you let me carry this fair and tender little girl up the mountain?" After saying that, he used his orchid fingers to poke the masked middle-aged man's shoulder. He saw that Master Xiao was obviously shocked. He was probably disgusted. He quickly frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and don't complicate things. If you ruin Master's plans, Master won't forgive you." That thin masked man used his orchid fingers to stroke his cheek and snorted unhappily. He twisted his butt and walked in front of the crowd with enchanting steps. The bandits either lowered their heads to count ants or pretended to block the sun with their hands to cover their eyes. If they had also transmigrated from the modern world like Li Zixuan, they would definitely say 3 words at this moment. "My eyes hurt." On the other side. Reporting. "General, there's a piece of silk cloth with words and horse hoof prints ahead." Dugu Xian took the silk cloth. On it was written, "If you want to save Han Yushi, quickly go to Mount Meng's Bloodwind stronghold." After reading it, Dugu Xian's face was dignified. He said to himself, "Bloodwind stronghold. It's actually Bloodwind stronghold." In the past few years, the imperial court has sent troops to clean up the mountain bandits, but the bandits of Xiefeng Stockade have not been eradicated. This time, I will uproot you and see if you can still harm the people. Hey Wooden Face, did you find little Xian's whereabouts? Not far away there was a sudden shout. The person who spoke was Cheng Chumo. Although the Cheng family's soldiers were old soldiers who retired from the front line, after all, they had slacked off for so many years. They naturally could not compare with the elite Yulin guards. Therefore, they arrived a little later than the Yulin guards. As the second-generation leader of the military, Cheng Chumo certainly knew Dugu Xian. However, this person often put on an indifferent expression that kept strangers away. Therefore, everyone privately called him Wooden Face. However, no one called him by his nickname like Cheng Chumo. When Dugu Xian heard Cheng Chumo call him Wooden Face, he immediately became angry. He threw the silk cloth into Cheng Chumo's hand and said, See for yourself. I will lead the Yulin guards first. You send your soldiers to inform the two Grand Dukes behind." After saying that, he directly turned over and mounted his horse. He roared, "Yulin guards, follow me. Let's go to Mount Mang." This army of 1,000 people, upon hearing the command, immediately gathered and set out. Their movements were neat and uniform. This was a strong army. This was the true obedience of orders and prohibitions. After Chang Chumo finished reading the contents of the silk cloth, he hurriedly said, "Zhuangqi, you send a few people to inform my father and Uncle Qin. Then you take the rest to Mount Mang. I will go with Wooden Face to find little Xian." Zhuangqi hurriedly said, "Yes, young master. Please be careful." Chang Chumo nodded. He mounted his horse and chased after Dugu Exine. He shouted, "Hey Wooden Face, wait. Old Cheng will go with you." Oh! Chapter 138. Bloodwind Stockade. The gate of the stockade was closed, and there were two people standing guard on the simple turrets on both sides of the gate. There were people moving in the stockade. In a dark hut on the east side. "Miss Han, I won't talk nonsense with you. Quickly hand over the formula of tenderness and immortal intoxication. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Master Xiao played with the knife in his hand, stared at Han Yushi, and threatened her. Han Yushi's hands were tied to a pillar. She was shocked when she heard that. She did not expect these people to be here for tenderness and immortal intoxication. Tenderness and immortal intoxication had an unusual position in Han Yushi's heart, because this was the first thing she did for Li Zixuan. She would not tell the formula even if she died. Hearing the middle-aged man's threatening words, Han Yushi's mind was full of thoughts. She decided to delay for a while, so she pretended to be calm and asked, "Who are you? Do you know that tenderness and immortal intoxication are new wines jointly brewed by the men of Lantian County and Lu Guogong's family? Are you not afraid of Lu Guogong's revenge?" Master Xiao was obviously stunned when he heard that. He did not know that the Cheng family was also involved in the new wine. He and the second young master both thought that Li Zixuan was just borrowing a winery from the Cheng family. It seemed that things were a little out of control, but he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps Han Yushi was deliberately scaring him. Panic flashed in Master Zhao's eyes. He said sternly, "Little girl, you're talking nonsense. The Cheng family just lent a winery to Li Zixuan. What does this new wine have to do with them?" Han Yushi's heart moved. It seemed that these people were not fearless. She said seriously, "I don't need to lie to you. My young master told me before that he gave the Cheng family 10% of the shares. So, even if you get the new wine formula from me, I'm afraid you won't dare to brew the new wine and sell it, right?" If Li Zixuan was here, he would definitely give Han Yushi 32 likes. This was what it meant to be advancing step by step, and not be afraid in the face of danger. Master Xiao panicked, but he was unwilling to let Han Yushi take the initiative to control the situation like this. "Cut the crap. If worst comes to worst, I'll just take the formula far away and sell it to other merchants at a high price. I don't believe that Lu Guogong can find me. Quickly hand over the formula. Otherwise, you will not be able to avoid physical pain." He thought to himself, since he had already spent so much effort to capture Han Yushi, wouldn't it be a loss to let her go so easily? He would get the new wine formula first. As for the follow-up matters, he would go back and slowly discuss it with the second young master. Han Yushi's heart sank and she had a bad feeling. She said stubbornly, "I don't know the formula and I won't give it to you." Master Xiao smiled coldly and said, "Fine. It seems like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you. Many people in the stronghold are drooling over your beautiful face." Han Yushi's face turned pale. The thing she was most worried about was still going to happen. She pretended to be fierce and shouted, "You dare? My young master won't let you go." Of course, Master Xiao didn't dare to be too ruthless. This Han Yushi had a strong personality. If she really killed someone, she would really have a life and death feud with Li Zixuan. In the end, it wouldn't be easy for him to clean up the mess. He was just deliberately scaring Han Yushi. Master Xiao pretended to be indifferent and said, Why wouldn't I dare? I advise you to obediently hand over the formula. After we verify its authenticity, we will let you go down the mountain." Han Yushi's heart was suddenly filled with despair. Master Zhao's words had blocked her last path. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about it. If it really didn't work, she could just say a fake formula to fool them. What, you still don't want to say it? Then I'm going to call someone over. Master Zhao said with a fierce face. Han Yushi closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, ready to bite her tongue and commit suicide. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from outside. Ouch! Someone broke into the stronghold. Master Zhao frowned and looked at the bandit leader beside him. He asked, "What's going on?" The bandit leader shouted outside. "Min!" A small follower immediately came in from outside and hurriedly said, "Boss, there's a young man outside the stronghold. He's breaking into the stronghold. He even killed a few of our brothers." The bandit leader stared with his bell-like eyes. He stepped forward and grabbed the follower's collar. He angrily said, "You guys can't even beat a little kid?" The follower quickly said with a bitter face, "Boss, that young man's martial arts are too powerful." Master Zhao frowned and said, "Song Tandao, get someone to guard this door. Don't mess around. Let's go out and take a look." It turned out that the bandit leader was called Song Tiandao. Song Tiandao nodded. After arranging the men, he went to the stronghold gate with Master Zhao and the others. The person who was breaking into the stronghold was Li Zishuan. He ran all the way and finally came to the vicinity of Mount Mang. After spending a lot of effort, he finally found the stronghold. He saw that the stronghold was located in the middle of a lofty mountain range. It was surrounded by cliffs. Only this 30 feet wide stronghold gate could be passed through. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. Li Zishuan took a breath and no longer wasted time. He planned to force his way in. At least he had to see Han Yushi first. He gathered his chi in his palm and threw out 2 pebbles. With his current power, just his hand strength alone had the strength of 1,000 pounds. The 2 pebbles instantly shot out like bullets and sank into the space between the eyebrows of the 2 bandits who were dozing off on the turret. Yes, Li Zishuan did not plan to leave anyone alive. From the moment he heard that Han Yushi was captured, he had been suppressing a killing intent in his heart. Anyone who dared to touch his woman must die. He used the cloud-piercing steps and directly crossed the stronghold gate. After the 2 bandits guarding the gate were killed, they directly fell to the ground. At that time, the bandits in the stronghold were already alarmed. At this time they saw a young man jumping in from outside the stronghold gate. They immediately shouted and gathered their companions to surround Li Zishuan. Where did this kid come from? How dare he kill our brothers of Bloody Wind stronghold? Does he want to die? Yes, how dare he come to our Bloody Wind stronghold to make trouble? Does he want to die? Brothers, chop him up and avenge Doggy and Doggy. Kill. Time was tight. Li Zishuan did not have the patience to listen to their nonsense. There were only 20 or 30 people in front of him. He was confident that he could deal with them. He directly used the 3rd move of the 9 Taishan swords, snow treading. Li Zishuan's footsteps changed cleverly. He waved his sword and attacked in all directions. The bandits only saw a blur in front of them. A moment later, they saw more than 10 bandits covering their throats and falling to the ground dead. This was the suppression of strength. Facing a group of bandits, most of whom had not even succeeded in chi drawing, Li Zishuan, a master at the peak of chi forming, was like an adult strong man bullying a newborn baby. Today was the first time Li Zishuan had killed someone. He did not feel any discomfort, nausea, or dizziness. He only thought of Han Yushi in his heart. There was only endless killing intent. He did not even look at the fallen bandits. The rest of the surviving bandits were scared out of their wits. Suddenly, a chill rose from the soles of their feet. They desperately retreated, and no one dared to come forward. Therefore such a funny scene appeared. In the stronghold of the bandits, a young man with a long sword forced a group of bandits to retreat. When Song Tiandao came out, he happened to see this funny scene. Chapter 139. Beiming Mountain Bloodwind Stronghold. Song Tiandao, Master Zhao, and the feminine man walked out side by side, followed by a black mass of bandits. Li Zishuan roughly glanced and estimated that there were at least 700 or 800 people. His heart sank as he did not expect the scale of this stronghold to be so large. His martial arts were indeed strong, but as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even if he was a master, he could still kill a master. He could deal with dozens of small fries, but with nearly 1,000 bandits, even if he was a master, he would still be beaten badly. Moreover, he had used qigong to rush 7 or 8 miles. The true qi in his body was seriously consumed, which made things worse. I was wondering who it was. Turned out to be you, little bastard. I did not expect you to not fall to your death and dare to take the initiative to come to my door. But you came just in time. I, Song Tiandao, will avenge my second brother and third brother today. It was Song Tiandao who came to the front of the crowd. When he saw Li Zishuan, he suddenly felt a little familiar. Looking carefully, wasn't this the little kid who ruined their Bloodwind Stronghold's business 2 months ago in the Zhongnan Mountains? New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart. Song Tiandao stepped out of the crowd and pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded. Master Xiao and the feminine man had not seen Li Zishuan before, but they often heard of him. At this time they looked at Song Tiandao suspiciously. They did not expect Song Tiandao to have an old grudge with the young man in front of them. Li Zishuan smiled contemptuously. Loser, how dare you be arrogant? If you know what's good for you, quickly let Han Yushi go. Otherwise, I will flatten your stronghold today. When Song Tiandao heard Li Zishuan call him a loser, his face could not help but flash a trace of anger. 2 months ago, the robbery in the Zhongnan Mountains was the shame of his life. Not only did he not get the beauty, money, and goods, but he also lost his men and was ridiculed by the Lulin people. When he heard Li Zishuan threaten to flatten the stronghold, Song Tiandao laughed angrily. Oh, I did not expect the little kid to be a lord. I don't know which Java country you are a lord. You are really a Hadontian. What a big tone. We have more than 1,000 brothers. You want to try to flatten one? Haha. Haha. Has this little brat watched too many dramas? That's right, that's right. How dare you come to our bloody wind stockade when you haven't even grown your hair? There was a burst of laughter among the bandits. Li Zishuan frowned. He exerted his strength to the tip of his foot and gently kicked the ground under his feet. Several stones shot out and flew towards Song Tiandao and the others. He had just taken the opportunity to recover his true qi. Although he had not recovered to his peak, he was almost there. He had not seen Han Yushi for so long, and the ominous premonition in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He could not wait any longer. No matter how many bandits there were in front of him, he had to kill his way out. Song Tiandao, Master Xiao, and the feminine man easily avoided Li Zishuan's sneak attack. However, the bandits behind them did not have time to dodge. 4 or 5 bandits were instantly killed and fell to the ground. When the rest of the bandits saw this, they glared at Li Zishuan, but did not dare to say a word. Of course, Li Zishuan did not expect to kill the bandit leader with just this. His goal was only to enrage him. When people were angry, they would often lose their rationality. Perhaps the bandit leader would come out and fight him one-on-one in a fit of rage. In his previous life, when he read The Legend of the Sui and Tang Heroes, he often saw that when 2 armies faced each other, they usually liked to fight the generals first. Although he was not sure if there would be such a thing in the real Tang dynasty, he still wanted to try. In a one-on-one fight, he was certainly not afraid of the defeated general. At that time, he might be able to capture him and save Han Yushi. Song Tiandao saw that Li Zishuan dared to kill his men under his nose. As expected, he was furious. He shouted angrily, "How dare you? Men, take my broadsword. Little child, you better tell me your name first. Otherwise, you'll be a nameless ghost after you die." Li Zishuan saw that Song Tiandao was indeed enraged and wanted to fight him one-on-one. He was delighted. At this moment, he looked at the hundreds of thatched cottages behind the bandits. He did not know where Han Yushi was locked up. He shouted loudly, "I am Li Zishuan, the man of Lantian County, who was personally conferred by the Emperor. You gathered in the forest and kidnapped my fiancé. If you don't want to die under the encirclement of the Imperial Army, immediately put down your weapons and hand over my fiancé. I will spare your lives." His shout contained a bit of true qi and traveled far. His purpose was to tell Han Yushi that he was here and to tell her not to do anything stupid. Han Yushi was in the house, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Her heart was filled with despair. Suddenly, she heard Li Zishuan's voice. Her desperate heart was instantly filled with joy. When she heard Li Zishuan say "my fiancé," Han Yushi could no longer hold it in and cried emotionally. She had waited for this sentence for a long time. Finally it came. In front of the stronghold, Master Xiao was obviously stunned. He never expected that Li Zixuan could find Han Yushi so quickly after he captured her in the wilderness. He also did not expect that Li Zixuan would dare to break into the stronghold alone. He also did not expect that Han Yushi was Li Zixuan's fiancé. The situation was getting more and more serious. They only wanted the new wine formula. They did not intend to fight to the death with Li Zixuan. The hatred of snatching his wife was comparable to the hatred of killing his father. This time the grudge was big. Song Tiandao did not have so many scruples. His heart was full of hatred and anger. He raised the 9-eared chain knife that his subordinates carried over and scolded. "Bah, Grandpa, I don't care if you are some bullsh tea Master Jew. Last time, you ruined Grandpa's good deed and caused my second and third brothers to be captured and beheaded by the Imperial Court's dog officials. Today, Grandpa, I want you to pay with your life. Hey, watch the knife." Song Tiandao took 2 steps and jumped up. He aimed at Li Zixuan's forehead and chopped it with great force. When the blade was less than an inch away from Li Zixuan's forehead, Li Zixuan's body leaned back, showing a strange 20-degree angle with the ground. Taking advantage of this gap, he lifted the sword with one hand and pushed the blade away. His other hand gently supported himself on the ground. His whole body drew a semicircle with his heel as the center. With such a fall, a lift, and a turn, Song Tiandao's powerful killing blow was easily resolved by Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan did not stop. He used the third sword of 9 Taishan swords, snow treading. Song Tiandao suddenly felt his eyes blur. Then he felt that every part of his body was about to be attacked. Song Tiandao was shocked. He did not understand why this little boy's skill had improved so much in just 2 months. He desperately waved the big knife, trying to protect the vital parts of his body. However, he was only at the peak of body refining and had not yet reached the Qi transformation realm. How could he be Li Zixuan's opponent? After a while he could not hold on anymore. His body had suffered more than 10 minor injuries. Li Zixuan saw that the time was right. He poured genuine Qi into his feet and used the orchid butterfly steps, ready to capture Song Tiandao. At this moment, Li Zixuan saw a strange black shadow suddenly flash in front of Song Tiandao. Its speed was so fast that it was not inferior to his orchid butterfly steps in the slightest. He saw the black shadow reach out and pull Song Tiandao out of the battle. Li Zixuan was furious. This person did not follow the rules. He directly used his fastest sword, the 5th sword of 9 Taishan swords, parting the dust. The sword parted the dust and was bleak and cold. It went straight for Song Tiandao's back. Since he could not capture him, he would kill him. After killing so many people, Li Zixuan's killing intent was getting heavier and heavier. Song Tiandao only felt a cold chill piercing his back. He secretly said, "My life is over." The feminine man next to him had no time to save him. The main reason was that Li Zixuan's sword was too fast. At the critical moment, Master Xiao flung his sleeve. An iron ball flew out and hit Li Zixuan's sword. This sure-kill sword finally deviated from its trajectory and only cut off Song Tiandao's left arm. A thick and heavy arm fell to the ground with a clang. Even though Li Zixuan hurriedly retreated, he was still splashed by the blood from Song Tiandao's shoulder. Suddenly his white clothes turned red. The elegant young master turned into a demon god. Chapter 140. Silence. The bandits were cheering for their leader's bravery. But in the blink of an eye, Song Tiandao's arm was cut off and he almost died. They were all scared out of their wits and stood rooted to the ground. Master Zhao's heart was also in turmoil. He and the second young master had focused on Li Zixuan's ability to make money, but they didn't make a correct assessment of Li Zixuan's strength. They didn't expect this weak youth to have such high martial arts. It was really unexpected. Li Zixuan returned to his original spot and secretly used the Taishan Sutra to recover his internal energy. In the battle just now, he had used up 20 to 30% of his qi. "Leader Song, you can't beat him one-on-one, so you plan to fight together?" Li Zixuan said sarcastically. Song Tiandao covered his right arm and his face was pale. Facing Li Zixuan's sarcasm, he had nothing to say and could only stare back angrily. On the other hand, the skinny man who had just rushed in walked out with one hand on his waist and the other hand on his thumb and middle finger. he said in a sweet voice. Our lordly is young and has a high position. His martial arts are also so good. My little heart is beating fast. Lord Ju, why are you so angry? Why don't I accompany you to the front of the flowers under the moon? Ugh, Li Zishuan was disgusted. He quickly jumped away and scolded. Damn transvestite, stop. You're neither yin nor yang, hiding your head and tail. I don't think you're a good person either. He didn't expect to meet a transvestite in ancient times. It was really disgusting. The transvestite pointed at Li Zishuan with his thumb and middle finger and said unhappily, Humph, how can you say that to me? I'm so sad. Do you think I'm willing to cover my face in such hot weather? I'm just afraid that you guys won't be able to walk if I take off my veil. Also, what's a transvestite? Why do you say I'm a transvestite? Cough cough. Master Xiao couldn't help but retch. He shouted, Flying snake, come back. Don't mess around. Flying snake. This person was actually the flying snake who went to the Han village to steal wine last time. Flying snake waved his hand discontentedly and said, Master Xiao, let me interact with this handsome young man. Li Zishuan was furious. He pointed his sword at the flying snake and cursed. What bullshit, flying snake? You just disturbed my duel with Song Tiandao. Now I will turn you into a dead snake. Li Zishuan had secretly observed that this flying snake was only in the middle stage of qi transformation, but his movements were too strange. As long as Master Xiao didn't interfere, Li Zishuan was confident that he could defeat him. Yo, since you're so fierce to me, I'll play with you. After saying this, the flying snake's aura suddenly changed. He was no longer as frivolous as before. He took the initiative to move forward, and 3 arc-shaped spikes suddenly extended from his sleeves. They emitted a faint blue light, and were obviously dipped in poison. The flying snake waved his spikes and clawed fiercely at Li Zishuan's face. Li Zishuan had long been on guard against this person's ghostly speed. As soon as the flying snake moved, he had already channeled his strength to his feet. Seeing the flying snake's poisonous spikes attack, he dodged to the side, raised his sword, and slashed at the 3 poisonous spikes. The swords and spikes clashed. Metal clanged and sparks flew in all directions. Both of them were sent flying. The chasing wind sword could cut through iron like mud. Li Zishuan originally thought that this sword could cut through the spikes. Who knew that the result would be like this? It seemed that the flying snake's weapon was not ordinary. Li Zishuan adjusted his body and used the first 5 moves of the 9 Taishan swords. Riding Wind, Graceful Grace, Snow Treading, Wavebreaker and Parting Dust. He wanted to end this battle quickly. The flying snake had previously seen Li Zishuan use Snow Treading and Parting Dust. At that time, he had been amazed by the exquisiteness of Li Zishuan's swordsmanship. However, he had never imagined that this was a complete set of swordsmanship. Furthermore, as he continuously used them, his attacks were endless. Each move was fiercer than the last. The flying snake could only rely on his ghostly body movements to barely block. However, when Li Zishuan used his final move, Parting Dust, the flying snake could clearly see that this move was exactly the same as the one that had cut off Song Tiandao's left arm. However, it was even faster than before. It was truly as fast as flowing light. This was the superposition effect of the 9 Taishan swords. Faced with this extraordinary Parting Dust sword, the flying snake had no time to dodge. Even Master Xiao, who was beside him, could not save him. Without any suspense, this sword pierced the flying snake's throat. The flying snake cried out twice. His neck tilted and he became a dead snake. Master Xiao's eyes widened. Just as he was about to attack Li Zishuan, a masked man suddenly appeared and whispered a few words into his ear. A trace of panic flashed through Master Zhao's eyes. He ignored Song Tiandao and the other bandits and led the rest of the black-clothed men to retreat. Li Zishuan felt somewhat baffled. Song Tiandao felt even more incredulous. He cried out, "Hey Master Xiao, where are you going?" However, the other party simply ignored him. Song Tiandao stomped his feet in anger. He looked at Li Zishuan and said hatefully, "Little bastard, you're really good at fighting. Then I, your grandfather, will see if you can beat over 1,000 of us. Brothers, let's go. Chop this bastard up and avenge the second and third masters. Whoever can cut this brat, once will be rewarded with 10 strings of cash." With such a great reward, brave men were bound to emerge. Moreover, it was 1,000 people against one person. The bandits' fighting spirit immediately soared. They waved the weapons in their hands and rushed toward Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan's face darkened. He didn't expect Song Tiandao to be so shameless. The thing he was most worried about had happened. There was no other way. He could only fight head-on. Li Zishuan gritted his teeth and took the initiative to attack. He used his body to his advantage in the crowd. While constantly dodging attacks, he used the wind-chasing sword in his hand to harvest lives. Song Tiandao retreated far away. He looked at Li Zishuan in the crowd and sneered. He didn't believe that this brat would never run out of strength. Song Tiandao was right. After all, Li Zishuan was only at the peak of the qi refining stage. He hadn't reached the supreme power level yet. After half an hour, although he had killed 70 or 80 bandits, his genuine qi had been almost exhausted. He also had more than 10 knife wounds on his body. Li Zishuan felt a little powerless. No matter how good his kung fu was, he was still afraid of a kitchen knife. If he could get out of here alive today, he must get some high-tech weapons to defend himself. Damn it, how dare you bully my brother? Wooden face, hurry up and let your men kill them. Just when Li Zishuan was feeling desperate, he suddenly heard Chang Chumo's voice behind him. He used the last of his genuine qi, and used the orchid butterfly steps to escape the battle in an instant. He retreated to Chang Chumo's side and said angrily, "Damn it, if you had come a little later, I would have died." Chang Chumo hurriedly supported him and said heartlessly, "Didn't I come? Little Xian, hurry up and rest. These bastards dare to bully people with numbers. Old Chang will let them see what it means to have a lot of people. Wooden face, hurry up." Li Zishuan looked back and saw an old acquaintance. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, General Dugu." Dugu Xian bowed and said, This is this general's duty. Today was different from the past. Li Zishuan was now a noble, so the necessary respect was indispensable. Dugu Xian waved his hand. 1,000 featherwood guards in bright armor entered in a line with murderous intent. It's the imperial court's officers and soldiers. It's the featherwood guards. It's over. Run. When the numerous mountain bandits saw the dense mass of soldiers swarming in from the stronghold gate, they were immediately thrown into disarray and were about to scatter and flee. They were nothing more than a motley crew. How could they dare to cross hands with the elite regular army of the Featherwood Guard? All officers and soldiers, listen to my order. Don't let anyone go. If there is resistance, kill without mercy. Yes. The bandits pushed and shoved each other in panic. The well-trained Featherwood Guards wrapped all the bandits like dumplings in a moment. There were also bandits who were unwilling to be captured and wanted to kill their way out of the encirclement. However, they were cut down by the Featherwood Guards in a few rounds. As the Imperial Army, if they couldn't even defeat the bandits, then wouldn't they, the Featherwood Guards, be laughed at by the other armies? Song Tiandao also wanted to run, but he was surrounded by people. He was seriously injured and couldn't run. A small bandit next to him said with dissatisfaction, "Boss, who did you catch in the end? How did you provoke the Featherwood Guards?" Song Tiandao said angrily, "How the hell did I know that girl's background was so big? It was Master Xiao who paid me 3,000 strings of cash to catch her. It doesn't seem like it's just the Featherwood Guards. How come there are people behind them? Hey, that seems to be Lu Guogong. I've seen him before in Chang'an City. First Master, you've put us in a lot of trouble. Why did you provoke that madman Lu Guogong?" Song Tiandao said with displeasure, "Motherf *Ker, you were more active than anyone else when it came to splitting the money. Now you have the face to say this? Hey, that's Yi Guogong. And Wu Guogong." It turned out to be the Eastern Palace Imperial Guards following behind the Featherwood Guards. Chang Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqijingda, Niu Jinda, and the others all rushed over one after another. The bandits were scared out of their wits. They never thought that they would alarm so many important people. Now their legs were weak. How could they dare to run? They could only pray that they would suffer less after being caught. Chang Chumo laughed arrogantly at the bandits. "Haha, you want to compete with Lousy in terms of numbers? Motherf *Ker, come out and fight again." Li Zishuan ignored that fool. After he thanked Chang Yaojin and the others, he quickly called a bandit to take him to find Han Yushi. People often don't know how precious they are until they lose something. He really wanted to see Han Yushi right now. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. Chapter 141. The underling led Li Zixuan through many twists and turns before arriving at a small shabby hut. Then he respectfully said, "Lord Zhu, it's here." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Go squat in front of the stockade by yourself. Don't think about running away. As long as you haven't committed murder or arson, I'll get someone to give you a lighter punishment." The henchman immediately bowed excitedly and said, "Thank you, Lord Zhu." "Don't worry, Lord Zhu. I definitely won't dare to run away." Li Zixuan waved his hand and sent him away. Then he pushed the door open and entered. He saw Han Yushi's hands tied to the pillar. She was looking at him with tears in her eyes. Li Zixuan hurriedly went forward and helped Han Yushi untie the rope. He grabbed her shoulder and asked with concern, "Yushi, are you okay? They didn't do anything to you, right?" Han Yushi shook her head. She looked at Li Zixuan's tattered and blood-stained clothes. She thought of the person in front of her running dozens of miles alone and ignoring the danger. He went deep into the nest of thousands of bandits to save her. She could not help but say sadly, "Young master, why are you so seriously injured?" "It's all my fault. I caused Uncle Hu's death and young master's injury. Yushi is an inauspicious person." Sob sob. Li Zixuan's heart melted when he heard Han Yushi's crying. He ignored the pain in his arm and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. He said gently, "Nonsense. How can you be an inauspicious person? Yushi, you're a fairy given to me by the heavens. At the same time, you're a demon sent to me by the heavens." Han Yushi was obviously stunned when she heard these contradictory words. She stopped crying and looked up at Li Zixuan. "Young master, how can I be a demon?" Li Zixuan stared at Han Yushi's beautiful face that was still stained with tears. He brewed his emotions and said in a slightly magnetic voice, "Yushi, no matter how many lives the flower blooms and how many times the flower falls, no matter where the wind rises and where the wind stops, you will never be able to escape, because you know in your heart that you are my inner demon." Han Yushi had never heard such touching words of love. She could no longer hold it in and threw herself into Li Zixuan's arms. She hugged him tightly and cried bitterly, "Sob sob, young master. Yushi is not worth your effort. Yushi is not worth it. Yushi even killed Uncle Hu before." Sob sob. Han Yushi hugged him too tightly. Although Li Zixuan grimaced in pain and gasped, he couldn't bear to break such a warm and romantic atmosphere. He could only grit his teeth and endure. He stroked Han Yushi's soft long hair and said softly, "Silly girl, who said that Uncle Hu is dead? He's not dead yet. He's being treated at the Imperial Physician's Department." Han Yushi raised her delicate tear-stained face and said in disbelief, "Young master, are you saying that Uncle Hu is still alive? Young master, is this true?" Li Zixuan nodded. Although old Li Zixuan's injuries were serious, his vital parts were not injured. Li Zixuan believed that with Sun Simiao's medical skills, he would definitely be able to save old Hu. Uncle Hu is indeed still alive. "Yushi, don't blame yourself for everything. It's my fault. I didn't protect you well." Han Yushi quickly shook her head and said, "It's not young master's fault. It's not young master's fault." Li Zixuan stroked her cheek and said affectionately, "Yushi, marry Yushi. Yushi, marry me. Let me protect you for the rest of your life. You are my inner demon. I can't leave you. I want to turn my inner demon into a fairy who will accompany me for the rest of my life. I want to love you until we grow old." "Ah, young master." Han Yushi was so embarrassed by such straightforward words of love that her face turned red. With a cry, she plunged into Li Zixuan's arms like an ostrich. Li Zixuan scratched his head awkwardly. He had racked his brains to recall these words of love from some movies and television works in his previous life. Did Han Yushi agree or not? "Yushi, are you not willing?" Li Zixuan probed carefully. When Han Yushi heard Li Zixuan ask such an idiotic question, she couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes. She thought to herself, young master's words of love before were quite touching, but why is his EQ still so low? However, she was also afraid that Li Zixuan would really misunderstand, so she quickly said, "Young master, Yushi is willing." "Ha ha." Li Zixuan carried Han Yushi in his arms and spun around in a circle with pride and excitement. He laughed and said, Haha, that's great. Yushi, you finally agreed. Hiss. In the end, this guy's extreme joy turned to sorrow. It affected the wound on his back, and he gasped in pain. Han Yushi first thought to herself. What do you mean by I finally agreed? It's you who finally said that you love me, silly young master. Behind him, he heard Li Zishuan's cry of pain. He quickly pulled Li Zishuan's hand and asked anxiously, Young master, where do you hurt? Let me take a look. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said nonchalantly, It's just a small injury. It's fine, it's fine. He looked at Han Yushi's stunning face and delicate red lips. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and murmured, Yushi? Han Yushi raised her small face and looked at Li Zishuan curiously. She saw that handsome face getting closer and closer to her. She also realized what was going to happen next. After hesitating for a moment, she didn't refuse. She closed her eyes and nervously clenched her hands, waiting for the sacred moment to arrive. When Li Zishuan saw that Han Yushi finally put on a look of letting him do whatever he wanted, his index finger couldn't help but move. His heart was also beating wildly with excitement. He tried his best to slowly get closer to Han Yushi's delicate lips, afraid that he would wake up this stunning beauty who was in a deep sleep. At this moment he could even smell Han Yushi's body fragrance. He was only 0.01 centimeters away from Han Yushi's red lips. He heard Cheng Chumo shouting from not far away, Little Xian, we're going back to the city. Hurry up. Han Yushi suddenly woke up. She was afraid that Cheng Chumo, who was not far away, would barge in. She hurriedly broke free from Li Zishuan's embrace and stood at the side with her head lowered shyly. Chow, Cheng Chumo, I won't live under the same sky as you. Li Zishuan roared at the sky unwillingly. The thousands of troops finally set off and returned to Chang'an. Among them were less than 1,000 bandits. Li Zishuan held Han Yushi's hand and walked at the back, mainly to take care of Han Yushi's emotions. This little girl was now so shy that she didn't dare to see anyone. Even when Qin Xiong came over to talk to her, she didn't dare to raise her head. She only stared at the tip of her feet and reluctantly replied with a mosquito-like voice. Chang Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and the others all laughed knowingly. They let the accompanying military doctor treat Li Zishuan's wounds simply, and let the young couple show off their love sweetly at the back. Cheng Chumo also wanted to come over and be a troublemaker before, but he was slapped back by Cheng Yaojin and scolded, You little bastard, why don't you hurry up and find a good girl to marry into the family? Why are you running over there blindly to meddle? Look at little Xian. He's so young, but he's already kidnapped a beautiful little girl. Cheng Yaojin's words were too *king heart-wrenching. Cheng Chumo's expression suddenly looked as if he had eaten a pile of shit. He secretly hated Li Zishuan for not being a good brother. He actually found a wife first, causing him, a single young man, to be scolded by his father. Chapter 142. The sun was setting in the west. This huge team of more than 2,000 people finally arrived at the east side of Chang'an City. In the team there were handsome and energetic generals, tall and heroic dukes, well-trained soldiers in bright armor, simple but powerful family generals, ragged and dispirited bandits, and even more strange was that there was a team of strong men carrying a white horse. Of course, there was also a pair of adulterous couple, who were holding hands and showing off their affection to the crowd. That's right, at least that's what Cheng Chumo thought to himself about Li Zishuan. The white horse that was being carried was the horse that was stabbed by vines on the way to Xiefeng Stockade Village by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan spent money to hire 10 relatively young Cheng family guards to carry the horse back home. At that time, these men refused to take the money. Later, Li Zishuan said, If anyone dares not to take the money, I will pay a few children to pee in front of your door every day. The 10 guards wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads and hurriedly took the money from Li Zishuan. They secretly thought that this young master was truly rich and willful. However, this way of thinking was truly too immoral. Han Yushi looked at the familiar Yanqing Gate, and felt that it was a lifetime ago. During the few hours when she was taken away, she was frightened all the way. She was afraid that the bandits would ruin her innocence, and she was prepared to die to protect her innocence. Later, when she was full of despair, Li Zishuan went deep into the village alone to save her. She really did not expect that she could be saved so quickly. After all, Xiefeng Stockade Village was in the wilderness. It was not easy to find it in such a short time. Thinking of this, Han Yushi could not help but hold his hand tighter, as if this would make her feel safer. They were about to enter the city. Han Yushi did not intend to let Li Zixuan let go of her hand. Although it was embarrassing to be pointed at by so many people, she thought that since the young master liked to hold her hand, then let him hold it. If others liked to say it, then let them say it. She was the young master's woman for the rest of her life. Even if the young master wanted her to die now, she was willing to do so. Holding hands was a small matter, and she could just follow the young master's temperament. As for Li Zixuan, ever since this fellow held Han Yushi's smooth and soft little hand, he could not bear to part with this wonderful touch. Today, he had finally won Han Yushi's hand with great difficulty, so he could not bear to let go. If he wanted to hold her hand, he would hold her hand for a lifetime. It had to be said that after experiencing life and death, Han Yushi and Li Zixuan's attitude towards each other had changed greatly. When the citizens of the city saw such a complicated and strange team, they couldn't help but discuss among themselves. "Io, where did so many troops come from? It's been a long time since I've seen so many troops move out together." "I don't know. It looks like the Featherwood Guard. Could it be that there's a war somewhere? Hey, why did the Featherwood Guard send so many people? Do you think these people are bandits? I think they are quite similar. Hey, isn't that Duke Lu? There's also Duke Yi and Duke Wu. Heavens, where are these bandits so powerful that they can even alarm these dukes to personally suppress the bandits? Hey, who said they weren't? These bandits really don't have eyes. How can they casually provoke these people in Chang'an City?" When Song Tiandao heard these people's discussion, he felt so wrong that he was about to cry. Was he willing to provoke the Featherwood Guard, Chang Yaojin and other big shots? How could he know that a little country girl would have such great power behind her? Song Tiandao was now cursing Master Shao in his heart. If it weren't for him, he would still be the head of the carefree camp in the mountain stronghold. As a result, not only did he not get the 3,000 strings of cash, but he also became a prisoner. Thinking about how Li Zixuan was alone among thousands of people in the mountain stronghold, as if he was in a no man's land. With a long sword he killed people like cutting melons and vegetables. Thinking of this, Song Tiandao felt goosebumps all over his body. This was not something a 14 or 15-year-old child would do. This was much more ferocious than the authentic bandits. Song Tiandao looked at Chang Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and other big shots in front of him, and then secretly glanced back at Li Zixuan, who was talking about love. He couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. He didn't know what kind of cruel punishment was waiting for him. "Yushi, let's go to the Imperial Medical Department to see Uncle Zhang first, and then turn back home." Li Zixuan thought about it and suggested. The main thing was that he was now injured all over. When he went back, his mother would definitely be distressed. Moreover, she might even resent Han Yushi because of this. After all, her son was seriously injured in order to save her. Li Zixuan was sure that according to his mother's personality, this kind of thing could really happen. In order to avoid affecting their relationship, Li Zixuan decided to go to the Imperial Medical Department to see Old Hu first, treat his wounds, and change his clothes before going home. Han Yushi didn't know that Li Zixuan had secretly thought so much for her. Hearing this, she raised her head and said, "Young master, you're going back so late. Will master and madam be worried? Why don't you go home first while Yushi goes to see Uncle Hu?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll send someone back to report that I'm safe." He brought Han Yushi to the front of the group, bowed to Qin Xiong, Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda and Yo Jinda and said sincerely, "I thank all of you for your help today. In 2 days I will hold a banquet at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. I will use the strongest wine and the most delicious dishes to entertain all of you." Chang Yaojin laughed loudly and said, "Haha, good boy, I like hearing these words." Yuqi Jingda and Yo Jinda nodded with a smile. Although part of the reason they came today was because of Li Zixuan, it was mainly because of Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong smiled and said, "Little Xian, you don't have to be so polite to me. Yushi is my adopted daughter. You went to save her alone. I should thank you." Li Zixuan repeatedly said that he didn't dare. He thanked Dugu Xian again, and asked him to investigate the person behind this group of bandits. Then he bid farewell to Qin Chong and said, Uncle Qin, I'll bring Yushi to the Imperial Medical Department to see Uncle Hu first. Qin Chong nodded and said solemnly, speaking of which, this Hu Hanyun was injured because of Yushi. It's already late today, so I won't go over. Little Xian, you have to thank him on my behalf. I'll visit him personally another day. Li Zishuan replied, Don't worry, Uncle Qin. I will. Qin Chong looked at Han Yushi and said, Yushi, you have to visit your adoptive mother tomorrow. She has been talking about you. When she heard that something happened to you, she was worried sick at home. Han Yushi bowed and said, Yes, adoptive father. Yushi will definitely visit adoptive mother tomorrow. Qin Chong smiled and waved his hand. He said kindly, Good child. Quickly go to the Imperial Medical Department. Chapter 143. Uncle Hu, are you all right? Li Zishuan and Han Yushi came to the Imperial Physician's office and asked about old Hu's room. They pushed the door open and entered. They saw that Hu was indeed serving old Hu, who was wrapped up like a dumpling medicine. He quickly walked over and asked. When old Hu saw Li Zishuan come in, he quickly pushed the medicine bowl away and smiled at Li Zishuan. Young master, you're here. I'm here today to thank you for helping Zhenjing and Zhenjing find a miracle doctor. Sai, it's great that you saved the Han family's girl so quickly. Otherwise, old Hu, would never have the face to return to the Han family village. Hearing this, Han Yushi said with red eyes, Uncle Hu, please don't say that. It's all Yushi's fault that you're so seriously injured. If anything happens to you, Yushi won't have the face to see Aunt Lu. Old Hu said indifferently, Sai, this injury is nothing. When I was fighting in the early years, I was injured more seriously than this several times, but I'm still fine. Han girl, young master, don't worry. Old Hu, have a tough life. What do you mean by fine? You broke 12 bones and lost more than half a liter of blood. If your injuries were more serious, I'm afraid you would have died. At this moment, Sun Simiao walked in and said angrily. Behind him, Hu Zhen, who had a white cloth wrapped around his eyes, followed. When old Hu heard Sun Simiao scolding, he laughed embarrassedly and didn't say anything else. Patients were always in awe of doctors. Seeing Sun Simiao come in, Han Yushi bowed to him. Then she went to pull Hu Zhen to the side. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands to Sun Simiao. Daoist son, is Uncle Hu's injury serious? He was shocked when he heard Sun Simiao say that it was so serious. He secretly thought that old Hu was really tough. If it were someone else with such a serious injury, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Sun Simiao said with a serious expression, The injury is very serious. I'm afraid it will take at least 3 months to recover. Xiao Xian, your injury isn't light either. I'll get someone to bandage it for you first. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were fine, everything was fine. He nodded and said, Thank you. Daoist Sunday Sun Simiao summoned 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department. He planned to clean and bandage Li Zishuan in this room. Han Yushi quickly brought Hu out of the door. Daoist son, how is your illness? Inside the room, Li Zishuan gritted his teeth as he endured the doctor's bandaging, while looking at Sun Simiao, who was examining old Hu's injuries. If it weren't for what happened today, he would have come to see Sun Simiao treat Hu Jing and his younger brother in the morning. In the end, he didn't come. Instead, he sent old Hu over. It could be said that the family of 3 was reunited in the Imperial Medical Department. Sun Simiao replied, As expected, Hu is only born with a stutter. He is not mentally retarded. I will perform acupuncture on him for a few days and prescribe him some special medicine. In less than 10 days, he should be able to speak fluently. Li Zishuan looked at Hu Jing next to him with joy. The little fatty scratched his head and smiled gratefully at him. Sun Simiao continued. As for Hu Jing, alas, this child was born with a natural blockage in her Tongzichong acupoint and Qingqi acupoint. I previously performed acupuncture on her, but I didn't manage to open these 2 blocked acupoints. I can only supplement it with herbs and acupuncture. Old Hu, who was lying on the bed, said worriedly, Dr. Sun, can my daughter's eyes be cured? This child can't see at such a young age. What will she do in the future? Sun Simiao thought for a moment and nodded. It can definitely be cured. As the saying goes, a rope can cut a wood, and dripping water can penetrate a stone. Her blocked acupoints are not unbreakable. but it will take a lot of time to cure her eyes. Old Hu's eyes widened in surprise. He pleaded excitedly, Dr. Sun, please save my daughter. I beg divine Dr. Sun to save my daughter. This child has suffered too much since she was young. Every time I see this child's eyes, I, Old Hu, feel heartache. As long as you can help my daughter see the light again, I, Hu Han Yun, am willing to do everything I can and serve you for the rest of my life. Li Zishuan also said, Priest's son, since this child's eyes can be cured, please help. You can use whatever herbs you need. All the expenses will be on me. Old Hu said in surprise, Young master, how can I do that? Sun Simiao patted Old Hu on the shoulder with a smile and said, Why not? Shaoxian is so rich. Who else can pay for him? Don't worry. How can I not save a dying child? This penniless Taoist will definitely save this child. Old Hu said happily, Thank you, Dr. Sunday. Thank you, young master. Sun Simiao nodded and said, It's just that it will take a long time to cure this child's eyes, and I have to do acupuncture every day without stopping. But I can only stay in Chang'an for a month. If you want her to see the light again, this child must leave Chang, and with me in a month. After her eyes are cured, I will send her back to Chang'an. Old Hu lowered his head and thought for a moment. Sun Simiao was really a person of virtue and prestige. If his child went with him, he should be at ease. So he cupped his hands and said, Then I will leave my daughter to you, Priest Sunday. I can't repay your kindness. If you need me in the future, I will not hesitate. Li Zishuan suddenly remembered a conversation with Hu Jingjing. He suddenly had an idea and said to Sun Simiao, Priest's son, since she will follow you from now on, why don't you teach her some medical skills? I have talked with her before and found that this child is quite interested in medical skills. You have cured countless people in your life, but your strength is limited. Why don't you teach a few disciples and pass down your medical skills so that more people can benefit? Hearing this, Sun Simiao's eyes lit up. He stroked his beard and said, This child is indifferent. She is quite suitable to learn medicine. I will teach her some basic medical knowledge in the next 2 days. If this child is really talented, I will accept her as my disciple. Old Hu said happily, Thank you, divine doctor. Sun Simiao was the best doctor in the Tang Empire. If his daughter learned medicine from him, she would have another survival skill in the future. This was a great kindness. Oh! After half an hour, Li Zishuan's wounds were all bandaged. Sun Simiao asked someone to send a clean set of clothes. Li Zishuan changed hastily and went out to find Han Yushi, planning to go home. Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan's clothes were messy and hurried over to help him tidy up his clothes. This ambiguous posture made Li Zishuan's index finger twitch. If it wasn't for the wrong place, he really wanted to do this girl. Sun Simiao coughed dryly behind her. Han Yushi hurriedly helped Li Zishuan tidy up his clothes. Li Zishuan looked and found that from the outside, it was impossible to tell that he had been injured today. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. Old Hu's injuries were too serious and it was inconvenient for him to move. Hu actually had to stay by Sun Simiao's side recently. As expected, Hu had to stay in the Imperial Medical Department to take care of her father. Therefore, when they returned, only Li Zishuan and Han Yushi were with them. Chapter 144. Yongla Lane Li Residence. Ever since Li Zishuan returned to his room in the morning with his sword and left on his horse, the entire Li residence was in chaos. When the servant girl returned to the east courtyard and reported what had happened to Madame Li almost fainted from shock. She hurriedly sent someone to invite Li Jingma back from the west city. When Li Jingma returned, he heard that Han Tianhu's daughter had been taken away, and that his son had disobeyed the imperial decree and gone to the village alone to save her. He was so angry that his face darkened. He couldn't help but curse. This unfilial son! Ouch! Who are you calling an unfilial son? Our son is in danger now. As his father, you don't think of a way to save him. Instead, you're making sarcastic remarks. Are you Xianer's father or not? Mrs. Li was already anxious. Now that she heard her husband scold her precious son as an unfilial son, how could she hold herself back? She used the 9 white bone claw to viciously vent her anger on Li Jingma's waist. When Li Jingma heard the second half of his wife's words, his already dark face became as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, due to his wife's many years of power, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only wave his hand and say, "Madam, calm down. Your husband will think of a way right now." "Humph." Madam Li released her hand hatefully. Li Jingma rubbed his waist as his mind raced to think of a way. His unfilial son's words were of course words spoken in anger. His concern for his son was no less than his wife's. "Madam, don't be anxious. Your husband will personally go to Duke Lu's residence to ask for help. Duke Lu treats Xianer like a nephew. He is also a veteran who has led troops for many years. He will definitely be able to save Xianer." Li Jingma thought about it and felt that this was the only way at present. Madam Li said anxiously, "Then go quickly, master." Li Jingma nodded and spurred his horse out the door. An hour later, Li Jingma returned. "Master, how is it? Is Duke Lu willing to save Xianer?" Madam Li asked as soon as Li Jingma entered. Li Jingma handed the reins to the servant and said to his wife, "Madam, I just went to the house of Duke and didn't run into Duke Lu. The servants in their house said that Duke Lu and Duke Yi brought their family to save Han Yuxi and Xian." Madam Li said in pleasant surprise, "That's great. Master, with Duke Lu and Duke Yi taking action, our Xianer won't be in any danger, right?" When Li Jingma saw his wife looking at him expectantly, he hurriedly nodded affirmatively and comforted her. Of course, High Duke Lu and High Duke Yi were both great generals who could fight against 100 men on their own back in the day. The two High Dukes didn't even take a few bandits seriously. On the way back, I heard that His Majesty had sent 1,000 Yulin guards to assist Xianer in exterminating the bandits. "Madam, don't worry. Xianer will definitely be fine." Madam Li was slightly relieved. When she heard the second half of Li Jingma's words, she said in disbelief, "Master, Xianer defied the imperial edict and didn't answer the summons. Not only did His Majesty not punish him, he even sent troops to help Xianer. What's the reason for this?" Li Jingma was also somewhat bewildered. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. Let's just wait for Xianer to return safely." Ooh. The couple waited for half a day. During this time, Lana and Iron Egg also heard about this matter. Although the two little ones were anxious, this was an adult matter and they couldn't help much. Thus, the two children stayed in the front hall and waited with Li Jingma and his wife. The servants in the house also noticed that the atmosphere in the house wasn't right today. Every one of them was extremely careful, afraid that they would make a mistake. In the evening, Sanbao rushed in and said excitedly, "Master, Madam, the Yulin guards have already entered the city. Young Master and young Miss Yushi are inside and will probably be back soon." Madam Li stood up excitedly and looked at Li Jingma. She said in a trembling voice, "Master, Xianer is back. Xianer is back." As she spoke, she couldn't help but cry. Although Li Jingma comforted her that her son would be fine, she had waited for so long without seeing her son. God knew how much suffering she had experienced as a mother. Now that she finally heard the news of her son's safe return, her suspended heart finally settled. Li Jingma patted Madam Li's shoulder lightly and said with a smile, "Madam, you don't have to worry now. I said before that Xianer will be fine." At this time, Lana also cried out happily, "Mother, don't cry. Lana knows that Big Brother is the best. He will definitely be fine." Iron Egg heard that his sister and young master were fine and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After waiting for half an hour, what they waited for wasn't Li Zishuan, but their family's white horse. Madam Li asked the horse carriers where Li Zishuan went and was told that Li Zishuan and Han Yushi had gone to the Imperial Medical Department to visit Hu Han Yun. When Madam Li heard this, she was secretly annoyed at her son's thoughtlessness. He didn't even know to come back and see his parents first. It wasn't until nightfall that Li Zishuan led Han Yushi back home. Lana was the first to run over. She held Li Zishuan's hand and asked, "Big Brother, are you okay?" Lana and Mother were worried sick. When Li Zishuan heard this, he patted Lana's head with heartache and said, "Big Brother is fine." Madam Li and Li Jingma also walked out at this time. Madam Li hurriedly stepped forward and held Li Zishuan's arms with both hands. She carefully examined Li Zishuan's body for a while before saying, "Xianer, are you hurt?" Li Zishuan hurriedly pretended to be relaxed and said, "Mother, I'm not hurt at all. Don't worry, I've learned martial arts for so many years. I'm very powerful." Lana interjected, Mother, you see, Lana already said that big brother's martial arts are the best. He'll definitely be fine. At this time, Iron Egg ran over to greet Li Zishuan first. Then he went to Han Yushi's side and asked softly, "Big sister, are you okay?" Han Yushi shook her head and whispered, "Big sister is fine." At this time, Madame Li looked at Han Yushi with a complicated expression. Every mother was selfish when it came to their children. She did like Han Yushi before, but today her son was in danger because of her. Madame Li's heart more or less had a knot in it. "Miss Han, it's good that you're okay." Madame Li thought for a long time, but still said this in a neutral tone. Han Yushi's pretty face turned pale when she heard these obviously distant words. She immediately realized that Madame Li had distanced herself from her because of what happened today. She was so anxious that tears almost rolled out. She held back her sadness and hurriedly bowed down. "Madam, it's Yushi's fault. Yushi caused young master to be in danger. Yushi has let master and madam down." Li Zishuan also heard the coldness in his mother's words. He secretly thought that it was a good thing that he went to the Imperial Medical Department first. Otherwise, if he came back covered in blood, wouldn't his mother turn the sky upside down? He quickly went over to help Han Yushi up and said to his mother, "Mother, you can't blame Yushi for this. Those bandits kidnapped her mainly to get the formula for our family's new wine from her. In fact, it's still my fault. If I didn't ask Yushi to help me brew wine, she wouldn't have gone through this disaster now." On the way back, Han Yushi told Li Zishuan everything that had happened during the time when she was captured. When Madame Li heard Li Zishuan's words that were obviously protective of Han Yushi, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at her son. She thought to herself that her son had forgotten his mother when he had a wife. She couldn't help but say unhappily, "Mother didn't blame Yushi. Why are you in such a hurry to jump out and say this?" Actually, she just had a knot in her heart. She didn't really have a problem with Han Yushi. Li Jingma saw that the atmosphere was awkward, so he quickly coughed dryly and said, "Cough cough, Shin Yushi, you haven't eaten yet, right? Don't stand here. Go in, madam, go in too. Cough cough." Lana also chimed in, "That's right, mother. Hurry up and eat." Lana didn't even eat lunch. She's hungry and thin. Madame Li couldn't help but laugh. She poked Lana's forehead with her finger and said angrily, "You little girl, you only know how to eat." Ooh. Chapter 145. Yunshi Building Private Room. Bang! "You dog. Han Yushi is Qin Qiong's adopted daughter. Why didn't you investigate clearly? Now, not only did you not get the formula, but you also made enemies on all sides. This time I'm in big trouble because of you." The second young master of the Wang family was no longer as calm and composed as before. At this moment his eyes were spitting fire and he was like a mad demon. Although the great expert Xiao Ying's head was broken, he still did not dare to make any movements. He could only let the blood roll down from his forehead and down his cheeks. In fact, he felt wronged in his heart. Han Yushi had just become Qin Qiong's adopted father. How would he know? "Young master," Xiao Ying wanted to explain, but the young master waved his hand and said with a dispirited face, "It's over, it's all over. This time we have offended almost half of the forces of the imperial court and the military. It seems that this young master will directly lose the qualification for this family trial." Azure Dragon Lane. "Young master, this is what happened. The Yulin Guards, the Eastern Palace Guards, Duke Lu, Duke Yi, Duke Wu, and General Niu all came together. In the end, of the 1,128 bandits of the Bloody Wind Stockade, except for the 82 who were killed by Li Zishuan, the rest were captured by the Yulin Guards. Li Zishuan was slightly injured, and Han Yushi was safe and sound. In an exquisite room, Leng Yuyao was reporting to Wang Renbiao in detail what happened during the day in the Bloody Wind Stockade. Wang Renbiao gasped after listening. First, he was shocked by the relationship between Li Zishuan and the military leaders in the imperial court. Second, he was shocked by Li Zishuan's shocking fighting strength. Alas, in order to defeat me, my second brother actually came up with such a stupid idea. I'm afraid he can't stay in Chang'an anymore. I'll write a letter and tell my father everything. As for my second brother's punishment, I'll let the family make the decision. But this time it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't told Li Zishuan Han Yushi's location, I'm afraid that Han Yushi would have already met with misfortune. If that happened, it wouldn't be easy to deal with this matter. Our Wang family would also have offended too many powers because of this. Although the Wang clan was one of the 5 clans and 7 watch clans and had a deep foundation, if they were to directly go against these high-ranking military bigwigs, the Wang clan would not be able to withstand it. At this time, the 5 families did not have an absolute advantage in the imperial court. The first reason was that the Guanlong military group was still very powerful at that time. The second reason was that the emperor wanted to suppress it. The third reason was that the imperial examination system was vigorously implemented, which led to the appearance of many concubine court officials. Their only advantage at this time was the public opinion of the world, and their unparalleled right to speak as a landowning household. Leng Yuyao shook her head and continued. The Jianghu expert second young master recruited, Flying Snake, was also killed by Li Zishuan with a single sword strike. Li Zishuan's combat strength is infinitely close to the grandmaster level. If young master wants to be his enemy in the future, you must be careful. Xiaoying heard the news before the imperial court's army arrived and fled in advance. Wang Renbiao said in surprise. Li Zishuan is actually that formidable? This young master really did not expect it. But Yao why do you always think that I will become enemies with Li Zishuan? I am currently working with him, so you shouldn't always look at things based on your personal grudges. Leng Yuyao was still expressionless. She said coldly, Young master, Yuyao is not saying this because she hates Li Zishuan. Yuyao is just relying on her intuition that young master and Li Zishuan will become enemies in the end. Wang Renbiao asked curiously, Oh? Why is that? Leng Yuyao replied, Because young master and Li Zishuan are both equally outstanding people. Wang Renbiao. After a while Leng Yuyao broke the silence. Young master, Li Junxian personally led a group of 100 cavalry out of the city today. Yuyao guesses that it is very likely to be to investigate second young master's kidnapping of Han Yushi. Wang Renbiao's expression became unprecedentedly grave. He stood up and said, It seems like second brother, the mastermind behind the scenes, will be exposed soon. This won't do. If I want to save second brother's life, I'm afraid that I'll have to have my father personally make a trip to Chang'an. Yao grind the ink. I'll write a letter right now. Leng Yuyao frowned unwillingly. Second young master was against young master before. Why are you still helping him now? Wang Renbiao scratched Leng Yuyao's nose in amusement and sighed. Although he doesn't treat me as an older brother, I have always treated him as a younger brother. Leng Yuyao's face turned slightly red. She still said unhappily, Young master is so magnanimous, but second young master will definitely not remember your kindness. Wang Renbiao smiled and shook his head, not replying. Oh, Taiji Palace. It was still brightly lit. Paying respects to your majesty. Li Junxian bowed. Li nodded and asked, Junxian, have you found out who ordered these bandits? Replying to your majesty, according to this general's investigation, the person who contacted the bandit leader Song Tiandao is called Xiaoying, the shopkeeper of Yunxi Pavilion. He intended to kidnap Han Yushi to obtain the recipe for immortal intoxication and gentle softness. The owner of immortal intoxication is Wang Rani, the bastard son of Sui Province's governor Wang Yu. His birth mother is Cui Qinfang of the Cui family of Qinghe. When Wang Yu married Princess Tong'an, Li Yuan was only a duke and had not yet started a rebellion. At that time Princess Tong'an was still not a princess. Thus, it was not against the law for Wang Yu to take a concubine. After hearing Li Junxian's report, Li frowned deeply. He said unhappily, Under the feet of the Son of Heaven, this Wang Rini actually dared to collude with bandits and kidnap Xu Bao's adopted daughter. He is truly audacious. Moreover, immortal intoxication and gentle softness have already become the imperial wine of the palace. Wang Rini dared to dream of getting his hands on them? I would like to issue an edict to ask Wang Yu how he disciplined him. If Wang Rini was here, he would definitely cry out that he had been wronged. Firstly, he did not know that Han Yushi was Qin Qiong's adopted daughter. Secondly, he did not know that immortal intoxication and gentle softness were the imperial wine of the palace. If he had known either of these points, he would definitely not have done so. This was completely a disaster caused by the lack of information. Tonight, Chang'an City was not peaceful. Those who were observant would be able to find out what had happened during the day. Thus, those who had hedonistic sons were all taught not to offend the girl called Han Yushi. Of course, they could not offend Li Zishuan either. The military forces supporting them were simply too powerful. Yongla Lane Li Mansion. This place was filled with laughter. Li Zishuan did not even have time to eat lunch. Later on, he had used up so much energy that he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. Now that he saw a table full of delicious food, how could he endure it? Not long later, he was full to the point of groaning. Just as he was about to go outside for some fresh air and digestion, he heard Li Jingma say, "Xin'er, sleep early tonight. You still have to attend the morning court tomorrow." Li Zishuan opened his eyes wide in disbelief. "Father, why do I have to attend the morning court?" If he attended the morning court, he would not be able to sleep in. He did not want to attend the morning court. Li Jingma said angrily, "His Majesty sent someone to pass on a message this afternoon. He wants you to attend the morning court tomorrow. You have to go this time. You disobeyed the edict today. Later on, you will have to write a memorial to ask for forgiveness. Go and ask for forgiveness tomorrow." Ah! Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. Chapter 146. Li Residence Study. "Xin'er, why are you looking for me? Why are you being so secretive?" After dinner, Li Zishuan quickly invited his mother to the study while everyone else went back to their rooms to rest. Li Zishuan smiled as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Mrs. Li. "Mother, have some tea." Mrs. Li looked at her son suspiciously but still took the teacup. She took a sip and asked, "Xin, why are you looking for me? Tell me." Li Zishuan laughed dryly. "Hee, mother, look at what you're saying. Can't I chat with you if I have nothing to do?" Mrs. Li rolled her eyes and said in disbelief, "TSK, do you think I don't know you? You've been back for so long, and when have you ever chatted with me? If you have something to say it quickly." Li Zishuan was embarrassed. No one knew him better than his mother. He said awkwardly, Mother, what do you think of Yushi?" Mrs. Li replied in confusion, "She's okay. What's wrong?" Li Zishuan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Mother, I want to. Mrs. Li saw her son's shy and stuttering look. She thought for a moment and immediately understood. She couldn't help but find it funny. She had just told her husband about this a few days ago. She had already been looking for a matchmaker to arrange this matter. She didn't expect her son to be so impatient. Mrs. Li deliberately teased, "Xin'er wants to get married?" Although Li Zishuan was a little embarrassed if he didn't step forward to arrange this matter, was he going to wait for Han Yushi to bring it up? Li Zishuan couldn't do such an irresponsible thing. Mother, I want to marry Yushi. What do you think?" Mrs. Li was relieved. This blockhead of a son was finally enlightened. Mother has already arranged this matter for you. In a few days, a matchmaker will go to Han Tianhu's house to propose marriage. Mrs. Li smiled. Li Zishuan opened his mouth in surprise. Mother, how did you know?" Mrs. Li said unhappily, "Mother carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. How could Mother not know what you're thinking? You just have to stay at home and wait for your bride to come in." Li Zishuan was also very happy that his mother was so considerate. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Mother." Thinking that her son was about to have a family and start a career, Mrs. Li was truly happy. She got up and said with a smile, "Well, look at how proud you are. Go back and rest. You still have to go to the morning court tomorrow." After Madame Li finished speaking, she went out with a smile. The next day, after the bell and drum of Chang and city had been struck 4 times, the lights in the Li mansion began to be lit one by one. The maids and servants were busy lighting the fire and boiling water, preparing to wash their masters and make breakfast. The groom washed the horse clean. Li Jingma and Madame Li hurried back and forth, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Today was their son's first official appearance in court. Last time, Li Zishuan had been summoned by Li Heir to denounce him for his crimes, not to have an official appearance. Li Zishuan was still asleep when he was pulled up. Mrs. Li gave Xiaohe a strict order. The little girl ignored Li Zishuan's muddle-headed complaints and wiped his face and brushed his teeth. The bitterness of the willow branches didn't drive away Li Zishuan's sleepiness. He put on the official uniform and the golden crown. He was underage, so he couldn't wear the official hat. He changed into thin deerskin boots and fastened the ceremonial sword to his belt. He came to the front hall and ate a big bowl of porridge hastily. He felt a little less sleepy, so he checked his equipment again. Under the gaze of the whole family, he got on the horse and went out. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was not yet time to open the doors. The entire market was quiet, and a cold crescent moon was hanging in the sky. Shouldn't they be lying on their beds and sleeping comfortably at this time? Li Zixuan couldn't help but criticize the inhumane morning court again. After a long time, the gate was finally opened. Li Zixuan got on the horse and went out of Yongla Lane to Vermilion Bird Avenue. He saw soldiers patrolling the streets, but no other officials passed by. After checking his identity, the soldiers of the warden's office saluted in unison, leaving 2 carrying huge lanterns to lead the way. Taiji Palace was in the north of the city. It was built against the mountain, facing the south with its back to the north. This was the privilege of the imperial family. Of course, it wasn't a big deal for ordinary people to live in the north. Li Er didn't have to care about this. He arrived at the imperial city. From a distance, he saw the brightly lit gate and a crowd of people. They cupped their hands in greeting and chatted amiably. But whether they were smiling sincerely or hiding a knife in their smile, he couldn't tell. Li Zixuan saw the civil and military officials were divided into 2 groups, clearly separated. He was in a dilemma. He didn't know whether he was a civil official or a military general. Cheng Yaojin came over to solve the problem. He patted Li Zixuan's shoulder vigorously and said in a rough voice, "You brat, why aren't you coming with me? What are you waiting for? Don't tell me you want to join that group of scholars?" Cheng Yaojin ignored the angry glares of Fang Xianling, Zhang Sunwuji and the other civil officials. He slowly pulled Li Zixuan into the military general group. Li Zixuan argued fiercely in the imperial court last time. He fought with Yuan Wendao and Wei Zheng, and was finally conferred the title of Baron Lan Tian. All the military generals knew him. Besides, after the big commotion in Chang'an yesterday, everyone had a direct understanding of Li Zixuan's connections in the military. They knew that this young man shouldn't be offended, so they all nodded kindly to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was just a loser in his previous life. He had never been an official and wasn't good at socializing, but he adhered to the principle that people shouldn't be offended by too much courtesy. He bowed respectfully to all the big shots. After one round, his face muscles were stiff from smiling and his neck was sore from nodding. Then he returned to Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong and the others. Li Zixuan went to Qin Qiong and whispered, "Uncle Qin, I didn't answer the summons yesterday. Will His Majesty punish me today?" He heard that Han Yushi was in trouble yesterday and his heart was in a mess. He didn't have time to care about Li Er's summons. Later, when he returned home, he felt a lingering fear. In his previous life, he had seen many historical dramas. In them, it was said that disobeying an imperial decree was a serious crime. So he was very uneasy now. Qin Qiong stroked his beard and smiled. "It should be fine. Yesterday, His Majesty heard that you disobeyed an imperial decree and was indeed very angry. But later, His Highness the Crown Prince and I mediated between them. His Majesty then calmed down. Today he shouldn't punish you too much. In fact, disobeying an imperial decree depended on the situation. There was no such thing as disobeying an imperial decree in the laws of previous dynasties. This was a general term for such crimes. 9 familial exterminations wouldn't be used easily. Even the most violent monarchs would use it carefully. If disobeying an imperial decree was disobeying an imperial decree, then there wouldn't be an immortal poet who said that he was a wine immortal. After hearing Qin Qiong's words, Li Zixuan heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart. He secretly praised Li Changqian, this brother, and Qin Qiong, this elder, for being too reliable. He bowed deeply to Qin Qiong and thanked him. "Many thanks, Uncle Qin." Qin Qiong waved his hand and didn't care. At this time, a servant came forward and shouted, "Go to court." The officials immediately quieted down and lowered their heads. They carried the imperial decree and slowly entered Taiji Palace. Chapter 147. Following the crowd, Li Zixuan entered the Taiji Palace. It was his first time attending the court, so he didn't know where he should stand. Adhering to the principle of not standing out, he quietly hid at the back of the army, where there was a big pillar. After the officials greeted Li Er, the deacon eunuch announced, "If there's something to report, the court is dismissed." The morning court officially began. The first one to stand out was Feng Xianling. Old Feng spoke a lot of words. Li Zixuan listened for a long time before he understood the general idea. The general idea was that the people of Jinzhou, Bazhou, Chenzhou, Luozhou, and other provinces far away from Chang, and had heard that a better plow had appeared near Chang'an. They had gathered at the local government office to petition for the court to give some of the curved plows to them. Li Er waved his hand and ordered the Ministry of Works to increase production and promote the curved plows to the whole country. Li Zixuan listened for a while and felt a little sleepy. He had woken up too early in the morning. He secretly glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he leaned against the red pillar behind him and took a nap. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he had chosen a good position. This feeling was just like when he was in university. He always sat at the back, and the teacher didn't notice him. It had to be said that Li Zixuan's action was quite confusing. He leaned against the pillar, hugged the table, arched his back and closed his eyes to sleep. From afar, he looked no different from the other officials. After a while he fell asleep. Li Zixuan had a strange dream. He dreamed that he was back in university, back in the classroom. On the podium was the beautiful advanced mathematics teacher who had taught him before. She was talking about the Taylor series, which troubled Li Zixuan the most. Strangely, his girlfriend was sitting next to him. After all, his girlfriend and he were not in the same school. In the dream, Li Zixuan didn't raise any questions about this. He held his girlfriend's hand and leaned over the table to chat with her in a low voice. As they chatted, they even started to play kissing in class. Li Zixuan, get up and expand this function into a Taylor series. The teacher slammed the table and yelled at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan quivered and was immediately startled awake. Lord Li, His Majesty is calling for you. Quickly wake up and let go of my hand." When Li Zixuan opened his eyes, he saw a military official with a face full of pimples and wearing a green robe beside him. The military official was calling him to wake up in a low voice, and at the same time seemed to be pulling his hand. Li Zixuan was shocked. He lowered his head and saw that the hand of his girlfriend in his dream was actually this person's dog paw. No wonder it felt wrong. He felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly threw away the military official's hand. With a face full of fear, he took 2 steps back. At this moment, Li Er's slightly angry voice came from above. "Lan Tianju? I asked you a question, why aren't you answering?" All the officials in the hall looked over. Li Zixuan knew that things were not good. Old Li was going to mess with him. Li Zixuan walked forward while thinking of a countermeasure. After a while, he came to the front of the officials and bowed to Li Er. "Your Majesty, when I was listening to Your Majesty's teachings, I felt as if I was bathing in the holy light. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of the red sun rising, its great light, the magnificent scene of the river flowing out of the water. Your Majesty's words were like pearls, and every sentence contained the truth of heaven and earth. I was meditating and was a little distracted, so I didn't hear what Your Majesty said. I am guilty, Your Majesty, please punish me." Chang Yaojin widened his eyes and looked at Li Zixuan as if he was looking at a monster. He thought to himself, "Good boy, your skin is so thick. It's almost as thick as mine." Qin Xiong turned his face away and pretended not to know this shameless junior. Li Chengqian, who was standing below Li Er, didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at his good brother. This was the first time he saw Li Zixuan being so shameless. Some of the civil officials were shocked, but most of them were indignant. Scholars valued integrity. As a baron of the Great Tang, Li Zixuan actually flattered Li Er in such a blatant manner to cover up his crime. This was too shameless. He could be called a treacherous traitor. Li Er's face darkened. He had clearly seen the little movements of Li Zixuan and that military official from his seat above. He had not expected that Li Zixuan would come up with such blatant lies, his mouth full of nonsense. Moreover, he could make the matter of sleeping in court sound so fresh, refined, and reasonable. In the entire Great Tang, perhaps only this brat could do such a thing? Shut up! Li Er angrily slapped the dragon table and pointed at Li Zixuan. He was burning with anger, but he didn't know how to reprimand Li Zixuan. Li Er took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. Then he said again, I just said, Lord Lantian, you disobeyed the imperial decree yesterday. What should be your punishment? Qin Xiong had already told him about this matter. Li Zishuan already had an idea in his heart. Li Er was probably trying to scare him. Li Zishuan pretended to be terrified and bowed down. Your Majesty, I am young and inexperienced. I didn't know the severity of the matter and was confused for a moment. I made a big mistake. Your Majesty, please punish me. All right, I'm only 14 years old. I'm young and don't know any better. You are the emperor, you can't be so calculative with a kid, right? Moreover, as to why I disobeyed the imperial decree, I'm sure you know the reason better than anyone. Li Zishuan thought to himself. This was the advantage of being young. Li Er choked on Li Zishuan's words. It was rare for someone to be conferred a title at the age of 14. After experiencing so many things, Li Er had almost forgotten Li Zishuan's true age. The matter of disobeying the imperial decree, there is a reason for it. I can temporarily not pursue it. Li Zishuan quickly thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Li Er said in annoyance. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I haven't finished speaking. A few days ago, I heard that you made immortal drunken wine in Gentle Village, as well as red braised meat, red braised lion's head, and other dishes. When Li Er said this, some of the officials in the hall couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It was obvious that these people had eaten the new dishes and drunk the new wine of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. When Li Er mentioned this, although his mouth was a little greedy, he still continued to speak with a serious face. As a baron of a country, you don't do proper work. Instead, you spend all your time studying, eating, and drinking. What a scandal! A few days ago, the Imperial College's mathematics doctor, Lu Qingshan, retired. I originally planned to let Su Hongji teach on his behalf, but Mr. Su wrote a letter saying that your mathematics ability was above his and recommended you to teach. After much consideration, I have decided to appoint you as the Imperial College's mathematics doctor. You will take up the post tomorrow. Li Zishuan was immediately dumbfounded. Letting him teach a group of hedonistic brats, wasn't this a scam? How could this be more comfortable than being an otaku at home and hugging his goddess? Old Li couldn't bear to see him idle. Your Majesty, this official's talent is shallow. I'm afraid I can't take on this heavy responsibility. Li Zishuan weakly protested. Li Er waved his sleeves and said decisively, Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to go, then go. Do you still want to disobey the imperial decree? After he finished speaking, he stared at Li Zishuan with a murderous gaze. Li Zishuan felt Li Er's deep malice and full of threat. He secretly scolded Li Er for not talking about human rights and democracy, and for forcing women into prostitution. This official obeys the imperial decree. All right, the arm can't win against the thigh. Li Zishuan could only admit defeat. Only then did Li Er nod his head in satisfaction. He looked at the group of civil officials and said, Chancellor Kong, from now on, Li Zishuan will be supervised by you at the Imperial College. If this person is lazy, late, or leaves early, inform me. I will deal with him. An elegant white-haired old man walked out and bowed. This old official obeys the imperial decree. Li Zishuan secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Not only did old Li give him work, he even sent an old man to be his supervisor. The imperial court schemes are deep. I have to go back to the countryside. I can't live like this anymore. Chapter 148. Imperial Palace, Taiji Palace. Li Zishuan, who felt that there was no more joy in life, wanted to return to his original position, but was interrupted by a cold snort from Li Er. He obediently walked to the position that Li Er pointed to, which was the 6th row of the civil officials. In front of him stood Chancellor Kong, who had previously stepped forward to answer. Li Zishuan guessed that this Chancellor Kong should be Kong Yingda. This little old man was quite famous in the Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan had heard of him in the future. The morning court session was still going on. Li Zishuan stood there listlessly with his head drooped as he listened to the various big shots tear each other apart. Although the battle was intense, he was not interested in it at all. This kind of scheming imperial court really did not suit him. There was no table in front of him to lie down on and no pillar behind him to lean on. Standing in this awkward position, Li Zixuan could not fall asleep, even if he wanted to. After waiting in a daze for nearly 2 hours, the morning court session finally ended. Li Zixuan could not help but want to look up to the sky and howl. It finally ended. After moving his sore thighs and rubbing his hungry stomach, Li Zixuan followed the civil and military officials out of the main hall and prepared to go home to eat. He saw that the person walking in front of him was Kong Yingda. He thought that in the future, he would be going to the Imperial College to teach. This old man was equivalent to the principal of the Imperial College. In order to ensure that he would not be bullied in the future, he had to pay his respects and build a good relationship with the leader. Chancellor Kong, please wait. When Kong Yingda heard someone calling him, he slowed down his footsteps. Li Zixuan quickly walked forward and cupped his hands. This little one greets Mr. Kong. Mr. Kong has abandoned the regional prejudice of the southern and northern schools. Mr. Kong is a famous scholar of the present age. This little one has admired Mr. Kong for a long time. This little one feels extremely honored to be able to work under Mr. Kong in the future. As the saying goes, flattery never fails. Li Zixuan came up and started to flatter Kong Yingda. However, Kong Yingda had experienced the vicissitudes of life and was indifferent to fame and fortune. Li Zixuan's flattery had no effect on him. He looked at Li Zixuan with his wise eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, "If this old man remembers correctly, Lan Tianjue should belong to the Taoist lineage, right? Why would he admire our Confucian culture?" Li Zixuan almost choked to death in an instant. He secretly thought that this old man was not an easy character to get along with. He laughed dryly and said, "Master, I'm afraid that you are mistaken. So what if it's Confucianism or Taoism?" Back then, Kongshi eliminated the views of the Confucian school of scripture and the Taoist school of thought and selected the best school of thought from the various schools of thought. Thus, he brought an end to the various disputes that had existed since the Western Han dynasty. Later on, he abandoned the prejudice of the northern and southern schools of thought and embraced the various schools of thought. He merged the northern and southern schools of thought together and preserved the results of the Western Han dynasty. This way, the teachings of the predecessors would not disappear and the scholars of the future generations would be able to look up to him. Since Kongshi was able to embrace different schools of thought within the Confucian school, why couldn't he jump out of the Confucian school and look at the other schools of thought with a tolerant attitude? Since ancient times, the existence of the two schools of thought is reasonable. Confucianism and Taoism have existed for thousands of years, and there are many similarities between the two schools of thought. Why can't they learn from each other's strengths and make up for their weaknesses? Li Zixuan was just speaking casually. However, as he spoke, he couldn't help but reveal some of his understanding of Confucianism and Taoism from the depths of his mind. In the memories that he inherited, he had an extremely deep impression of the Taoist school of thought. Kong Yingda had previously seen Li Zixuan flatteringly Erda without a shred of integrity in the imperial court, so he had some contempt for Li Zixuan. Hearing Li Zixuan's words now, he couldn't help but praise in his heart that this kid really had some real talent. He couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. What a good existence is reasonable. What a good learn from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses. Your understanding of the Confucian and Taoist schools of thought is truly insightful. Not bad, not bad. Child, since you have such talent, why did you try to flatter the emperor in the royal court? How can a scholar not have strength of character? Seeing that Li Zixuan was a talent that could be molded, Kong Yingda couldn't help but offer a few more words of advice, hoping that Li Zixuan would realize his mistake and mend his ways. Li Zixuan sweated inwardly. It turned out that his performance in the royal court had left these civil officials with a bad impression of flattery. He couldn't help but curse these civil officials. They could have strength of character, admonishing the emperor, and leaving their name for generations to come. However, he didn't want these empty titles. He only wanted to hug his wife and live happily for the rest of his life. What did the strength of a scholar have to do with him? Master Kong, this child has just entered the royal court and isn't clear about the matters of the royal court. Today, when I was reprimanded by His Majesty, this child recalled the time when I was young and was scolded by my master for doing something wrong. This is why this child spoke without thinking. Master Kong, please don't take offense. Li Zixuan racked his brains and came up with an excuse that wasn't an excuse. Right now I'm still a child. You big shots have the nerve to talk to me about the strength of a scholar? What kind of person was Kong Ingda? He immediately understood the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words. Only now did he remember Li Zishuan's age and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He stroked his beard to alleviate the awkwardness. Cough, this old man naturally won't blame you. I just hope that when you take up a post in the Imperial College in the future, you will do your best to educate people. This old man believes that a person who can create a curved plow and bring prosperity to the people naturally has an excellent character. He finally managed to settle this new superior. It wasn't easy at all. Li Zishuan secretly let out a sigh of relief. He clasped his hands and said, "This child will remember Master Kong's teachings." Kong Ingda smiled and waved his hand, saying, "All right then. This old man will wait for Lan Tianju to take up his post at the Imperial College tomorrow." The two of them chatted for a while before parting ways. Li Zishuan wanted to chase after Qin Qiong and the others. Han Yushi was going to visit Madame Qin in the morning so he could bring Han Yushi home while he was at it. Ever since he and Han Yushi revealed their feelings for each other, Li Zishuan always wanted to be by Han Yushi's side. Even if he didn't do anything, just looking at Han Yushi's beautiful face and feeling Han Yushi's gentle personality was also very good. However, Li Zishuan didn't allow him to be idle and always caused trouble for him. Thinking about how he was going to work at the Imperial College tomorrow, Li Zishuan couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Just as he was about to leave the Gate of Heaven Influence, he heard someone shout from behind, "Sir Li, please wait. His Majesty has something to say." Li Zishuan's face darkened. This was too much. This was too much. What was old Li trying to do? Could he still let him go home to eat? Li Zishuan silently drew countless small circles in his heart, cursing Li Zishuan for not being able to get it up at night. Then he calmed himself down and turned around. When the servant ran over, Li Zishuan's expression had returned to normal. He asked, "May I ask why His Majesty is looking for me?" The servant took a few deep breaths and said, "Sir, I don't know. Please move, His Majesty is waiting." All right. Damned feudalism. Evil imperial power is supreme. Then let's go. Chapter 149. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan followed the eunuch to the inner hall behind Taiji Palace. He saw Li Er eating and drinking at a few tables above. Li Zishuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. If you want to eat, just eat. Why did you call me over? Do you want me to watch you eat? Li Er swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded at Li Zishuan. No need for formalities. I asked you to come because I want to show you something. You will definitely be very interested in it. With that, he asked the eunuch beside him to deliver a booklet to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan received it with both hands and curiously flipped it open. He saw rows of densely packed words without even punctuation marks. Li Zishuan forced himself to endure the discomfort and read on word by word. After reading half of it, Li Zishuan finally understood that what was written on it was actually the investigation report of the kidnapping of Han Yushi yesterday. Li Er was right. Li Zishuan was really interested in this. Yesterday's matter wasn't over yet. The mastermind behind the bandits still hadn't been caught. He perked up and finished reading the entire booklet. Then, he returned the booklet to the eunuch. He was extremely shocked. Yunshi Restaurant hired bandits to kidnap Han Yushi in order to obtain the new wine formula. This was within Li Zishuan's expectations. It was just a matter of interest. What he really didn't expect was that Yunshi Restaurant's owner was Wang Reni from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Although the booklet didn't mention the relationship between Wang Reni and Wang Renbiao, Li Zishuan could roughly guess it. The last time Wang Renbiao came to seek cooperation, he said that the reason he came out to do business was because of a trial for his family's disciples. Then the relationship between Wang Reni and Wang Renbiao was obvious. Even if they weren't brothers, they were probably close family members. Li Zishuan's expression was uncertain. He had a good impression of Wang Renbiao before, which was why he cooperated with him. However, he didn't know what role Wang Renbiao played in this matter. Are you done reading? Is there anything you want to say? Li Zishuan wiped his mouth and asked casually as he looked at Li Zishuan's changing expression. Li Zishuan bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I would like to know how Your Majesty intends to deal with these bandits and the person behind them." Li Er said indifferently, Han Yuxi is Shu Bao's adopted daughter. These lawbreakers should be severely punished. The bandits of the Blood Wind Stockade gathered in the mountains and committed many illegal acts. The bandit leader should be beheaded in public. As for the other accomplices, they should be exiled or dismissed. I have already ordered the Supreme Court to arrest the shopkeeper of the Yunxi restaurant. As for Wang Renyi, how do you want me to deal with him? Li Zixuan thought for a moment, then spat out a word with a cold expression. Kill. Anyone who dared to touch his woman, no matter who it was, would have to pay the price. Even though the Wang family was a 1,000-year-old clan, he could easily get a few carts of gunpowder and raze the entire Wang family to the ground. Moreover, Wang Renyi was only one person. He could not represent the entire Wang family. Li Er raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "You are really a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. The Wang family is a rich and powerful clan. Wang Renyi's birth mother is from the Cui family in Qinghe. If I kill Wang Renyi because of this, won't the Wang family and the Cui family fall out with me? Won't all the noble families in the world be in danger because of this?" Li Zixuan was not convinced and said, "Your Majesty, you are the ruler of a country. Our Tang Empire has many fierce generals. How can we be afraid of these aristocratic families?" Li Er stared and said, "How dare you? The affairs of aristocratic families are not as simple as you think. How much do you know? Don't use these words to provoke me. Wang Renyi's birth father, Wang Yu, married my imperial aunt. I must give him some face. Wang Renyi cannot be killed. At most, I will make sure he never appears in Chang'an. Wang Yu will come to Chang'an soon. He will talk to you about this." Li Zixuan did not give up and said, "Your Majesty, you really can't kill him?" Li Er angrily threw a book on the table at Li Zixuan. However, Li Zixuan cleverly dodged it. Li Er said angrily, "Why is your killing intent stronger than mine? You are from the Taoist school." But then again, Han Yuxi did not suffer any harm in this matter. She is not anxious. Why are you so anxious? Li Zixuan said, "Your Majesty, Han Yuxi is already my fiancé. Of course I am anxious." I see. No wonder you are jumping around like someone stepped on your tail. Alright, let's end this matter here. Don't think about killing people in private to vent your anger. Unless you don't want to be a baron anymore, and want to take your family and flee for the rest of your life. Li Er made the final decision and drew an imperfect end to this matter. Li Zixuan was helpless. He really wanted to wait for Wang Renyi to leave Chang, and to kill him. He did not expect to be blocked by Li Er's last sentence, which was slightly threatening. "Your Majesty, if Wang Renyi threatens my family again in the future, even if your Majesty does not kill him, I will definitely do it. Even if the Wang family and the Cui family join forces to seek revenge, I am willing to bear it alone. At most, I will perish together with tens of thousands of people from the two families. I definitely have the ability to do so. Since he could not kill him this time, he had to be prepared. If Wang Renyi did not give up and continued to court death, then he, Li Zixuan, would not be polite." Li Er narrowed his eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Hey you brat, talk big. But don't worry, after Wang Renyi returns to the Wang family, he definitely won't have the ability to stand out again, let alone have the ability to deal with you. Oh, by the way, I have seen the trial of the Supreme Judiciary, and found that the bandits of Xiefeng Stockade Village also did a case 2 months ago. You were there at that time, right? It is said that you were sneakily attacked and fell off the cliff?" Li Er paused for a moment and then continued. But his eyes were full of gossip and ridicule. Li Zixuan was speechless. Li Er was so shameless and always exposed people's shortcomings. "Your Majesty, it was my first time to go down the mountain and I did not know how sinister people were. I was careless and was killed by a villain." Li Er laughed and said, "I did not expect that an immortal like you would almost be killed by a group of bandits, haha. Your Majesty, what happened to the girl in the end? Was she taken away by the bandits?" Li Zixuan's heart stirred as he changed the topic. "No. Later, the soldiers arrived and the bandits fled. The soldiers took advantage of the chaos and caught the second and third leaders of Xiefeng Stockade Village." "Why? You saved the beauty. Did you take a fancy to her?" Li Er asked with a smile. Ba, Li Er is so shameless." Li Zixuan quickly shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, what are you talking about? When I see injustice on the road, I draw my sword to help. I did not even see the girl from the beginning to the end. How could I like her? Li'er was surprised and said, Haha, I did not expect you to be so chivalrous. A few days ago, I heard that you gave Xu Bao 2 bottles of medicinal wine. I saw that Xu Bao's complexion had greatly improved these 2 days. You did a good job. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Uncle Qin treats me like a nephew. This is what I should do. Li'er nodded with relief and said, Okay, then you can leave. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something and asked, Well, Your Majesty, I want to ask if the doctor of the Imperial College needs to attend the morning court? Li'er thought that this kid was good, but now he almost spat out blood when he heard this. He really wanted to take him out and chop him up to feed the dogs. Li'er impatiently waved his hand and said, No, get out. The doctor of the Imperial College belonged to the lower 5th rank. Only officials of the 5th rank and above were qualified to attend the morning court every day. Li Zishuan happened to be at the threshold. Hearing that he did not need to attend the morning court in the future, Li Zishuan did not mind Li'er's bad tone at all. He smiled and bowed to Li'er and said, I will leave. Then he retreated out of the room. Li'er looked at Li Zishuan's back. After a long time he suddenly felt funny and shook his head and murmured, This kid, I have nothing to do. Why should I bother with him? Chapter 150. In the back hall of Taiji Palace, Li'er supported his chin with his hand and was thinking about what Li Zishuan had said. The foundation of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes was too huge, and they had a high reputation everywhere. It was easier said than done to weaken the aristocratic families. The eunuch in the hall picked up the memorial that Li'er had used to hit Li Zishuan and carefully placed it beside Li'er's hand. Then he quietly retreated to the side. Li'er's eyes inadvertently swept over and realized that the memorial was the secret memorial that Qin Qiong had presented to him yesterday. It was over. He was so angry that he forgot about the important matter. Men, quickly summon Li Zishuan back. Li'er hurriedly ordered. Yes. Although the eunuch was puzzled, he did not dare to ask. He quickly retreated and chased after Li Zishuan. Waves, waves, waves. I don't need to go to court and don't wake up early. I'll sleep until daybreak tomorrow. Li Zishuan happily walked on the palace road. Although he was unable to kill the mastermind behind the scenes, Li'er had promised him that Wang Rini would not come to provoke him in the future. More importantly, he would no longer have to attend this damned morning court. Guessing that Han Yushi should have come out of Qin Manor by now, Li Zishuan planned to go home and eat. He only had a bowl of porridge in the morning and did not even eat a steamed bun. Now he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. He almost forgot that the steamed buns of the Tang dynasty were too disgusting. They were sour and had a strange taste. He once vomited after eating a mouthful. Lordly, lordly, wait. His Majesty summoned you back. It was the same voice, the same place. Li Zishuan really wanted to jump into the pond and drown. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan bowed weakly. You dare not to come back when Old Li asked you to? You could say that he was a coward, but if you transmigrated, why don't you try being a coward? Don't make trouble. I just forgot something. I'll let you go after this. When Li'er saw Li Zishuan fooling around, he wanted to laugh. He shook his head and said, This is the secret memorial that Xu Bao presented yesterday. Take a look. A servant passed the secret memorial to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took it and flipped it open. It was a prophecy about the locust plague. It seemed that Qin Qiong could not wait any longer. Li Zishuan skimmed through it and was stunned when he saw the last few lines. This old subject believes that the prophecy of the plague of locusts is 80% true. I hope that Your Majesty will make early preparations to prevent the plague of locusts from coming. Every time this old official thought about this, I couldn't bear it and boldly wrote a letter to inform His Majesty. If the plague of locusts does not arrive next year, I am willing to relinquish my title of Duke and hand over all of my family's assets to the National Treasury to make up for the losses suffered by the Imperial Court. Li Zishuan was deeply touched. At the time he had agreed with Qin Qiong to write a joint letter and share the responsibility if something happened. However, he did not expect Qin Qiong to go back on his word and take all of the responsibility. Li Zishuan was both angry and touched. This was an old man worthy of his lifetime of respect. Is the prophecy of the plague of locusts true? Li Er saw Li Zishuan finish reading and asked in a low voice. Li Zishuan sorted out his emotions and said seriously, Your Majesty, my master did say that in June next year, there would be a plague of locusts on the Guangzhong plains. I have never doubted my master's word since I was young, and am willing to vouch for it. If the plague of locusts does not arrive next year, I am willing to relinquish my title and hand over all of my family's assets to make up for my sins. However, Your Majesty, for the sake of the millions of people in the world, please believe in this prophecy and make early preparations. Since Qin Xiong had bet all of his assets on this prophecy, Li Zishuan had nothing to be afraid of. He had time traveled to the Tang dynasty. Although he had invented some new things, they were not enough to change the course of history, let alone the timing of a natural disaster like the plague of locusts. The plague of locusts next year would definitely arrive as scheduled. When Li Er heard this, he was slightly surprised. He did not expect Li Zishuan, a person who did not want to suffer losses, to say such words that were obviously harmful to him. This made him take this prophecy even more seriously. Since Xu Bao and you are so sure, then I will believe in this prophecy. However, even if I know that there will be a plague of locusts next year, what can I do? Last year, the Turks emptied the Chong and local government's treasury. The imperial court will not be able to take out so much money to store food for millions of people in advance. When Li Er mentioned the Turks, he could not help but hit the table with hatred. Li Zishuan was silent. The Wei River alliance was indeed a mark of shame on the Tang dynasty. However, in less than 2 years, Li Er would be able to wash away the shame. He thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, people only store food in advance to survive the plague of locusts. Why did no one think of controlling the plague of locusts? Li Er frowned and said, Control? Since ancient times there have been countless plague of locusts. Why have I never heard of a way to control the plague of locusts? Li Zishuan said embarrassedly, Your Majesty, do you still remember the 150,000 chickens I raised in the Han village and Plum village? Li Er widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Do you want to use these chickens to control the plague of locusts? But when the plague of locusts comes, the locusts will be overwhelming. How can your chickens eat all the locusts? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't underestimate the ability of chickens to hunt locusts. I once read a book. It said that an adult chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. At that time, I estimate that 20 to 30 chickens can almost guarantee that there will be no locusts in 1 acre of land. Since you don't believe me, then let's use data. Anyway, I have said the same thing more than once. Li Er was also a well-read and cultured person. He frowned and said in disbelief, Would there be a book that recorded such a boring thing? Why haven't I seen it before? Li Zishuan choked and said awkwardly, This is the only book left behind by my master. It is long gone. But what I said is true. If Your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can send someone to catch a chicken and test it. Li Er nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he pointed at Li Zishuan's nose and scolded in a bad mood. No wonder you bought so many chickens. Last time you deliberately quibbled in the imperial court. You said that you bought the chickens for the farmers and for the chicken feast next year. You are deceiving the emperor. Tell me, what do you think you should be punished for? Old Li was really unkind. He actually killed the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Li Zishuan was speechless. He cried out in grievance, Your Majesty, the 2 reasons I mentioned are indeed true. As for the locust plague prophecy, this is a matter of great importance. This humble subject would not dare to speak nonsense. Your Majesty, the Empress said that it is time for lunch. At this time, a delicate palace maid came in and said to Li Er. Li Er nodded. He stood up and said to Li Zishuan, You are a slippery fellow. Later, write a detailed plan of your plan and present it to me. Li Zishuan suddenly felt tired. He said listlessly, As you wish. Li Er was angry when he saw him like this. He resisted the urge to slap Li Zishuan on the back of his head. Li Er flicked his sleeves and said, Okay. Then you can go back first. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and left. He complained to Li Er in his heart. He kept me here for half a day and didn't even eat. How stingy. However, it was better that he didn't stay for lunch. There were so many rules in the palace. If he made Old Li unhappy, Wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Li Zixuan walked out of the palace quickly. He was afraid that Li Er would send someone to call him back again. He came to the palace gate and found his horse. Li Zixuan tidied his clothes and mounted the horse. He rushed towards Yongla Lane. In the palace, Li Er was on the way to Xianyai court. He said to the servant beside him, "Go and summon Fang Xianling Du Ruhui and Zhang Sun Wuji to the palace for a meeting in the afternoon." "Yes, your majesty." Ooh. Chapter 151. Yongla Lane Li Residence. "Young master, you're back." San Bao, who was guarding the door, quickly ran over to take the reins from Li Zixuan's hands. Li Zixuan nodded and walked in. When he came to the front hall, he saw Han Yushi at first glance. She had indeed returned. Other than Han Yushi, Lana Iron Egg, and his parents, Li Zixuan actually noticed that Han Lijing was also here today. "Oh, Uncle Han, you're here today." Li Zixuan greeted him warmly. Han Lijing stood up and cupped his hands to Li Zixuan. "Young master, you're back. I went to Plum Village yesterday and heard that Yushi was kidnapped by bandits when I came back. I was very anxious, but the city gate was already closed at that time. This morning I rushed over to inquire about the news. I didn't expect that young master had already rescued my daughter. Young master's kindness to my family is as heavy as a mountain." Li Zixuan waved his hand and smiled. "Uncle Han, you don't have to be so polite. Wasn't this nonsense?" Han Yushi was not only Han Lijing's daughter, but also his own wife. Wasn't it natural for him to save his own wife? Everyone exchanged greetings for a while before Madame Li asked the servant to serve the dishes. During the meal, Li Zixuan told the two elders about what happened in the morning court. Li Jingma was immediately overjoyed. This Imperial College's doctor was a glorious position. Father Li was excited. He ordered the servants to inform the kitchen to add more dishes and called Han Lijing to drink and eat. For a moment the meal was very lively. Li Zixuan was speechless. Not only did his parents not sympathize with him, but they were also excited as if they had picked up money. It was really unreasonable. After the meal, other than Li Zixuan, who was eating gloomily, everyone else ate happily and were satisfied. After dinner, Li Zixuan accompanied his parents and Han Lijing to talk for a while. Then he went to Minghuaxian to look for Han Yushi. Han Lijing came here today, so Han Yushi would probably go back with him in the afternoon. He had to cherish this last good time. When he arrived at Minghuaxian, he found Han Yushi, Iron Egg, and Lana sitting in the pavilion in the middle of the pond, chatting and laughing. "Sister Yushi, quickly tell me, how did my brother defeat that bandit leader?" "How would I know? I was tied up in a room far away. I couldn't see anything." "Oh, sister, are you hurt?" "Iron Egg, don't worry. I'm fine." Li Zixuan heard their conversation from afar and thought to himself, "Are these two brats done yet? According to their questions, I won't have a chance to be alone with Han Yushi today." He had to think of a way to send them away. "Young master, master, brother." When the three of them saw Li Zixuan coming over, they all stood up and greeted him. Li Zixuan nodded and asked casually, "Well, Iron Egg Lana, have you memorized the previous multiplication table?" "Master, we have memorized it." "Well, have you done the exercises after class?" Li Zixuan put his hands behind his back and looked like a strict teacher teaching his disciples. Master, not yet." Iron Egg scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Then go and do the exercises after class for the first chapter. I will check it tonight. Tomorrow, Iron Egg, you will go to the Imperial College with me after you finish practicing." Li Zixuan silently gave himself 32 likes for his wit. Since he was going to teach a group of brats, it wouldn't be illegal to bring his disciples along, right? "Yes, master." Iron Egg was a little reluctant. He hadn't seen his sister for a long time. In the morning, he was practicing and listening to classes. In the afternoon, he finally had time to talk for a while, but he couldn't ignore his master's words. He could only go back unhappily. "Humph. Smelly brother, Lana wants to go tomorrow too." Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, "Okay, as long as Lana can do 90% of the exercises correctly, I will let you go." "Okay, it's a deal." Lana smiled slyly and followed Iron Egg to do the exercises. Li Zixuan saw that they had gone far away and laughed. He sat down on the bench next to Han Yushi. Han Yushi was shocked and quickly moved to the side. Li Zixuan touched his nose and said gloomily, "Why are you moving so far away? Am I that scary?" When Han Yushi heard this, her ears were dyed red. She said in a low voice, "Young master, this others will gossip if they see us." Li Zixuan glanced around and said with a smile, Don't be afraid. There's no one in this courtyard. Didn't I just send Lana Iron Egg and the others away? Yushi, did you miss me today? I haven't seen you all morning." Han Yushi was stunned. She didn't expect Li Zixuan to be secretly scheming, when he pretended to be a strict teacher lecturing his disciples. Then she was embarrassed again and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Young master, how can you say such shameful things?" Li Zixuan saw that Han Yushi's cheeks were red, and she was about to bury her head in her chest. Only then did he realize that he had indeed been a little complacent. This was ancient times. Although the women of the Tang dynasty were more open than the women of the Song and Ming dynasties, they were still not comparable to modern times. However, it was not good for this girl to be too shy. He had to train her slowly when he married her in the future. Yushi, how did you feel when you went to the Qin family this morning? It was impossible to train a shy girl into a modern girl in a day. Li Zixuan had to change the topic. Han Yushi looked up at Li Zixuan and said, "Well, my foster mother treats me very well. She even asked me to visit her often." "Oh, that's good." Li Zixuan quietly moved his butt towards her and whispered in Han Yushi's ear, "Yushi, I told my mother about us yesterday." Han Yushi was shocked by Li Zixuan, who suddenly came up to her. When she heard his words, her heart couldn't help but tighten. She quickly focused and waited for the rest of the story. Li Zixuan smiled in his heart and continued, "My mother said that she would send a matchmaker to your house to propose marriage in the next 2 days. As long as your father agrees, the auspicious date will be set." Han Yushi's heart was immediately filled with sweetness. She ignored her shyness and raised her head to look at Li Zixuan affectionately. She said softly, "Young master has saved Yushi's life more than once. You don't mind Yushi's humble background and marry Yushi. Yushi will definitely help young master in the future. We will never leave each other and follow each other in life and death." Although her voice was soft, it was sonorous and powerful. It was as serious as if she was making a grand vow. Oh my God, who said that ancient women didn't know how to say romantic words? Li Zixuan's heart melted in an instant. He couldn't help but hug Han Yushi and let her lean on his shoulder. He sniffed the fragrance of her hair and said gently, "Silly girl, who dares to say that your status is humble? You are Uncle Qin's foster daughter now. Besides, even if you are just a commoner, I am still willing to marry you. I only like you as a person. I don't care about being well-matched in terms of social status. When we are married, I don't want you to follow me in life and death. We will live well. I will take you to travel all over the world, eat all the delicacies in the world, and be a celestial couple for 100 years." Han Yushi was shocked by the future life that Li Zixuan described. She said longingly, "Young master, you are so good. But how can a person live for so long? Besides, after a few decades, Yushi will become an old woman. Will young master still like her? Haha, won't I become an old man by then? Don't be afraid, I will be crazy for you for 1,000 years. You will be with me for 10,000 reincarnations." Li Zixuan was full of heroism and laughed loudly. "I will be crazy for you for 1,000 years. You will be with me for 10,000 reincarnations." Han Yushi muttered for a while. She couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. "Young master, Yushi wants to marry you now." "Boo-hoo, a good Yushi, don't cry." Li Zixuan hurriedly hugged Han Yushi and coaxed her anxiously. As for whether he was taking advantage of her, only he knew in his heart. Chapter 152. In the front hall. "Brother Han, I wonder if your Yushi has been betrothed to him?" Madame Li put down the teacup in her hand and asked with a smile. She should have discussed this matter with Han Yushi's mother, but Han Yushi's mother was no longer alive, so she could only talk to Han Lizheng. Li Zixuan also looked at Han Lizheng. Last night, Madame Li told him about Li Zixuan's thoughts. Han Lizheng's heart moved and he replied, "My daughter has not been betrothed to him." Madame Li smiled. "That's good. My Xianer wants to marry Yushi. I see that these 2 children are quite fated, so why don't our 2 families become in-laws? What do you think, Brother Han?" Han Lijing was shocked. He did not expect Madame Li to take the initiative to mention this matter. He had been worried about his daughter's marriage. Young master has a high position and is proficient in both the pen and the sword. Naturally, he is a rare son-in-law. But my family is just a small family. I'm afraid we can't match him. Li Jingma smiled. Brother Han, why do you say that? My Li family does not have any prejudice against family backgrounds. Moreover, Yuxi is now the adopted daughter of Duke Yi. If we are talking about matchmaking, I'm afraid it's our Li family that is matchmaking, right? Han Lijing quickly stood up and cupped his hands. What are you saying, old master? Our Han family is just a country family. What matchmaking? Since old master and madam do not mind, and my daughter and young master hit it off, then I have no reason to object. Madame Li slapped the table. That's good. 2 days later, I will send the best matchmaker in Chang, and to Brother Han's house to propose marriage. Han Lijing was relieved. He cupped his hands and said, I will definitely wait at home. What should go must go. After all, Han Yuxi was not his wife yet. Around 3 p.m., Han Lijing brought Han Yuxi and left the Li family. Li Zixuan looked at Han Yuxi's beautiful back and felt lost. Shaking his head, he returned to his courtyard and called San Bao over. San Bao, have you gotten Faubert to make a blackboard and chalk for me? That day, when he taught Iron Egg and Lanner for the first time, he realized that he was not used to not having chalk and a blackboard. Thus, he wrote down the method of using chalk and blackboard and asked Sanbao to send it to the workshop. He asked Faubert to make a batch first. Sanbao replied, Young master, it's all done. Yesterday, Manager Fu sent someone to send it over. At that time, I saw that young master was busy, so I put the blackboard and chalk in the storeroom. In the primitive society, China had discovered the lacquer tree and knew how to use the sap of the lacquer tree to make paint. During the 5 dynasties, Zhu Zundu wrote the Lacquer Classic, which was the world's earliest lacquer monograph. The Tang dynasty also had various colors of lacquer, so it was not difficult to make a blackboard. The key was the chalk. Took Faubert a lot of effort. He did not know how many times he scolded Li Zixuan in his heart for being a prodigal and making useless things. Li Zixuan nodded and went to the storeroom in the south alone. He pushed the door and entered. There were a few blackboards that were about 2 to 3 square meters in size and a few boxes of chalk. There were hundreds of boxes in each box. Other than white, there were also red, yellow, and blue chalk. Li Zixuan stepped forward and took out a piece of chalk. He casually drew a few strokes on the blackboard in front of him and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Although the chalk wasn't as fine as the modern ones, the words written were still clear and barely enough. That's right. Li Zixuan planned to bring the blackboard and chalk with him when he went to the Imperial College tomorrow. As for the cost of the materials, he did not ask Li Er for it. For the time being, he would take it as his contribution to the Tang dynasty's education industry. After looking at the blackboard and chalk, Li Zixuan called Shaoxi over, and they went to the study room together. Shaoxi sensibly helped him grind the ink. Li Zixuan held his chin and pondered for a moment. He then picked up the brush and started to write a lesson plan. Since the fate of being a teacher was unavoidable, then he would be the most awesome teacher. This was Li Zixuan's style of doing things in his previous life. Either he did not do it or he did it well. Teaching mathematics in the Imperial College would definitely not be the same as teaching Iron Egg. He could not guarantee that the students in the Imperial College would be as obedient as Iron Egg. Many people felt that mathematics was very difficult and boring. However, they did not know that this class could also be very interesting. At this moment, he could not help but think of his elementary school mathematics teacher in his previous life, Lu Wenjia. His mathematics classes were really lively and interesting. It was not like the mathematics teachers in junior high school, and university who just read from the books and were not interesting at all. Li Zixuan recorded down some very interesting basic mathematics questions. He planned to keep them for tomorrow. It was the first class, so he had to pique the interest of the naughty children. Otherwise, no one would listen to the rest of the class. Actually, Li Zixuan was thinking too much. In this era, the concept of respecting one's teachers was very important. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day, a father for life. In order to learn, one had to respect one's teacher. Basically, whatever the teacher told you to do, you had to do it. Otherwise, you would be labeled as a traitor and your reputation would be completely ruined. On the other hand, it was different from before the Sui dynasty where the government schools were exclusive to the children of the nobles. The Tang dynasty Imperial College would also make an exception and recruit a group of children from poor families. These children from poor families had a very strong thirst for knowledge. They did not care if what you said was interesting or not. As long as they could learn something from it, they would be willing to listen even if it was as plain as water. After half an hour, Li Zixuan finished writing all the interesting jokes that he could think of. He stood up and rubbed his sore wrist. Xiaoxi quickly poured a cup of water for him and passed it to him. "Young master, you have been tired for half a day. Drink some water." Li Zixuan smiled. He was really thirsty. He took the cup and drank a few mouthfuls before letting out a long breath. "Okay, I'm done. Xiaoxi, thank you for your hard work." Xiaoxi had been grinding beside him for as long as he had been writing. Grinding ink was also a very tiring job. After a long time, it was not as easy as writing. Xiaoxi smiled and said, "Young master is the one who has worked hard." Xiaoxi has not seen young master so serious in a long time. Li Zixuan sweated. "Are you praising me or insulting me?" Cough cough. "It's getting late. Let's go and see how Iron Egg and Lawn Air's homework is going." Li Zixuan brought Xiaoxi to Iron Egg and Lawn Air's classroom. He could hear them quarreling from afar. The answer to this question is 175. Iron Egg, you got it wrong. That's not right. Sister Lawn Air, this question is definitely 125. Calculate it again. Really? But I'm so smart and cute. How could I calculate it wrong? Iron Egg. Li Zixuan was speechless. His sister was also as arrogant as him. Iron Egg, Lawn Air. Have you finished your homework? I'm going to check it. Li Zixuan pushed the door open with Xiaoxi and said to the two children in the room with a smile, "No, brother, you should check Iron Egg's first, then check mine." Lawn Air quickly covered her book and did not let Li Zixuan see it. She had just calculated it. She seemed to have calculated it wrong. That was why she wanted to let Li Zixuan check Iron Eggs first. She still had a chance to change it. This girl secretly matched her answers with Tai Dan. She hadn't even settled the score with her, but she actually went overboard. Forget it, who asked her to be her younger sister? Li Zixuan shook his head. He could not be bothered to argue with Lawn Air. He took Iron Egg's homework and began to read it. After a while, Li Zixuan nodded and praised. "Everything is correct. Iron Egg, you did well." Iron Egg was instantly happy. Lawn Air quickly changed the answers and passed the book to Li Zixuan. "Brother, I've finished. Quickly check it." After saying that, she stood in front of Li Zixuan with her head held high. She looked as if she was waiting for praise. Li Zixuan was speechless. "You've already matched the standard answers. What's there for me to check?" "No need. Lawn Air, you've passed the test. Tomorrow you'll go to the Imperial College with me. Iron Egg, you have to continue to work hard. As my direct disciple, you can't be beaten by the Imperial College's supervisors." Iron Egg immediately felt pressured. However, he still clasped his fist and said, "Master, don't worry. Iron Egg will definitely not embarrass you." Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction and left. "Hey, stinky brother, you haven't praised me yet. I also got it all correct." Iron Egg covered his face. Li Zixuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 153. The next day, Li Zixuan finally did not have to be dragged out of bed at 4 in the morning. The Imperial College was not as perverted as the morning court, where classes started so early. Xiaoxi came over to wake him up at 7:15 a.m. 7 a.m. in modern times. This was the time that Li Zixuan told her yesterday. Li Zixuan stretched out his arms and closed his eyes, allowing Xiaoxi to help him dress and wash up. After transmigrating for so long, he had gradually gotten used to the corrupt life of a rich second generation. When he came to the front yard, he met Iron Egg, who had just finished his training and running. Li Zixuan casually asked, "Iron Egg, how is your training going? Did you find the qi?" Iron Egg wiped the sweat off his face, scratched his head and said dejectedly, "Master, Iron Egg has not found the qi yet, but I can run faster." Li Zixuan smiled and shook his head. He went forward and patted Iron Egg's head, saying, "Don't be discouraged. It's normal that you can't find the chi in such a short time. It doesn't matter if you have ordinary talent. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely become an outstanding person in the future." Iron Egg felt warm in his heart. He raised his head and asked, "Master, can someone like Iron Egg become as powerful as you?" Yesterday, Iron Egg heard from his sister that Li Zishuan alone went deep into the stronghold of thousands of people. He fought against thousands of people alone and killed nearly 80 bandits, including a master. Just hearing this made his blood boil. He could not help but hate himself for being too slow in his training. Otherwise, he would be able to kill with his master. Li Zishuan nodded affirmatively and said, "As long as you work hard, of course you can. Iron Egg, there are indeed some talented and intelligent people in the world. For example, your master, me." Bruiser choked and tried his best to hold back his laughter. Li Zishuan continued, "But if ordinary people work hard, they can also succeed. Master has heard of a story about an ordinary person who didn't give up and eventually crushed all the geniuses. It was said that in ancient times there were immortals. At that time, many mortals could also cultivate immortality. However, among mortals there were good and bad ones. At that time there was an ordinary mountain village boy named Han Li. He accidentally entered a small Jianghu sect and became a registered disciple. His status was low, and his natural talent was extremely mediocre. But in the end, he relied on his own efforts and reasonable calculations to successfully establish himself in the sect and enter the ranks of immortal cultivators. From then on, he laughed proudly in the 3 dimensions. Early in the morning, it wouldn't be too much to use The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality to give his disciple a bowl of chicken soup for the soul, right? Master, can you explain in detail?" Iron Egg's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. "Well," Li Zishuan said unhappily in his heart. "Damn, this novel has a total of nearly 9 million words. If I were to tell you in detail, wouldn't it take 3 days and 3 nights? But why was this boy so excited? Even if this bowl of chicken soup had some motivations for him, the effect shouldn't be so obvious. Let's eat first. This story is quite long, and we have to go to the Imperial College later." "But Iron Egg, why are you so excited?" Iron Egg said embarrassedly. "Well, Master, Iron Egg's real name is Han Li. Iron Egg is just my nickname." "Damn." Li Zishuan almost knelt down in front of his cheap disciple. "What a coincidence, you are going to heaven." He didn't expect that a random bowl of chicken soup would cause a collision and cause a car accident. He had suspected that the name Iron Egg was just a nickname. After all, this name was too vulgar. He had never thought that Bruiser would have such an ordinary-looking name, but in fact it was amazing. Li Zishuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and sighed. "Well, Iron Egg, I still think Iron Egg is a good name. Let's go, let's eat." If he was really called Iron Egg Han Li, he would probably be out of character and wonder if he had walked into the wrong scene. After breakfast, Li Zishuan took Lanner, Iron Egg, and a few servants who were carrying chalk on the blackboard to the Imperial College. The Imperial College of the Tang Dynasty was built next to the Imperial City, not far from Yongla Lane. That was why Li Zishuan dared to sleep until 1:15 in the morning. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of the Imperial College. After making their identities known, Li Zishuan led the group through the gate under the strange gaze of the gatekeeper. The Imperial College was called the Imperial College during the Wuda era, and it was called the Imperial College during the Sui Dynasty. It was only this year that Li Er officially named the Imperial College as the Imperial College. There were more than 10 houses of various sizes and dozens of unknown towering trees outside the houses. The environment was very beautiful. Occasionally, they could see a few supervisors hurrying to the houses. They were probably late because they had overslept in the morning. "Mr. Li, you're here?" Kong Yingdao walked out from an exquisite room and greeted Li Zishuan. "Yes, Mr. Kong, I'm not late, right?" Kong Yingdao looked at the sundial in the courtyard and pointed at Li Zishuan. He said in a good mood, "You're just in time. You really know how to rush." Li Zishuan thought to himself, "It's good enough that I'm here on time. Yet you're still being so picky. But why did you bring these people here?" Kong Yingdao looked at the strange group behind Li Zishuan and couldn't help but be confused. What's the use of that black wooden board? Also, why did you ask them to carry that big box? Are you here to teach or to move? Li Zixuan smiled proudly and said, Mr. Kong, this is a good thing. It can allow students to learn more efficiently. In China's academies, most of the time students learn from books. If they had any questions, they would ask the teacher and the teacher would give them a face-to-face lecture and answer. Sometimes when a famous teacher came, the teacher would hold several lectures. The students would sit below and listen to the lecture and take notes. There was no blackboard to help with the teaching. However, research showed that people always received information through their various senses. However, the proportion of information received through each of the senses was different. Among them, vision accounted for 83%, hearing accounted for 11%, smell accounted for 5%, touch accounted for 5%, and taste accounted for 1%. If you knew the proportion, you would understand that the greatest effect of the blackboard was to provide visual information to the students. Originally, only about 11% of the content explained by the teacher could be heard by the students. However, with the blackboard, the students had an additional visual channel to look at the content written on the blackboard. In theory, at least 94% of the information could be perceived by the students. From the perspective of information acquisition, the blackboard was an extremely important event in the history of education. It greatly increased the efficiency of teaching and at the same time, laid the foundation for the classroom teaching system. In his previous life, no matter how the curriculum was reformed, even when multimedia teaching replaced the blackboard, the visual method of information acquisition never changed. Kong Ingda had been teaching and educating his whole life, but he had never heard of anything that could increase the efficiency of learning. After hearing Li Zixuan's words, his curiosity was immediately piqued. Oh, is there really such a magical item in this world? County Mr. Li, hurry up and show me. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, Mr. Kong, don't be in such a hurry. Just tell me where the mathematics class is first. I'll bring this thing in and you can take your time to look at it. Kong Ingda felt that it was reasonable and said, Oh yes, I'm confused. It's almost time for the class. I'll bring you there now. Ooh. Chapter 154. Under Kong Ingda's personal guidance, Li Zixuan passed through rows of neat and magnificent buildings, and came to an obviously shabbier and smaller building to the south of the Imperial College. The sign hanging in the middle of the building had the words School of Mathematics written on it. This is the School of Mathematics. Li Xianan, quickly go in. Today this old man wants to see what kind of magical things you brought. Kong Ingda pointed at the building in front of him and smiled while stroking his beard. Li Zixuan frowned slightly. He looked at this shabby and small house, and then thought of the magnificent Imperial Academy, and other academies he saw on the way here. He couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't bear hardships, but there would be no harm if there was no comparison. Why was the Imperial College's building grand while his was short and shabby? Kong Ingda waited for a long time but didn't hear Li Zixuan speak. He looked back curiously and saw that Li Zixuan's expression was somewhat ugly. He thought for a moment and understood. Haha, Li Xianan, please don't blame me. The Imperial College is short on space, and the School of Mathematics has the least number of students. Therefore, in order to save resources, the School of Mathematics was allocated here. Although the building is a bit shabby, I believe Li Xianan won't mind. How can scholars like us be affected by external conditions? Li Zixuan was speechless. What was this? Just because there were few students the conditions were bad? He cursed in his heart. Then he thought and asked, How many students are there in the School of Mathematics? Kong Ingda remembered this very clearly. He answered without thinking. The School of Mathematics currently has 32 students and 1 teaching assistant. It is far less than the other schools, so it was arranged here. Oh, your teaching assistant is Mr. Su. He should be inside now. The Imperial College of the Tang Dynasty belonged to the central government. Its educational resources were not only rich in variety but also of high quality. The Imperial College was divided into 6 schools. The Imperial College, the School of Imperial College, the School of Four Gates, the School of Calligraphy, the School of Law, and the School of Mathematics. Students of different backgrounds were assigned to different academies. It was recorded in the history books. The Imperial College has 300 students. Most of them are civil and military 3rd rank or above descendants, 2nd rank or above great-grandsons, 2nd rank or above officials, second rank or above county officials, and fourth rank or above officials in the capital. The Imperial College gave birth to 500 people. Most of them were descendants of fifth-rank officials or above, great-grandsons of officials who were close to fifth-rank officials or third-rank officials, and sons of officials who were titled third-rank officials or above. The 4 schools would produce 1,300 students. 500 of them would be military officials of third rank and above without a title, fourth rank and above with a title, and civil and military officials of seventh rank and above. 800 of them would be commoners. The study of law will produce 50 people, the study of calligraphy will produce 30 people, and the study of mathematics will produce 30 people. Only those who are of the 8th rank and below, and those who are well versed in common folk. In the Tang dynasty, the students from the prefectural and county government schools also had the opportunity to be promoted to the central government. This allowed the children of the common people to enjoy more educational resources. After passing the examinations, the children of the common people in the prefectural and county government schools would be promoted to the central government schools in mathematics, calligraphy, law, or the 4 schools. After that, if their results were outstanding, they could be promoted to the Imperial College. The students of the Imperial College could make up for the Imperial College. This kind of education policy not only made it possible for the children of the common people to obtain better educational resources through hard work, but it also made the Tang dynasty's official education expand the range of people and increase the number of people. This was something that had never happened in any of the previous dynasties. At this moment a person walked out of the room. It was Su Hongji, whom Li Zixuan had seen 2 months ago at the ready-made clothing store. Su Hongji went forward and cupped his hands with a smile. "Chancellor Kong, Professor Li." Kong Yingda nodded his head. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "Mr. Su, you are my father's best friend. You can just call me Little Xian." Although he had been tricked into teaching at the Imperial College by Su Hongji and Li Er, Su Hongji was still someone of the same generation as his father. He still had to give him the respect he deserved. Su Hongji chuckled and said, "Professor Li, your ability in mathematics is above mine. Furthermore, His Majesty has personally conferred you the title of Professor of Mathematics. As the saying goes, those who are accomplished are the teachers. It has nothing to do with age. What's wrong with me calling you Professor Li?" Kong Yingda also agreed. "Hongji is right. That's how it should be. Mr. Li, quickly go in and teach." Li Zixuan was helpless. He looked at Tai Dan and Lan'er, then said to Kong Yingda, "Mr. Kong, one of these 2 children is my disciple, and the other is my younger sister. I usually teach them mathematics at home. Now that I'm teaching at the Imperial College, I brought them here to listen to my classes." Kong Yingda frowned and said hesitantly, "But there has never been a precedent for a woman entering the Imperial College in our dynasty." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "They're only listening from the side. They're not considered entering the college." He estimated that Lan'er's enthusiasm would only last for 2 or 3 days. Li Zixuan did not expect her to be knowledgeable and become a world-shaking genius. Kong Yingda nodded and said, That's fine." "Oh." Li Zixuan instructed a few servants to carry the blackboard and chalk inside and hang the blackboard properly. The students inside had already heard that there would be a new professor today. When they saw Li Zixuan, they were all stunned. They did not expect the newly appointed professor of mathematics to be so young. Many of them were probably older than Li Zixuan. Was this new teacher reliable? All the students were deeply suspicious of Li Zixuan's ability. When Li Zixuan saw that the blackboard was hung, he turned around and looked at the students. They were all children in their teens. Of course, there were also many who were 14 or 15 years old. All the students hurriedly stood up and greeted him in unison. "Hello, sir." Even though they had thousands of suspicions, the deep-rooted concept of respecting their teachers made them have no choice but to put on a respectful attitude on the surface. Su Hongji, who was standing below Li Zixuan, also saw the deep distrust in the students' eyes. He frowned and was about to scold them when Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. He looked at the 30 students and smiled. "Hello. Today is my first class for all of you. My name is Li Zixuan. I'm also a professor of mathematics appointed by His Majesty himself. I know that many of you think that I'm not qualified to teach you mathematics because I'm young. In the next half an hour, I will give you all the opportunity to ask questions. If your questions about mathematics stumped me, then I will immediately ask His Majesty to resign. If you can't stumble me, then you will have to listen obediently in class. Alright, if you have any questions, then ask. When Li Zixuan finished speaking, the entire classroom was silent. Everyone, including Kong Ingda, looked at him in disbelief. It must be known that in this era, teachers were greater than heaven. Whatever the teacher taught, the students would learn. How could a teacher be willing to say such things to students? After a while, the students reacted. Some of them couldn't help but whisper to each other. There were also a dozen or so students who were dressed more plainly. They stood up together and respectfully cupped their hands to Li Zixuan. Students are afraid. Students have absolutely no intention of doubting, sir. Please take back your order. The voices of these dozen or so students immediately drowned out the noise in the classroom. The rest of the students, regardless of whether they had doubts about Li Zixuan or not, hurriedly stood up together and said, "Students are afraid. Student is terrified. Teacher, please retract your order." Su Hongji hurriedly gave Li Zixuan a look, indicating that he didn't need to do so. Seeing this, Li Zixuan smiled. Haha. All of you sit down. I don't care if you have that intention or not, but I will never take back what I have said. Since I am going to be your teacher, of course I will be more capable than you. You can set your questions without any worries. If anyone can give me a problem in mathematics today, not only will I resign from my position as a mathematics doctor, I will also recommend him to His Majesty as the new mathematics doctor. Haha. Li Zixuan's last sentence was like poking a hornet's nest. Many of the students in the Institute of Mathematics were poor children who had been selected from other provinces and counties to enter the directorate. Weren't they studying hard for the sake of a good future? If they could baffle Li Zixuan, then they would very likely have a meteoric rise. How could they not be tempted? Su Hongji was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. Kong Ingda, on the other hand, was relatively calm and thoughtful. Iron Egg and Lan'er, who were sitting at the back, were not worried at all. They were full of confidence in Li Zixuan. Student Kushirqing from Bazhou. May I be so bold as to ask for your guidance? The students below were noisy for a long time. Finally, one of them could not help but stand up and cup his hands to challenge Li Zixuan. It's Kushirqing. He has the best grades in our school. That's right. Dr. Liu even praised him for his outstanding talent before. I'm afraid this new teacher is going to fail. Li Zixuan heard the discussion below and nodded with satisfaction. Kushirqing came at the right time. If he wanted to come, he would send the best. This would save him a lot of time. Good. Kushirqing, right? Whether you can baffle me today or not, your courage is worthy of praise. Give me your question, Li Zixuan said with a smile. Chapter 155. Imperial College, School of Mathematics. Everyone's attention was on Kushirqing, waiting for him to give the question. I would like to ask you to solve a question in 15 minutes. The question is 1352 multiplied by 2781. What is the result? Kushirqing thought for a moment and gave a multiplication question with a huge number. Wow, such a huge number. It would take a whole day to solve it, right? That's right. Kushirqing's question is too ruthless. As early as the Pre-Qin dynasty, people learned to count and multiply with arithmetic. First put the multiplier above, then put the multiplicand below, and align the last digit of the upper digit with the first digit of the lower digit. From left to right, use the first digit of the upper digit to multiply the lower digit, put the product in the middle of the two numbers, then remove the first digit of the upper digit, move the lower digit one to the right, multiply the second digit of the lower digit, add the product in the middle, and remove the second digit of the upper digit. Until the upper digit is used up, the middle digit is the result. If Kushirqing's question were to be solved with arithmetic, it might take a whole day. Kong Ingda and Su Hongji listened to the question with a dignified face and frowned. Li Zixuan smiled casually and said, Haha, it's not difficult. Kushirqing, you don't need me to solve this question. My eldest disciple can do it for you. Iron Egg, come up and solve this question on the blackboard. This was the multiplication of two four-digit numbers. With Li Zixuan's strong spiritual power, he didn't need to do it at all. He could directly deduce the answer in his mind. It was not challenging at all. It was better to let Iron Egg practice. Yes, master. Iron Egg walked from his seat to the blackboard, picked up a piece of chalk, and began to calculate with the elementary math knowledge Li Zishuan taught him. He and Lanner found the chalk on the blackboard last night. He had been scribbling on it for a long time, so it was not difficult for him to write on the blackboard now. Wow, did I hear it wrong? Teacher said this question is easy? Can his disciple really do it? Too arrogant. Kushirqing also frowned and secretly thought that this new mister was really arrogant. At that moment he stopped talking and focused on the iron egg to solve the problem. However, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. What is this black wooden board? Why was he able to write on it? Why was the handwriting so clear? He could see it from so far away. Also, that guy called Iron Egg, what kind of words did he write? Why does it look like scribbles? The rest of the people also noticed that something was wrong and started whispering to each other. This blackboard is so magical. It can actually be used to write. In this way, when teacher teaches in the future, won't we be able to listen to and read at the same time? Moreover, it will be more convenient to take notes. That's right. In the past, Sir spoke too fast and I couldn't remember everything. With this, I'll definitely be able to learn better. Now, I hope that you can defeat Kushirqing so that you won't have to leave. Hey, look at what that kid wrote. How come I don't know him? I don't know either. Why does it look like scribbles? Ooh. When Kong Yingda saw Bruiser scribbling on the blackboard, he instantly understood what Li Zishuan was talking about outside the classroom. He had been teaching for many years, so he could tell at a glance that teaching on the blackboard was much more effective than teaching in front of a book. Kong Yingda had been teaching for many years, so he could tell at a glance that teaching on the blackboard was much more effective than teaching in front of books. Kong Yingda was extremely excited. He thought to himself that such a good thing should be given to all the teaching rooms in the directorate. He had to ask Li Zishuan for a batch later. When he looked at Iron Egg's handwriting, he could not help but frown. He thought to himself, did Li Zishuan not teach this kid to write before? Why is his handwriting so crooked? I can't recognize it at all. Su Hongji had seen this kind of handwriting before, but he was still shocked at this moment. He did not expect Li Zishuan to be so confident that he could calculate such a huge multiplication problem with his strange handwriting. Time ticked by. After about 7 minutes, which was equivalent to 4 or 5 minutes in modern times, Bruiser left 7 lines of Arabic numerals on the blackboard. He had already calculated the result, but he was still a little worried. He checked it again and found that the result was the same. He then turned to Li Zishuan and said, Li Zishuan, Master Iron Egg has calculated. The answer is 3,759,912. Li Zishuan nodded slightly. He had calculated it in his mind and it was indeed the answer. Gulp. The sound of saliva swallowing could be heard. Even though they did not know whether the result was correct or not, they were shocked by such a huge number. They really could not understand how Iron Egg could calculate such a huge number in such a short time. Well, Iron Egg, you can sit back down first. Kushirqing, what do you think? Is the answer correct? Li Zishuan smiled and looked at Kushirqing. Kushirqing was shocked and could not believe it since he heard Iron Egg's answer. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he came back to his senses and bowed deeply to Li Zishuan seriously. Master, the answer to this question is indeed correct. But I really don't understand why Iron Egg could calculate it in half an hour when it took me a whole day to calculate it. Master, please teach me this efficient algorithm. I'm willing to pay any price. As soon as Kushirqing finished speaking, the hall was in an uproar. Wow, he got it right. It's incredible. He could calculate such a huge number in less than half an hour. Is our new master the reincarnation of an immortal? How can his disciple be so good? He must be the reincarnation of an immortal. That's great. I can listen to master's lectures in the future and learn this magical algorithm. If I can learn this algorithm, I will definitely be able to enter the Four Gates Academy next year. Even the seniors in the Four Gates Academy are not this good. Kong Yingda and Su Hongji both opened their eyes wide and almost pulled their beards off. Li Zishuan pressed his hands in the air. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked at him. Shirqing, do you see these 7 lines on the blackboard? These strange small words are a simpler counting method that I invented. As for the calculation process, it is also very simple. I will explain it to you in the future. Now, do any of you have any questions? If you want to ask, hurry up. Li Zixuan took a branch, which he casually broke in the Imperial College before he came. He used the branch to point at the calculation marks left by the iron egg on the blackboard, and explained it to Kushurqing. The Arabic numerals were first invented by the ancient Indians. Later, after 700 AD, the Arabs conquered the Punjab region and captured a mathematician from northern India. The Arabs then learned the Indian numerals and mathematical symbols and spread them to Europe, where they were then modernized by the Europeans. During the Zhenguan period, there were no Arabic numerals in the world. Li Zixuan only thought of it later. Therefore, it was not wrong for him to say that he invented it. When Kushurqing heard that he would have the opportunity to learn from Li Zixuan in the future, he could not help but be very excited. He respectfully bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Thank you for your teaching, Mr. Li Zixuan. I have no more questions." Mr. Li Zixuan has opened up a new path and created his own school of mathematics. I can't catch up with you in the field of mathematics. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji looked at each other and saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. It was easy to create one's own school of mathematics, but it was easier said than done to construct a complete and rigorous school of thought. Since ancient times, those who were able to create their own sects and schools were all famous grandmasters or even great sages. For example, Confucius, Laozi, and others. If Li Zixuan's self-created school of thought could stand up to scrutiny, he would probably become a saint in the future. Was this the emergence of a saint in a golden age? Li Zixuan was secretly pleased by Kushurqing's praise. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, if anyone has any questions, please ask. If there are no questions, I will officially start the class." The rest of the students looked at each other. Li Zixuan's disciple was already so powerful. How would they dare to go out and look for trouble? Therefore, Li Zixuan waited for a long time, but no one stood up to ask a question. Just as he was about to officially start the class, he heard a loud voice coming from outside the room. "Haha, I have a question. Dr. Li, please answer it." Chapter 156. First Class. Little Fatty's Revolt. Following a loud laugh, Li Tai, the little fatty, walked in with a smile on his face. He was dressed in luxurious clothes. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji, who were near the door, quickly stood up and cupped their hands. "Greetings, Prince of Wei." Li Zixuan was also surprised. He cupped his hands at Li Tai and said, "Greetings, Prince of Wei." The rest of the students looked at Li Tai in surprise. Just as they were about to stand up and bow, Li Tai smiled and waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. I came to the Imperial College today to listen to the class. From today onwards, I am also a student of the School of Mathematics. We will be classmates in the future." Buzz buzz. The students in the hall couldn't help but discuss among themselves. The buzzing sound was endless. "Oh my God, Prince of Wei will be classmates with us in the future. Did I hear wrongly? This is unbelievable. Our new mister is too amazing. He even managed to attract His Highness King Wei over. I have decided. I will stay in the School of Mathematics from now on. With such an impressive teacher and Prince of Wei as my classmate, why should I go to the Four-Gate School? Brother Ming is right. As the saying went, learn literature and martial arts, and you will be a part of the Emperor's family." Scholars like them studied hard so that they could be recognized by the Emperor and become successful. Now that Prince of Wei, who was the Emperor's favorite, was in the School of Mathematics, why should they leave? When Kang Yingda heard that Li Tai wanted to study in the School of Mathematics, he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly tried to dissuade him. "Your Highness, you can't do this." Li Tai smiled and said, "Chancellor Kang, my father has already agreed to this. From today onwards, I will be a student of the School of Mathematics." Kang Yingda shook his head helplessly and retreated to the side. Li Tai looked at Li Zixuan and said, "After we parted at Strange Taste Pavilion that day, Brother Li was first conferred a noble title, and then appointed by my father as a doctor of mathematics in the Imperial College. Brother Li is really successful. I wonder if Professor Li is willing to accept little Wang as his student?" Li Zixuan heard that Li Tai was going to be a student in the school. Although he looked calm on the surface, he felt a little strange in his heart. He didn't know what this little fatty was going to do. Could it be that he hadn't been tortured enough last time and wanted to get back at him? Haha, come. He wasn't afraid of this little fatty. Your Highness, why do you say that? As the saying goes, education is open to all. Since I am teaching in the School of Mathematics, I can teach anyone. However, if Your Highness enters the School of Mathematics, there will only be teachers and students. There will no longer be any Wei Wang. He had to give this little fatty a heads up. If he were to come over and put on airs in front of everyone, how would he be able to teach? How would the other students learn? Li Tai understood the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words. He smiled and said, "Of course. From now on, in this School of Mathematics, Mr. and my fellow students can call me Qing Quebec. I will not put on the airs of a prince." Last time in front of Strange Taste Pavilion, he was asked 10 questions in a row by Li Zishuan until he was speechless. Li Tai had regarded this as the shame of his life. He had been doted on by Li Er's eldest grandson since he was young, and had been praised for his intelligence many times. How could he be willing to lose to Li Zishuan, who was previously a nobody? Yesterday, when he heard that Li Zishuan was going to be a postdoc in mathematics, he was moved. He thought that it would be better if he could learn all of Li Zishuan's knowledge and use it to defeat him. Therefore, Li Tai asked Li Er to enter the School of Mathematics to study. Li Er had always doted on this child. Moreover, this was not a big deal, so he naturally agreed. When Li Zishuan heard Li Tai's promise, he nodded and said, "Qing Ke, go and find a place to sit." Li Tai looked around and finally sat between Iron Egg and Lan under the disappointed gazes of some students. Kong Yingda and Su Hongji, who were next to him, widened their eyes in disbelief. The Prince of Wei was naughty and mischievous, which was known by all the civil and military officials. Li Zishuan spoke to him in such a commanding tone. But he was not angry at all. Was this an illusion? After Li Tai sat down, Li Zishuan looked at him and asked, "Qingke, you said you had a question before. Now say it." Li Tai looked like an obedient child. He stood up and cupped his hands and said, "Teacher, this student's question is, today there are 2 people together. The first line is 7 steps, the second line is 3 steps, the second line is 10 steps to the east, the first line is 10 steps to the south, and the third line is in the northeast." After saying this, Li Tai's lips curled up into an evil smile. This question was one that he had asked several scholars in the Prince of Wei's lecture hall to find. It was an extremely difficult math question. He had specifically memorized it and wanted to find an opportunity to make trouble for Li Zishuan today. He hadn't expected Li Zishuan to take the initiative to give him a chance to ask. Wow! In the classroom, other than Li Zishuan and Li Tai, everyone else was in an uproar when they heard this question. This question is so difficult. Where did the Prince of Wei find such a difficult question? I don't know. Brother Ku, do you know? It should be from the 9-chapter Arithmetic Pythagorean chapter. I've seen it before, but it was too difficult, so I couldn't solve it. Oh, it's the most difficult Pythagorean chapter. This time Mr. Li is in trouble. Yes, the situation is not good. Li Zishuan had inherited the memories of his predecessor, so he could still understand simple ancient Chinese. The translation of this question was, "It is known that A and B set off from the same place at the same time. A's speed is 7, B's speed is 3. B keeps walking east, A first walks south for 10 steps, then walks north and slightly east for a while before meeting B. How far did A and B walk?" When he heard this question, he was a little surprised. This little fatty did not come with good intentions today. If he wanted to solve this question, he would need to use the Pythagorean theorem and a quadratic equation. If it was someone else, they would definitely be stumped. However, how could Li Zishuan be stumped by a junior high mathematics question? However, what Li Zishuan did not expect was that the ancient people had already learned the Pythagorean theorem. This was something that his previous mathematics teacher did not tell him. It seemed that he could never underestimate the wisdom of the ancient people. In fact, the Pythagorean theorem was recorded in detail in the 9-chapter Arithmetic, but it was mainly used in astronomy. The Pythagorean chapter of the 9 chapters of Arithmetic begins with the introduction of the Pythagorean theorem and its variations. The Pythagorean theorem states, "The Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by each other, and the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by each other, and the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by each other, and the Pythagorean are multiplied by the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean. Therefore, the Pythagorean technique can be understood as a method of deducing the third side of a known right triangle from both sides. Li Zishuan quickly listed the equations in his mind and solved them. In a few breaths he got the answer. This was the benefit of having a strong spiritual power. It allowed his brain to react as fast as a computer. Qingke, this question is very good. Some of you may think that this question is very difficult, but in fact, as long as you learn my new mathematics, this question can be solved in less than 10 minutes. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the rest of the students widened their eyes in disbelief and whispered to each other. Li Tai looked at him indifferently. In fact, he thought that Li Zishuan must be bragging. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "The answer to this question is that A took 10.5 steps, and B took 24.5 steps. Am I right, Qingke?" Li Tai could no longer stay calm. He opened his mouth and said, "How is this possible? It took the Grand Secretary of the Prince's mansion 2 days to calculate." When the rest of the students heard this, they knew that Li Zishuan had answered correctly again. They could not help but cheer. "That's great," Mr. Li answered correctly. "He doesn't have to leave the school anymore." "That's amazing. Mr. Li is really amazing. It's great that we can learn such amazing mathematics in the future." Haha. Oh. Li Tai was stunned for a long time and finally came to his senses. He cupped his hands and said to Li Zishuan, "Mr. Li is very talented and knowledgeable. I am sincerely convinced." Seeing this, Lan'er smiled with her small eyes. She was very proud to have such an amazing brother. Bruiser also had a proud look on his face. Kong Yingda and Su Hongji were both shocked and speechless. They thought to themselves, "It seems that a great person has come to the Imperial College. Well, half an hour is up. Since you didn't stump me, I will be your teacher from now on. From today onwards, I will lead you to the real door of mathematics. At that time, you will find that you have come to a new world." Li Zishuan looked at the time and said to the group of children in a clear voice. Chapter 157. Inside the School of Mathematics. The students sat up straight and listened attentively to Li Zishuan's speech. A capable person would be respected wherever he went. Li Zishuan had already won everyone's respect with his powerful arithmetic ability. Students in my class, if you have any questions, you can raise your hand to interrupt me at any time. If you have any questions, we can discuss them together. Don't bury your doubts in your heart because of embarrassment. That will only accumulate more and more questions. Li Zishuan saw that they all looked serious and sat up straight. He couldn't help but say a few words to make them relax. When the students heard this, they all felt that this way of teaching was very novel. In the past, the teacher was teaching while they listened silently. If they had any questions, they could only hold it in and ask the teacher after class. Li Zishuan continued, "I don't care how you studied before. Since I'm teaching, you have to listen to me from now on and learn according to my rhythm. In the future, the School of Mathematics will have a small exam every 7 days, a midterm exam every month, and a big exam every half a year. The first place in the monthly exam will be rewarded with a free meal at the Zuaxian restaurant. You can bring your family and order whatever you want, but you can't waste it. The last 5 in the monthly exam will take turns to clean the School of Mathematics before the next exam. In 2 days, I will ask someone to put up a big sign in front of the School of Mathematics. The first 5 in the monthly exam will enter the honor roll, and the last 5 will enter the shame roll. As for the first place in the half-year exam, the reward will be 100 strings of coins. Do you all understand?" The students in the classroom were just applauding Li Zishuan's open-minded teaching system. When they heard this series of rewards and punishments, they were all dumbfounded. The last 5 not only have to clean, but also enter the shame roll? That's so embarrassing. No, we can't be the last 5. In the future, we'll have to work late at night. The first place can have a free meal at the Zuaxian restaurant. How much is that worth? How do you want to fight for the first place? Yes, I will fight for it. I once told my parents that I will take them to the best restaurant in Chang. And for a meal one day. Okay, I believe you can do it. Brother Shirqing. Doesn't that mean the first place is already in your bag? You can't say that. None of us understand teachers' new mathematics. We all have the same starting point. Oh, the one who is most likely to win first place is teacher's direct disciple, Iron Egg. Well, that's possible, but isn't that unfair? Ooh. Kong Ingda stroked his beard and did not say a word. In fact, he was thinking to himself, this reward and punishment system is quite novel. I'll see how effective it is later. If it can promote students' learning, then I'll promote it to the other academies of the Imperial College. These students' reactions were all within Li Zishuan's expectations. After all, no one wanted to lose face. After they quieted down a little, Li Zishuan picked up a piece of chalk, squinted his eyes and smiled. Don't worry, everyone. If Iron Egg is ranked first, then the reward for the first place of the month will be automatically extended to the second place. Well, I've explained the learning system of the mathematics school to you. Next, let's get to know each other. According to the order of your seats, everyone will stand up and introduce themselves. Come, let's start with you. A thin boy in the first row near the door saw Li Zishuan pointing at him. His face instantly turned red and he stammered. Teacher, are you talking to me? Li Zishuan also saw that the boy was a little shy, but the root of his shyness was his lack of self-confidence. He smiled gently and encouraged him. Yes, let's start with you. Don't be afraid. No matter what the relationship between teachers and students was before, from today onwards we are all a family. We must love each other and help each other. Since we are a family, why don't you stand up and introduce yourself? The boy hesitated for a while before he finally plucked up his courage and stood up. He said shyly, Hello, teacher. Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Yan from Jinzhou, Hudong Province. Li Zishuan staggered. What a domineering name. Hello, teacher. Hello, everyone. I'm Jiang Qingyu from Jizhou, Hebei Province. Li Zishuan listened attentively to their self-introductions, memorizing their names and faces one by one. His memory was excellent. By the time all the students had finished their self-introductions, he had already built a database of their information in his mind. Well, let's start the class. For the first lesson, I'll teach you a new counting method. Look at these 10 numbers on the blackboard. Li Zishuan introduced the Arabic numerals to the students as he wrote and drew on the blackboard. The students looked and listened attentively while taking notes below. Kong Ingda nodded secretly. This way of teaching with the blackboard did make it easier for the students to concentrate. Hey, Sister Laner, can you give me your teaching materials? I can buy them for 10 strings of cash. Look, our Prince of Wei is so generous, directly offering 10 strings of cash. He's not like that poor Li Changqian from before, who had to grit his teeth and beg for half a day to buy a copy of Journey to the West, before he was willing to offer 5 strings of cash. It turned out that Li Tai saw that everyone else was taking notes from time to time, except for Laner and Iron Egg. He glanced at their table and immediately discovered their secret. It turned out that they had teaching materials. So he rolled his eyes, leaned over to Laner and whispered to her. Who was the Prince of Wei? Anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. But Laner was a rich woman herself. She didn't care about that little bit of money. Not selling? You're the Prince of Wei. You're so stingy. Laner pouted and said with disdain. Beside him, Bruiser quickly covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. Li Tai was speechless. Among all the civil and military officials in the court, only Laner would dare to say that he, Li Tai, was stingy. 20 strings of cash, Li Tai said ruthlessly. He didn't believe that this girl wouldn't be tempted by that much money. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. Not selling. Li Tai's face darkened. He wanted to get angry, but when he saw Li Zishuan giving a lecture, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only mumble to Iron Egg and say, Brother Iron Egg, how about you sell your teaching materials to me? Iron Egg thought about it and felt that it was a good deal to sell a book for 20 strings of cash. Moreover, he heard from his master yesterday that these teaching materials, so he nodded to Li Tai and said, Okay. Then he handed the book to Li Tai. Li Tai was overjoyed. After being rejected by Laner, he didn't have much hope. He didn't expect to receive such a pleasant surprise. He excitedly took over the teaching materials. Without saying anything, he took out a few gold pancakes and placed them on Tai Dan's table. Good Iron Egg. You're a good brother. I, Li Tai, will recognize you as my brother. Iron Egg took the gold cookies and was secretly happy. With so much money, He could buy a lot of delicious food for his father and sister. I've explained the new counting method, the new symbols, and the 4 arithmetic rules. Here is the multiplication table. Copy it down. You must memorize it by today. I'll check it tomorrow. Li Zishuan wrote the multiplication table on the blackboard and said to the students. As the students copied, they exclaimed that the new numbers and new symbols were too easy to use. It was many times more convenient than using Chinese characters. Su Hongji, who was at the side, couldn't help but praise Kong Yingda. Chancellor Kong, the advantages of Professor Li's new counting method and new operation symbols are too obvious. It can be considered a groundbreaking revolution in the history of mathematics. Although Kong Yingda didn't specialize in mathematics, he had done some research on it. He nodded and said, "Indeed. I'm afraid that your school of mathematics will officially rise in the future." After a while, when they finished copying, Li Zishuan wrote 5 addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division problems on the blackboard and said, "Now use the knowledge I just taught you to solve these 5 problems. I'll ask 5 people to come up and do it on the blackboard." Chapter 158. Ke Shiqing, Wang Meng, Meng Wenhao, Zheng Ziren, Li Tai. The 5 of you come up and answer these 5 questions according to the order I call. Li Zishuan randomly picked a few students. Of course, Li Tai was an exception. He wanted to deliberately make things difficult for this little fatty. Wang Meng, Meng Wenhao, and Zheng Ziren were shocked. They didn't expect Li Zishuan to remember their names just by listening to their self-introduction once. They couldn't help but be more convinced by this new teacher. The 5 of them obediently came to the blackboard, took out chalk and imitated Li Zishuan's writing on the blackboard, and prepared to answer the questions. Who knew? Clack! The 5 of them had just touched the chalk on the blackboard when the chalk in their hands broke one after another. Kong Yingda and Su Hongji, who were watching from below, felt their hearts ache. To them, chalk was a good teaching material. It was normal for people who were used to writing with a brush to not control their strength when using chalk for the first time. Li Zishuan didn't scold them. It was just a few pieces of chalk. He didn't feel bad. Li Tai frowned. He tried a few more times and finally got used to the strength of the chalk. When he looked at the question carefully, he was dumbfounded. It was a combination of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and the 2 numbers multiplied by each other were 3 digits. It was his first time learning this new type of arithmetic. Did it have to be so ruthless? The little fatty pouted and looked at Li Zishuan bitterly. He was sure that Li Zishuan must have done it on purpose. But Li Tai wasn't someone who would admit defeat so easily. He gritted his teeth and gave it his all. Accompanied by the squeaking sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard, the few of them began to answer the questions. After a while, Ke Shiqing, Wang Meng, Meng Wenhao, and Zheng Ziren finished their calculations. They put down the chalk and returned to their seats. Only Li Tai was still sweating profusely as he calculated. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't provoke him. He looked at the answers of the other 4 students first. Slowly, his smile froze on his face. Wang Meng, stand up. Sir. Wang Meng realized that he had miscalculated. He stood up and stammered. Who taught you that 9 times 6 equals 45? See. You taught me. Ah. Wang Meng asked curiously. Li Zishuan was furious. Bullshit. Show me the multiplication table on the blackboard. Let's see what 9 times 6 equals. Wang Meng glanced at the multiplication table and felt that he had done nothing wrong. He immediately regained his confidence and confidently said, "Teacher, look at the multiplication table. It says 6 9 54. Doesn't that mean 6 equals 45? Holy shit." Li Zishuan felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. The other students in the classroom were silent for a moment, and then they couldn't help but laugh. Li Zishuan explained the commutative law of multiplication to Wang Meng, and punished him by making him copy the multiplication table 10 times. At this time, Li Tai finally finished his problem. Just the calculation steps alone took him more than 20 lines. It was really difficult for him. The problem wasn't that difficult, but it would take some time to solve. Li Tai wiped the sweat from his forehead, put down the chalk, and glared at Li Zishuan. He turned around and was about to return to his seat. Ha ha ha. All the students pointed at Li Tai's face and laughed loudly. It turned out that when Li Tai was wiping his sweat, He had accidentally smeared the chalk dust on his face. Instantly, he looked like a little fat pig that had been smeared with white powder. Li Tai reacted. He quickly wiped his face with his sleeve and awkwardly returned to his seat. Li Zishuan ignored everyone's laughter. He looked at Li Tai's solution and nodded. Although this little fatty was sometimes arrogant, it was undeniable that he had the right to be arrogant. He learned things faster than others. Quiet! What are you laughing at? Li Zishuan roared. The students in the classroom immediately quieted down. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, other than Wang Meng, the other 4 students all got it right. They are worthy of praise. Especially Li Tai. His problem was the most difficult, but he still managed to solve it. Everyone applauded him. After that, Li Zishuan took the lead and clapped his hands. But the other students looked at him strangely and did not applaud. Li Zishuan calmed down and suddenly understood something. In ancient times, there was no such thing as applauding when praising others. In fact, the origin of applause was said to be in ancient Rome before the Christian era. In a barbarian tribe that was at war with Rome, there was such a habit. When the leader finished speaking or issued a call, the soldiers would tap the weapons in their hands to show their support. This was much easier and more powerful than the Roman soldiers shouting to respond to the leader. Therefore, the Roman soldiers gradually learned this method, and it eventually evolved into applause. In ancient China there was also applause. However, it was not to welcome or praise, but to express happiness or anger. There was an idiom that proved that clap and laugh. Ahem, in the future when a student is praised, we will all applaud and congratulate him. This is the tradition of our school of mathematics. Do you all hear me? If there is no such rule, then I will make the rule, Li Zishuan thought. Right now, Li Zishuan had absolute authority in this class. Although the students were puzzled, no one raised any objections. They all applauded. Clap, 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 clap. Loud applause immediately rang out in the classroom. Hee hee. As Li Tai listened, he suddenly felt that the feeling of being applauded by others was quite good. He suddenly felt that Li Zishuan was not so despicable. Then, he could not help but applaud for himself. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Looking at all the official and private schools in Tang Dynasty, there was no one who taught like Li Zishuan. The entire classroom was in chaos. Li Zishuan saw that it was about time. He still had to meet Chang Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the others for lunch at Zuishin restaurant. He said, all right, this morning's class is over. In the afternoon you all can study by yourselves. As for your teaching materials, I will personally pay for them. In the next 2 days I will arrange for craftsmen to print them out for you. When the time comes, everyone will get one. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. All the students were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Although this new teacher had some rules that were a bit ridiculous, he was knowledgeable and generous. However, there was one person who did not think so. That person was Li Tai. When he heard Li Zishuan's words, he almost vomited blood. He had spent 20 strings of coins to buy this teaching material. How could someone give it out for free without spending money? Well, brother Qin, do you want me to refund the money to you? Iron Egg saw Li Tai's gloomy face and could not help but ask tentatively. Li Tai waved his hand and said gloomily, no need. Li Tai did not have the face to ask for the money that he had given out. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, oh right, there is one more question. The question is about the height of the ginkgo tree to the west of the entrance of the Imperial College. You can give me the answer after you have measured it, or you can write down your measurement method and give it to me. No matter what, you must hand it in the next class. The one who did the best homework this time will get 2 extra points for this month's exam. Tomorrow is the 7th day of the new year, so we will not have classes. In the future, on the 7th, 8th, 14th, 15th, 21st, 22nd, 28th, and 29th of every month, the school will have a break. Okay, class dismissed. After saying that, he was about to leave. Li Tai, Lana, Iron Egg, Kang Yingda, and Su Hongji hurriedly followed him out. The rest of the students in the classroom were in an uproar. Ah, the ginkgo tree in front of the Imperial College must be more than 10 feet tall, right? How can we measure it? Yes, even the longest ruler is not that long, right? Even if it is that long, we can't go up. According to what the teacher just said, we can have 8 days off every month. Isn't this a little too much? What will the students in the other schools think if they know? During the Tang dynasty, the officials had a break every 5 days. Li Zixuan had a break of 8 days a month. Who cares what they think? With the teacher here, what are we afraid of? That's right, that's right. I say you guys should think about how to solve the question that the teacher left behind. If you answer it well, you will get extra points for this month's exam. Haha, don't worry, I will go back and ask my father. My father is the secretary of the Ministry of Works. He might know. Wang Meng, you are shameless. Chapter 159. Professor Li, why aren't you taking a break according to the regulations of the directorate? Kang Yingda chased after Li Zixuan and asked. From his point of view, Li Zixuan was completely messing around. It was very likely that he was intentionally slacking off. Chancellor Kang, mathematics is a very taxing subject and one must strike a balance between work and rest in order to ensure high efficiency. In the future, other than having 2 days off every 5 days, I plan to let the students go to class for 45 minutes and rest for 15 minutes every day. My master said that a person's attention can only last for about 5 to 6 minutes at most. After every 3 minutes, taking a quarter of an hour off can ensure that a person's efficiency in doing things will double in the following time. Therefore, it is very necessary for this kid to do this. Li Zixuan said with a serious expression. Even though he was indeed slacking off, shouldn't he find an honorable reason to slack off? Hearing this, Kang Yingda glanced suspiciously at Li Zixuan. Even though he didn't believe him, he couldn't find a loophole in Li Zixuan's words. Su Hongji held back his laughter and didn't say anything. He was certain that Li Zixuan was doing this to slack off. Cough cough. Then let's not talk about this matter for now. Professor Li, I feel that your blackboard is quite beneficial for teaching. I wonder if you can provide a set of blackboards and chalks for writing on them for the other institutions of the directorate? Kang Yingda thought about it and didn't plan to pursue Li Zixuan's mistake of using the excuse of taking a break to slack off. After all, he had something to ask of Li Zixuan today. Mr. Kang, it's not easy to make these blackboards and chalks. The cost is rather high. If you want me to provide blackboards and chalks for all the institutions of the directorate and the directorate doesn't pay anything in return, I'm afraid it's a bit unreasonable, right? Li Zixuan said with a smile. Even though his family had a lot of money, it didn't come from nowhere. Kang Yingda's words were clearly trying to gain something without risking anything. How could this work? Kang Yingda understood the meaning behind Li Zixuan's words. He sighed in his heart but said awkwardly, Haha, of course I won't let Professor Li pay for it himself. I will apply to His Majesty for the court to allocate funds to purchase blackboards and chalk for the 120 classrooms of the Imperial College. I just hope that Professor Li won't ask for too high a price when the time comes. The court's finances aren't rich this year either. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Sir, be at ease. This little one is not the sort of person who only cares about benefits and forgets favors. A country is a country, and only when one has a country can one have a home. This little one will not neglect the country's crisis for the sake of my family. When the time comes, this little one will sell the materials to the Imperial College at cost price. I only hope that the students can study hard and make my great Tang even more prosperous. Kang Yingda cupped his hands in gratitude. Li Xian is a righteous man. Li Zixuan smiled. Righteous? If this were the modern world, many keyboard warriors would call him a fool for not making money. After saying goodbye to Kang Yingda and Su Hongji, the group walked out of the Imperial College. At this time, Li Tai came up and shouted, Li Zixuan, wait. After leaving the classroom, Li Tai felt that his identity as a prince had returned to him. He began to be unrestrained again. He even dared to directly call Li Zixuan by his name. Li Zixuan stopped and glanced at Li Tai with a faint smile. Alas, the great Prince of Wei doesn't know how to respect his teacher and directly calls him by his name. If His Majesty and the civil and military officials knew about this, what would they think? Li Tai's fat face paled. Although he was doted on by Li Er, he was also afraid of those censors who only cared about their reputation and not their lives. Thus, he somewhat sullenly called out, Sir Li. Li Zixuan was secretly pleased. With his hands behind his back, he pretended to be pretentious and said, Chinghe, why are you looking for me? Little Fatty's mouth twitched, but he was also somewhat helpless. He could only say, Sir, a few months ago, You said that you wanted to print and sell Journey to the West. I don't know why there is still no news after so long. Li Zishuan touched his nose and said awkwardly, "Cough, so it's about this matter. Qingke, you may not know, but there are many plots in Journey to the West that involve the struggle between Buddhism and Taoism. It's really not suitable to publicize it." This was something that Li Jingma had mentioned to him one day when he was talking to him. At that time he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Journey to the West overall emphasized Buddhism and suppressed Taoism, but Li Er strongly advocated Taoism. If he took this book out to sell, wouldn't he be courting death? After listening to this, Li Tai suddenly understood and nodded. He said regretfully, "Sir's worries are somewhat reasonable. It's just that Journey to the West is such a wonderful novel. It's really a pity that we can't share it with everyone." Li Zishuan said with a smile, I've been thinking for a long time recently, and have decided to publish another novel called A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. It will be narrated by me and written by Iron Egg. After it's finished, I will hand it over to the workshop for printing. Qingke, if you are interested, you can go and buy it. I guarantee that it will be longer and more wonderful than Journey to the West. Li Tai's eyes suddenly lit up. A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality? Just the name alone sounded amazing, so he said excitedly, "Sir, how about I write it? My calligraphy has already reached the primary level. Even my father, the emperor and scholar, you have praised it. It will definitely not be a disgrace to Sir's wonderful story." Iron Egg couldn't help but feel anxious when his job was snatched away. However, he also knew his own limitations. He knew that his doggy paddle calligraphy was indeed not as good as Li Tai's, a prince. Li Zishuan found it funny. There was actually someone who was willing to fight for such a difficult job? If Qingke is willing, you can come to my house every day during your rest days. You can write it. When you're not around, Iron Egg will write it. Iron Egg felt relieved. It seemed that his master was still thinking about him. Li Tai said happily, "Thank you very much, sir. Then this student will go to Sir's house tomorrow." With a straight face, Li Zishuan said, "Qingke, you can't slack off on your studies because of this. Mathematics is the foundation of all learning other than Confucianism. You should first solve the problem that I left behind for you." Li Tai said gloomily, "Yes, sir." Oh. After parting with Li Tai, Lanner and Iron Egg didn't want to join in the fun with Cheng Yaojin and the others, so they went straight home. Li Zishuan asked San Bao and the others to protect Lanner and Iron Egg while he rode his horse to the Drunken Immortal Tavern. "Hey young master, you're here. Master and the other dukes are waiting for you upstairs." When he arrived at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, shopkeeper Lu welcomed him with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded. Today's banquet was mainly to thank Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yu Qijingda, and Niu Jinda for their kindness in leading the family to the rescue that day. As the father, Li Jingma naturally had to personally accompany them to drink. Otherwise, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to the dukes? Li Zishuan handed the reins to the servant and went up to the 4th floor alone. From afar, he could hear Chang Yaojin's hearty laughter. "Aha, brother, Jingma is right. No matter how I look at you, you don't look like a businessman at all. Instead, you look more like a group of rough soldiers like us, haha." Chapter 160. Li Jingma had traveled extensively in the business world for more than 20 years. He had long since mastered the ability to talk to people and ghosts. Therefore, as long as he was willing, he could chat with anyone. Li Jingma knew that it was impossible to chat and drink with military heroes like Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong. He had to be forthright. Haha, back then, General Cheng was invincible on the battlefield, causing the enemy to tremble in fear. At that time I was just a small peddler, but I could often hear stories about General Cheng in the marketplace. Li Jingma gave Cheng Yaojin a little flattery. "Haha, old Heiyuchi, how is it? I, old Cheng, have a greater reputation among the people than you." Cheng Yaojin laughed proudly. Everyone in the room was speechless at this shameless old man. "Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, Uncle Yuchi, Uncle Nyo, I was delayed by some matters at the Imperial College. I'm really sorry to have made you all wait for so long." Li Zishuan pushed open the door and cupped his hands apologetically. School was already a little late today, and after school, he spent half a day chatting with Kong Yingda and the others at the entrance of the Imperial College. As a result, He was a little late when he arrived at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, but he couldn't be blamed. The Imperial College didn't have an alarm or something. No one knew when school was over. It seemed that he would have to assign someone to ring the bell in the Institute of Mathematics. Cheng Yaojin pointed at Li Zixuan and said angrily, "Haha, you really have guts. You actually made us elders wait for you. You're really something. You'll punish yourself with 3 cups later." Niu Jinda also echoed, Yes, you should punish yourself with 3 cups. Li Jingma looked at his son with some worry. After spending so much time together, he knew that his son wasn't good at drinking. But at this time he obviously couldn't refute. Li Jingma could only suppress his worry and wait for the changes. Li Zixuan's face did not have the slightest trace of fear. He ordered the waiter to serve the dishes while personally pouring a cup of tea for Cheng Yaojin and the other 3. "Uncle Cheng, you're right. I should be punished for making you wait for so long. Today, I've prepared a special pot of immortal drunken wine for you. It's stronger than the one on the market. Because this wine is rare, I won't fight with you for it later. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups of immortal drunken wine as an apology." Cheng Yaojin looked at Li Zixuan meaningfully, then laughed and said, That's right. That's right. Little Xian, you can go and drink the sweet home. You can leave that special immortal drunken wine to me, old Cheng." Niu Jinda and Qin Qiong pointed at Cheng Yaojin and scolded him for being shameless. Li Jingma heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was happy that his son had cleverly resolved the awkward situation. When the dishes were served, everyone sat around the table, drinking and chatting merrily. They toasted each other. It was very lively. "Little Xian, today seems to be your first day on duty at the Imperial College. How was it? Did that group of scholars make things difficult for you?" Cheng Yaojin asked as he drank. Li Zixuan could hear the concern in Cheng Yaojin's words and felt warm in his heart. Although old Cheng was a boorish person, he treated his own people well. Li Jingma also looked at Li Zixuan with an inquiring gaze. "Haha. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Cheng. Chancellor Kong has taken good care of me. The teaching assistant of the School of Mathematics is an old friend of my father. Moreover, the Imperial College speaks with one's strength. My attainments in mathematics can be said to have reached a higher level. Therefore, I'm quite successful today." Li Zixuan replied smugly. Cheng Yaojin laughed. "Haha, you're really shameless. However, little Xian, you're also a capable person. You're proficient in literature and martial arts. Unlike my family's Chou Niu, who only knows my 3 axes." Qin Qiong interjected and asked, "Little Xian, did spiritual master Ling Su teach you the art of mathematics?" "Uncle Qin, the art of mathematics is only the foundation of my master's lifetime of knowledge. He said that only by mastering mathematics can one create sturdier cities, more powerful weapons, faster vehicles, and more efficient farming tools. The curved plow from before also contained the knowledge of mathematics." Qin Qiong asked curiously, "Your master also knows the art of refining weapons?" "Oh, I almost forgot. In ancient times, people called this skill of Taoism the art of refining weapons. I've been blindly comparing so much just now." Fortunately, Qin Qiong and the others didn't see through it. Li Zixuan felt a little awkward in his heart, but he continued without changing his expression. "My master is indeed proficient in the art of refining weapons. In the early years, my master traveled to various countries and collected the best of each country's craftsmanship. He once created a strange object that could allow people to fly. Once my master was in a small country in Nanyang, and was surrounded by tens of thousands of local aborigines. He relied on this object to float away without a single injury. Bragging wasn't against the law." Li Zixuan described his master to his heart's content. In any case, he had learned a little through various means in the past few months. Spiritual Master Ling Su was indeed an otherworldly expert. The number of people in the world who had truly seen him could be counted on one hand. There probably wasn't a single person who was truly familiar with him. Thus, no matter how he bragged, he wouldn't be exposed. Hiss! The few old people in the room widened their eyes in shock. Yuqi Jingda couldn't help but mutter, "There are really people in this world who can fly? Isn't this the means of immortals?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Uncle Yuqi, this is just borrowing the help of external objects. There are no immortals in this world. In fact, when the technology in the world is developed to the extreme, it isn't impossible for mortals to fly in the sky. Cheng Yaojin's eyes turned and he chuckled. Little Xian, does your school of mathematics still lack students? What do you think of my family's Chou Niu? As a brother, you have to give him a hand. Li Zishuan was stunned. He hesitated for a while before stammering, Uncle Cheng, it's not that I'm unwilling to accept, but I'm afraid that Brother Chou Niu won't be able to learn this. Cheng Yejin glared and said, he dares? See if I don't break his legs. My Tang Empire's internal affairs have basically been stabilized. Those clowns outside will also vanish in a puff of smoke in less than 5 years. How can this Chou Niu not learn some other skills? Don't worry and teach him. If he doesn't listen, just tell me and I'll take care of him. All right. Li Zishuan could only mourn for Cheng Chumo in his heart. Haha, Madman Cheng, your Chou Niu's brain is like yours. Even if you give him an immortal secret manual, he won't be able to understand it. Haha. Little Xian, why don't you let my Baolin learn from you? Although this child isn't particularly intelligent, he's willing to work hard to improve himself. Yuqi Jingda couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Cheng Yaojin was furious. Old Hey Yuqi, how good can your son be? You still have the face to talk about me. The two quarreled and there seemed to be signs of a big battle. Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda and Li Jingma hurriedly tried to stop the fight. In the end, Li Zishuan's mathematics class had 3 more children from the military. Chang Chumo, Qin Huayu and Yuqi Baolin. Niu Jinda's son had been recuperating at home, so he didn't make any similar requests. However, the happiest people were probably the students of the School of Mathematics. With Cheng Chumo helping them to take the bottom, wouldn't they have another layer of protection to get out of the role of shame? The banquet ended, and the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. However, Cheng Yaojin and the others drank a little too much. Li Zishuan called for a few servants to send them back. After finally sending these old masters away, Li Zishuan and Li Jingma couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, and Li Jingma smiled. All right, little Xian. Hurry back to the Imperial College. You still have to teach the students in the afternoon, right? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, no need, father. The students are self-studying in the afternoon. With teaching assistant Su there, I don't need to go. Moreover, I'll let the students rest tomorrow and the day after, so I don't need to go. Li Jingma's mouth twitched. No one knew a son better than his father. How could he not know what his son was thinking? He paused and finally said helplessly, then let's go home. The father and son mounted their horses and headed for Yongla Lane. Chapter 161. In the afternoon, Madame Li came to the West Courtyard. Iron Egg and Lanner went to the Imperial College. Li Zishuan was lying on a deck chair in the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the West Courtyard. He opened his mouth and took the grapes that Xiaoxi fed him. Cough cough, grapes from the grape trellis. Madam. The 2 maids saw Madame Li come over and bowed. Li Zishuan also quickly sat up. Mother. Yes. Madame Li smiled and sat down on the bench next to her. Xiaohe cleverly poured a cup of tea and placed it on the stone table in front of Madame Li. Xina, are you doing well in the Imperial College? Mother, I'm doing well. With my skills, who can bully me? Madame Li rolled her eyes at her son and took a sip of tea. She smiled and said, you Lanner is too much. She must go to the Imperial College to cause trouble for you. How can a girl get married in the future if she doesn't learn how to be a seamstress? Mother, there's nothing wrong with Lanner learning more. Why must she learn how to be a seamstress? She can just find a tailor to make clothes. Li Zishuan said indifferently. He didn't understand why girls in ancient times had to learn how to be a seamstress. Did she marry to make clothes for her husband's family? Madame Li said angrily, nonsense. If a girl doesn't know how to be a seamstress, which family will want her? Yuxi is not bad. I saw a few of her work before and it's better than mine. How can it be better than mother's? Mother's skills are naturally the best in Chang'an. This was clearly a trap. If Li Zishuan followed his mother's wishes and praised his wife, there was no guarantee that his mother wouldn't feel jealous. Thus, he shamelessly flattered her. Madame Li was happy when she heard this, but she said, you little sly, trying to make me happy. I've already discussed your marriage with Yuxi with Han Lijing. Tomorrow, I'll send a matchmaker to the Han family to propose marriage. Li Zixuan was happy when he heard this. He quickly went forward and poured tea for his mother. Thank you, mother. It just so happens that I have a day off tomorrow. Why don't we go together? A day without seeing her felt like 3 autumns. They had not seen each other for several days. Every night when it was quiet he really wanted to hug his wife. Mrs. Li Zixuan pointed her finger at Li Zixuan's forehead. You child, how can you be so ignorant of the rules? How can the groom personally propose marriage? Tomorrow your father and matchmaker Song will bring people to the Han family to propose marriage. You just stay at home. You and Yushi are not allowed to meet before you get married. Ah! Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. Mother, when will Yushi and I get married? Madame Li laughed and said, Look at how anxious you are, this is just the beginning of the marriage proposal. Later on there is still the ceremony of receiving the bride, asking for the name of the bride, accepting the bride, and then the date of the invitation, setting an auspicious date, and finally the welcoming ceremony. Xianer, you have to learn the wedding procedures properly. Don't make a fool of yourself when you get married. Li Zixuan almost fainted as he listened. Did it have to be so troublesome? Couldn't they just have a flash marriage? Mother, then you should set the wedding date earlier. Otherwise, it won't be good if your daughter-in-law runs away. Li Zixuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly ran away after saying that. Madame Li looked at Li Zixuan's back as he ran away. She shook her head and smiled dotingly. This child. Xiao He and Xiao Shi, who were at the side, couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Li Zixuan went out of the mansion and went to the workshop to find Louis Dao Lu Dingy. Ever since Li Zixuan bought the original Heavenly Craft Pavilion and poached him, this old man had been idling in the Strange Interest Pavilion. After Yan Xiaoning gave his workshop to Li Zixuan also transferred Louis Dao to the workshop. This old man usually helped Faubert carve some ornaments on the skateboard in the workshop, so he was free and relaxed. Master Lu, you used to carve all kinds of strange objects. Do you know how to carve words? Li Zixuan motioned Louis Dao to sit down first and then asked. Louis Dao smiled and said, Young master, carving words is much easier than carving wood. Of course I know how to do it. What kind of words do you want to carve? Li Zixuan took out the mathematics book and said, I want to print about 30 copies of this book. I want to trouble you to carve a set of templates. Louis Dao hesitated and said, Young master, if you want to carve a block plate, it will take a lot of time and effort. It's better to ask a group of poor scholars to copy it. Li Zixuan heard and suddenly understood. There was no movable type printing in the Tang dynasty. Master Lu, I don't want you to carve a block plate for each page. You can use the clay to make blanks of the same size. Carve a single word in reverse at one end. The height of the word protrusion is like the thickness of the edge of a copper coin. Burn it hard with fire and make it into a single movable type of clay. Then, print it according to the content of each page. Good, young master's method is good. In this way, all the books can be printed on a large scale in our workshop and passed down to the future generations. It's really a great merit. Faubert just walked in and heard Li Zixuan's new printing method. He couldn't help but applaud loudly. Manager Fu. Louis Dao stood up and greeted him. Faubert, you came at the right time. I plan to set up a printing department in the workshop. You can transfer some people to Master Lu. In the future, there will be a lot of books for the workshop to print. Li Zixuan said to Faubert. Faubert sat down and said, Yes, young master. Li Zixuan nodded and said to Louis Dao, Master Lu, set up the printing department as soon as possible. Help me print this book in 2 days. I need it urgently. Louis Dao took the book from Li Zixuan's hand and replied, Yes, young master. Young master, what are these curved words on the book? And these circles and dots, what do they mean? Why haven't I seen them before? Louis Dao opened it and was dumbfounded. These are my new arithmetic numbers, arithmetic symbols, and some punctuation marks. Master Lu, you can print according to them. Li Zixuan explained. Oh, Louis Dao scratched his head. Although he didn't understand, he still agreed. He didn't care what it meant. He just needed to print according to it. Faubert, how's my carriage? Li Zixuan asked Faubert after Louis Dao went out. Faubert wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, Young master, it's not done yet. This carriage is far more difficult than I thought. I think it will take a few more days. Li Zishuan nodded and took out a drawing. He said with a smile, Faubert, help me make something else. Faubert was a little dizzy when he saw Li Zishuan take out the drawing. He didn't know what his young master was going to do. He took a look and couldn't help but be puzzled. Young master, what are you going to do with this thing? Faubert, this is a custom-made shoe for horses. When the horse wears it, its hooves will never be injured again. The life of the horse will also be greatly increased. Li Zishuan went to see the injury of the white horse at home yesterday. Looking at its hooves that were wrapped in a circle, Li Zishuan suddenly realized that there were no horseshoes in the Tang dynasty. Looking at the white horse's pitiful eyes, Li Zishuan asked someone to measure the size of the horse's hooves. He planned to make a pair of shoes for it. After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Faubert suddenly felt a little doubtful. His young master was already so prodigal that it made people's hair stand on end. It wasn't enough for him to make something for himself, but he also wanted to make shoes for the horse. No matter how he heard it, it felt like a fantasy story. Young master, will this really work? Li Zishuan smiled and said confidently, Faubert, just do it. It will definitely work. Faubert felt helpless and could only agree. Chapter 162. As night fell, the pedestrians on the road went home one after another. After a few minutes, the sky was completely dark. Thousands of lights lit up one after another. In the northeast of Chang'an City, many squares were close to the imperial palace, so most of them were the residences of high-ranking officials and nobles. In the northwest of Chang'an City, because it was close to the West Market, a large number of rich merchants, Hu people, Persians, and other non-civilized people gathered here. Therefore, the market structure of Chang'an City had always been rich in the west, rich in the east, and noble in the east. Yi Square, southwest of Chang'an City. This place was far away from the bustling area, and most of it was a gathering place for poor people. In a dilapidated courtyard, a few lights were lit up. In the room, a little boy about 10 years old was holding a little girl's hand and teaching her how to write. The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old, and her face was a little yellow, obviously malnourished. She seemed to think that writing was fun, and an innocent smile appeared on her face from time to time. Haora, it's time to eat. A woman in coarse gray clothes came in with a bowl and said with a smile, Oh, it's time to eat. The little girl cheered and broke free from the boy's arms. She ran to the table and looked at the food in the bowl, drooling. The boy shook his head in amusement and asked the woman, Mother, won't father come back for dinner tonight? The woman in gray was startled and said, Your father is helping people unload goods on the murky river. I'm afraid he won't come back tonight. Howard, don't worry about that. Eat first. The little boy agreed in a low voice and quietly went back to the table to sit down. Come, Howard, eat an egg. Today, when I was working at Minister Hu's house, his wife gave it to me. Eat it to nourish your brain. Maybe you can be the top scorer in the exam next year. The woman carefully peeled an egg and put it in the little boy's bowl, and said lovingly. The little boy looked at the egg in the bowl and then looked at Yaya, who was drooling. He put the egg in Yaya's bowl with chopsticks and said, Mother, I have eggs for lunch at the Imperial College. Give this egg to little sister. He thought to himself, I must get first place in this monthly test. That way, I can bring my parents and little sister to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to have a big meal. I heard that the wine in the Drunken Immortal restaurant is called the best wine in the world. My father used to love wine a long time ago, but in order to support my studies he didn't drink anymore. I must bring my father to taste it. It's been a long time since I've eaten meat. I'm sure you'll like the chicken, meatballs and braised pork from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The Dompa pork and twice-cooked pork from the Drunken Immortal restaurant would definitely like to eat them. The gray-clothed woman originally wanted to stop him, but after hearing her son's words, she could only give up. She sighed and said, How? I heard from you yesterday that a new teacher will be coming to your academy today. What do you think? Did Mr. Xian teach well? This little boy was Meng Wenhao from the School of Mathematics. Today in class, Li Zishuan had called his name to do some questions on the blackboard. Meng Wenhao smiled and said, Mother, you must know our new teacher. He's the man from Lantian County who presented the Tsuan Plow to the imperial court a while ago. His mathematical ability is unique. He's the most knowledgeable person I've ever met. The gray-clothed woman was obviously taken aback. She said in astonishment, "So it's Li Xiannan. This person is the great benefactor of our poor family. You have to learn well from Li Xiannan and live up to his teachings." Meng Wenhao's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, what would Mr. Xian think if he knew that someone called him Mr. Xian? Ooh! The next day, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. "Mother, I'm going to the Imperial College." Meng Wenhao finished his breakfast and shouted to his mother, who was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. The woman walked out and asked, Didn't you say yesterday that you had a day off today? Why do you still want to go?" Meng Wenhao turned around and said, "Mother, Mr. Xen left a question yesterday. I'm going to the Imperial College to solve it today." After saying that, he turned around and ran away. The woman was puzzled. She wanted to ask, but her son had already gone far. At the Imperial College, under the ginkgo tree next to the gate stood a young man in blue. The young man did not move. He raised his head and stared at the top of the ginkgo tree without blinking. Among the students of the Imperial College, the young man was like a lone wolf with his head held high. He stood alone between heaven and earth, looking very different. The passing crowd quickly noticed him. "Hey, look, there's a fool over there. He's standing there motionless." It's true. Why is there a fool in our Imperial College? He's not a fool. I know this person. He's Meng Wenhao from the School of Mathematics. His results have always been among the best in the school. Isn't the School of Mathematics closed today? Why is he here? Who knows? Instead of sleeping at home early in the morning, he's here in a daze. He must be crazy. It's said that the School of Mathematics has 8 days off every month. They're so lucky. Yeah, why can they have 8 days off every month? I'm going to protest to the teacher of our school. We have to take 8 days off every month too. Yes, we're going to protest. Why aren't you leaving? You're going to be late. If you're late, the teacher might slap you. Let's go. Ooh! The surrounding students immediately dispersed, and the gate of the Imperial College returned to its original quiet state. Meng Wenhao remained motionless. He was not affected by the noise outside at all. If he could answer the question well, he could get 2 extra points in the monthly exam. If he could get these 2 points, he would have a much better chance of getting first place in the monthly exam. Many ideas flashed through his mind, but he rejected them all. No, this won't work either. This is definitely not the best plan. There must be a better one. Meng Wenhao was in a trance. He did not feel the passage of time at all. Kong Yingda passed by him and looked at him. He shook his head and sighed. "Stubborn child. I hope you can get over it soon." After saying that, he didn't bother Meng Wenhao and walked away. Time passed. It was noon in the blink of an eye. Wow, why is Meng Wenhao still standing here? Yeah, he didn't even move his feet. Don't make a mistake while standing. I think there's something wrong with his brain. Let's go. Let's not care about him. Let's eat. Yes. Let's eat. Ooh. The surroundings fell into silence again. Meng Wenhao's lips were dry and cracked. His body was a little shaky, but he had no intention of moving. He was still in deep thought. Since the morning, he had thought of hundreds of methods in his mind, such as building a ladder, measuring the trunk section by section, tying a rope to the top of the tree, measuring the length of the rope, etc. However, he rejected them all. His intuition told him that these were not the best methods. There must be a simpler way. There must be. I can think of something. Meng Wenhao thought firmly. Chapter 163. Yongla Lane. At the Li residence, the marriage proposal team was assembled early in the morning. The leader was a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s. She had heavy makeup on and her laughter was mesmerizing. Li Zixuan's eyes were red, and he hurriedly returned to the west courtyard. Xiaoxi, you're going too? Li Zixuan asked curiously when he bumped into Xiaoxi, who was in a hurry. Yes, young master. Madam asked Xiaoxi to deliver something to young mistress. Xiaoxi replied with a smile. Li Zixuan laughed and joked. Haha, little girl, you're calling her young mistress so soon? Xiaoxi, wait a moment. Help me deliver something to Yuxi too. Yes, young master. Li Zixuan smiled and returned to his room. He spread out a piece of paper and began to write. I'm willing to win the heart of my beloved. When your hair is white and you're past your prime, I'll still hold your hands and give you the gentleness of the world. Be good, Yushi. Stay at home and wait for me to marry you. After he finished writing, he suddenly had an idea. He folded the letter into a paper crane and pressed it flat into an envelope. He sealed it and walked out. Young master, you're going to deliver a letter to young mistress? Xiao He was carrying a bag and came to the entrance of the courtyard. She was probably going to follow the marriage proposal team to the Han residence. Li Zixuan passed the letter to Xiao Shi and said to Xiao He, Little girl, don't peek on the way. Xiao Shi was the timid type while Xiao He was more lively. It was just that her chest was a little small. What was he thinking? Xiao He pouted and said, Xiao He won't peek. Young master must have written some mushy words of love to young mistress. Xiao He will die of jealousy if I read it. You little brat. Li Zixuan's face turned black and he pretended to knock her head. Xiao He screamed and ran away with Xiao Shi. Tai Chi Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. This was where Li Er would read and deal with government affairs after the morning court. At this moment, Li Zixuan was sitting at the top with a book in his hand. He frowned as he read. Zhao Song, is this Li Zixuan's new mathematics? Why have I never seen these strange words before? Zhao Song stepped forward cautiously and said, Your Majesty, this is indeed a new type of mathematics that Li Xianan invented. It is said that this book was compiled by him personally. As for the strange words in the book, I don't understand them either. However, I'm sure that Your Highness, Prince of Wei, will be able to understand them. After Prince of Wei finished listening to the lecture yesterday, he even solved a very difficult question that Li Xianan set. Li Er smiled happily. Great. My Qin Ke is indeed talented and learns everything quickly. Haha. Zhao Song smiled and said, It's all thanks to His Majesty's teachings. Li Er laughed heartily, accepting the flattery. Your Majesty, the male student from Li County left a question after class yesterday. He said that he wanted the students to figure out a way to measure the height of the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree in front of the Imperial College. He also said that the student with the best method would get 2 extra points in this month's exam. Zhao Song saw that Li Er was very interested in the matter between Li Zixuan and Li Tai, so he continued. Li Er was stunned and asked, Monthly exam? What monthly exam? Zhao Song explained, Your Majesty, this is the examination system that Li Xianan set for the School of Mathematics. It is said that the School of Mathematics has a small exam every 7 days, a midterm exam every month, and a major exam every half a year. The top student in the monthly exam will be treated to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, with Li Xianan's personal funds. He can even bring his family along. The top 5 students in the monthly exam will have a roll of honor, while the bottom 5 will have a roll of shame. They will also be responsible for cleaning the teaching hall. The top student in the half-year exam will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Li Er was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, This kid is really rich and overbearing. He is even more generous than I am and has a lot of ideas. The students in the Imperial College are going to have a headache. I hope that Li Zixuan can take the lead in guiding the culture of the Imperial College. In recent years, the Imperial College has become a gathering place for rich playboys. Zhao Song said respectfully, Your Majesty is far-sighted and wise. Li Er waved his hand and pondered for a moment, then said, But this kid really knows how to make things difficult for others. The ginkgo tree at the entrance of the Imperial College is probably more than 100 feet tall, right? How are the students going to measure it? Zhao Song, can you fly that high with your lightness ability? Zhao Song broke out in sweat and quickly said, Your Majesty, this great grandmaster can't fly that high, right? That kind of height is not something that a human can achieve. Li Er rubbed his nose and knew that he was overthinking. Your Majesty, are you still reviewing the memorials? I have prepared iced sour plum soup for you to relieve the heat. At this moment, Zhang Sun walked over elegantly with a bowl of sour plum soup. Seeing this, Zhao Song quickly retreated to the side and became one with the pillars in the hall like an old monk in meditation. Haha, Guanyin, you have troubled yourself. In the future, let the servants do these things. You are not in good health and should not be overworked. Come and sit. Li Er moved his seat and gestured for Zhang Sun to sit over. After Zhang Sun sat down, she smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My body is not that weak. Your Majesty, please drink some sour plum soup to relieve the heat." Li Er nodded and took the sour plum soup. He drank a few mouthfuls and exclaimed in satisfaction, "Your Majesty, are you not done reviewing the memorials?" Zhang Sun looked at the stacked memorials on the table and could not help but feel sorry for him. "Soon. Guanyin, please wait a moment. I will finish reviewing them soon, and then accompany you to admire the flowers." Li Er finished the sour plum soup in a few mouthfuls and went back to work. Moments later, Li Er looked at a memorial and muttered, "It's this kid again. But this time he still has some conscience." Zhang Sun came over curiously and asked, "Your Majesty, who are you talking about?" Li Er came back to his senses and said with a smile, "It's all because of that kid Li Zishuan." Kong Yingda wrote a memorial saying that Li Zishuan had created a type of blackboard and chalk that was extremely beneficial for teaching. Thus, he requested that I allocate a sum of money to the directorate to purchase a batch of blackboards and chalk. Zhang Sun was stunned. "This kid even earns money from you, Your Majesty?" Li Er shook his head and said, "This time this kid still has some conscience." Kong Yingda told him that the imperial court's finances are not good this year. Who knew that this kid would take the initiative to give in and only take the cost? How rare. Zhang Sun smiled and said, "If that's the case, this kid is quite righteous. Your Majesty, why do you still seem a little unhappy?" Li Er looked up and sighed. He said in a deep voice, "In the end, it's because the imperial court has no money. They actually let a kid take the initiative to give in." Zhang Sun saw Li Er's gloomy face and knew that he was thinking about the Turkic Khaganate south last year. The Tang Empire emptied Chang'an's treasury to sign the Wei River Treaty. She comforted him gently and said, "These 2 years have been hard for Your Majesty. It's a pity that I, as a woman, can't come out to share Your Majesty's burden." Li Er put his arm around Zhang Sun's waist and said with a smile, "Maid Guanyin has helped me a lot. Of course, these world affairs should be shouldered by me. The Turkic Khaganate is just a clown. When the Tang Empire reinvigorates, we will definitely hunt the grassland." Zhang Sun leaned her head on Li Er's shoulder and suddenly thought of something. She looked up and said, "Your Majesty, Li Zishuan said that his master predicted that there would be a locust plague next year. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with it?" Li Er's lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations immediately vanished. He said with a solemn expression, "Shu Bao personally vouched for this kid, and this kid said it with certainty. I have to believe him. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'm discussing this with Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. I think there will be a solution in a few days." Zhang Sun wondered, "Your Majesty, why don't you directly adopt the kid's strategy of raising chickens?" Li Er stroked Zhang Sun's long hair and sighed. "That kid's method may only be able to take care of his family's farmers. What I want to take care of is the people in the world. The imperial court doesn't have the money to raise so many chickens. For this matter, there must be a detailed plan for the specific areas." Zhang Sun nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 164. Afternoon. I who can't hold on to love, always watch it slip away. There are so many happy people in the world, why can't you count me in? Love must be courageous with every setback. Love must be firm and persistent. Every single person has to see through it. If you want to love, don't be afraid of pain. Find someone you love the most, someone you love deeply, someone you want to love, to say goodbye to being single. Someone who is passionate, infatuated, heartless, and ruthless to scar me. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see his wife for the next 2 months. Most importantly, his 2 personal maidservants had left today. He didn't even have a girl to flirt with. Li Zishuan was lying alone on a deck chair in the pavilion of the West Courtyard, singing the single love song in solitude to comfort himself, a pitiful single dog. As he sang, Li Zishuan felt like he was letting go of himself. His singing became louder and louder. The servants watched from afar as their young master went crazy. They were hesitating whether or not they should tell the madam. F***ck, stop, stop, stop. Stop singing. Suddenly he heard an angry roar. Li Zixuan subconsciously stopped singing. He opened his eyes and looked to the side. It was Li Tai. The little fatty covered his ears and looked at him with a strange expression. Li Zixuan was speechless. His singing wasn't bad, okay? Why did this fatty look so disgusted? Moreover, this is my house. It's bad enough that you didn't greet me when you came in, but you still have the cheek to look down on me? What? Could it be that Qing Kei's ears have become pregnant after hearing your master singing? Li Zixuan asked with a smile. After dealing with Li Tai so many times, Li Zixuan knew that he couldn't be polite with this little fatty. Otherwise, he would definitely take advantage of him. Li Tai spat and said, "You're the one who got pregnant after hearing it. It's so unpleasant to hear. Simply obscene. The person who wrote it is really vulgar. It's a disgrace to the refined." Li Zixuan was so angry that he casually threw a grape from the stone table and scolded. This brat actually called such a classic song of the later generations obscene and cliched. "You brat, you're the one who's insulting the educated. Is this how you talk to your teacher?" Fatty's mind went blank. He dodged the sneak attack and retorted, "This isn't the Imperial College. Don't put on airs. You say that I don't respect my teachers, but what proof do you have?" This damn fatty actually acted shamelessly. Li Zixuan didn't know what to do with him. Who asked him to have such a good father? Li Zixuan thought viciously. "I'll remember this and see how I'll deal with you the day after tomorrow. Then may I know the reason for your highness visit today?" Li Zixuan said indifferently with an unapproachable look. Ugh! Li Tai finally remembered the purpose of his visit. It seemed that he had a favor to ask. He was so focused on bickering with Li Zixuan that he forgot about the proper business. This was bad. Their relationship was strained. How was he going to continue the discussion? "Ah, the song you sang just now was really beautiful. Tai is deeply impressed." Li Tai had never flattered anyone before. When he really needed to, he was incomparably stiff. Li Zixuan looked at Li Tai with a strange expression, wondering if this little fatty's brain had short-circuited. "It's a so-so. I say, Qingke, why are you here today?" Li Zixuan thought for a while, and decided to listen to what this little fatty wanted. Li Tai's mouth twitched. He secretly cursed Li Zixuan for being shameless, but he smiled brightly and said, "Didn't you say last time that you wanted me to help record The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality? I have nothing to do today, so I came here to do it for you." It turned out that this little fatty had a favor to ask of him. Li Zixuan put on airs and said pretentiously, "Oh, I'm not in a good mood today because someone said that my singing was terrible. I'll tell it another day." Li Tai's face suddenly became very ugly, but when he thought of the wonderful journey to the west last time, he gritted his teeth and said, "I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." Li Zixuan smiled. He knew that he couldn't go too far at this time. Everything had to be done in moderation. Otherwise, if he went too far, even friends would become enemies. "Well, I'm in a much better mood now, so I can tell you the story. Qingke, have you finished your homework?" Li Tai heard this and said proudly, "Of course. Just a question. How can I, Li Tai, be stumped?" Li Zixuan asked curiously, "Oh? So you've already thought of a solution? Tell me quickly." "It's a secret. This student will give the answer to you the day after tomorrow. If I tell you now, there's no guarantee that it won't be leaked," Li Tai said with a guarded face. F***ck, this damn fatty is probably worried that I'll leak his answer to Iron Egg, isn't he? How shameless. I already have a standard answer, who cares? TSK, if you don't want to tell me, then I'll ask someone to call Iron Egg over, and we'll tell him together. After a while, Iron Egg, Loner and Li Tai sat in a circle in the pavilion. Li Tai had xian paper in front of him, and a little maid was grinding ink for him. Li Zixuan felt that the way Iron Egg looked at him today was a little strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It could only be considered as a man's intuition. After everyone had arrived, Li Zixuan closed his eyes and began to recall the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality that he had read in his previous life. This book could be called a divine book in his previous life. It was the founder of the mortal flow, and it was also the best and longest work of the mortal flow. Unlike Journey to the West, Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was a web novel. It focused on fast food culture and the language was plain. The main advantage was that the plot was attractive. Li Zixuan wasn't sure if this type of web novel would be popular in ancient times. Today was a good time to test it out. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Zixuan had recalled most of the plot in the first volume of Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. On one hand, he really liked this novel in his previous life. On the other hand, his current mental strength was incomparable to that of ordinary people. The benefits of having a strong mental strength were not only reflected in mental calculation, but also in memory. Green Sparrow, are you ready? Li Zixuan looked at Li Tai and asked. Li Tai squeezed the brush in his hand and said excitedly, I'm ready, I'm ready. Li Zixuan nodded and began to narrate. The first time we returned to the village at the edge of the mountain. Dumbo's eyes widened as it stared straight at the black roof made of straw and mud. The old quilt covering its body was now a dark yellow, and its original appearance was unrecognizable, with a faint moldy smell wafting from it. The person next to him was his second brother, Han Zhu. He was sleeping soundly, and there were intermittent sounds of snoring coming from his body. Li Tai frowned as he listened and jotted down notes. This beginning is too plain. It's not as exciting as Journey to the West at all. Although that was what he thought, Li Tai didn't interrupt him. The excellent education from the royal family urged him to continue listening patiently. Chapter 165. Under the Pavilion. From time to time, Li Tai would frown slightly. Naturally, Li Zixuan would notice this. He could understand this. The beginning of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality was indeed not outstanding. This could be seen from its early results. But there's a saying that goes, if you can endure loneliness, you can hold on to prosperity. Although the system of Mortal was based on Xiao Qian's masterpiece Misty Journey, in the novels before Mortal, the cultivation system was only the background of the story. The main characters all leveled up very quickly, and the story still relied on other contradictions to progress. Just like World of Warcraft, leveling up was only a small part of the story. However, in Mortal, leveling up was the main content. Every small improvement was incomparably difficult, but it could also make the reader deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. The entire story revolved around how to take every step to level up. Through accumulation step by step, the legend of Mortal was finally created. As the story went deeper and deeper, Li Tai also discovered the strengths of Mortal. Unlike Journey to the West, which was unconstrained and passionate, the main plot of Mortal only revolved around Han Li's cultivation and leveling up. Every step was filled with setbacks. As Li Tai listened, he could not help but put himself in the shoes of the character. The Seven Mysteries sect, the eternal spring arts that seemed ordinary on the surface, but contained profound mysteries, and the small mysterious bottle that Li Zixuan had accidentally picked up. All of these tempted Li Tai to continue listening. Li Tai's fat right hand held the brush as it danced on the paper. He didn't feel the slightest bit tired. His heart was completely immersed in another world as he listened to Li Zixuan. Even Li Tai was like this, not to mention Iron Egg. The main character of Mortal had the same name as him. Moreover, their family circumstances were very similar. Thus, after listening to the story twice, Iron Egg was already completely immersed. It was as if he was Han Li in the novel, following the ups and downs of the plot, with twists and turns. Lanner, on the other hand, had no interest in this story. After listening to it for a while, she felt that Han Li wasn't as interesting as Sun Wukong. After bidding farewell to Li Zixuan, she returned to the backyard. Li Zixuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he had only asked Iron Egg to come over. He did not expect Lanner to come over as well. Many of the later parts of the novel were not suitable for her to read. It was good that the little girl had left. Han Li dripped a drop of green liquid on a green 3-crowgrass, turning it into a yellow 3-crowgrass with a 100-year medicinal effect. A few days later, he dripped another drop of green liquid on it, and it actually became another 100 years old. Seeing that this method was indeed effective, Han Li repeated the same method for the next 2 months. Every time a new green liquid was produced from the small bottle, he would drip it on the 3-crowgrass. And the 3-crowgrass lived up to his expectations. Its leaves gradually turned from yellow to yellow-black, and then from yellow-black to black. Finally, when its leaves were completely black and shiny, It became a rare 1,000-year-old three-crow grass in the world. Li Tai's eyes widened, and he was shocked in his heart. So this mysterious bottle can infinitely accelerate the maturity of spiritual herbs. This is really amazing. Han Li will definitely be able to completely turn the tables this time. Iron Egg's breathing quickened as he listened. He was as excited as he was when he obtained the mysterious bottle. Okay, that's all for today. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and did not want to continue. He had been talking for almost an entire afternoon, and his throat was smoking. Ah, you're done so soon? Li Tai was dumbfounded. He had just gotten into the role and now it was over. What was this? Iron Egg's face was also full of regret, but he did not raise any objections. Li Zishuan said angrily, "It's already so late. What are you still talking about? Qingke, go back quickly. Be careful, the market will be closed soon." Li Tai waved his hand indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. If worst comes to worst, I'll just stay at Mr. Li's house tonight. Sir, please tell me 2 more times, or I won't be able to sleep tonight." A large part of the reason why he chose to go to Li Zishuan's class in the School of Mathematics was that it was convenient for him to listen to Li Zishuan's story. After reading Journey to the West, he had been out of books for a long time. Today he had finally fulfilled his wish. He had just satisfied his craving, but now it was abruptly stopped. How could he stand it? At this time, not to mention that the market was closed, even if it was raining blades, he would not be willing to leave. Li Zishuan's face darkened when he heard this. He roared in his heart. What the F***ck, if worst comes to worst, you'll just stay at my house tonight? This damn fatty is really thick-skinned. No, I'm tired today. I definitely won't teach anymore. Li Zishuan refused in a muffled voice. Li Tai saw that he was determined and knew that there was no room for negotiation. He thought for a while and said, "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. I won't teach tomorrow either. I have something to do tomorrow." Li Zishuan said quickly. Tomorrow, he would go to the workshop to see how the preparation of the printing department was going. The students were still waiting for the textbooks the day after tomorrow. Li Tai suddenly became angry. He wanted to curse on the spot, but when he thought of the consequences he shrank his neck and said sullenly, "What can you do? Are you lying to me again?" Believe it or not, Li Zishuan was too lazy to explain. He got up and was about to take the manuscript of Ordinary Man that Li Tai had transcribed. "Then I'll go with you tomorrow." Hey, this is what I wrote. Why are you taking it away? I plan to sell this story in the future. You can only listen to it. You're not allowed to take it away, so as not to leak the secret. Li Zishuan said with a smile. F***ck. Li Tai was sure that Li Zishuan was doing this on purpose. He was taking revenge on him for not handing in his homework in advance. In his opinion, although the novel was interesting, how much could it be sold for? Li Tai gritted his teeth and turned to leave. TSK, this little fatty's handwriting is not bad. Li Tai was speechless. At this moment he really wanted to turn around and fight Li Zishuan to the death. Here Li Tai was addicted to Ordinary Man. Over at the Imperial College, Meng Wenhao was lost in thought, unable to extricate himself. The sun was already setting in the west, but Meng Wenhao was still standing under the ginkgo tree stubbornly, looking up at the treetops. Because he had been in this position for a long time and hadn't stopped drinking, his thin and weak body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The drums of the Imperial College sounded, and the students rushed out of the classroom. When they arrived at the entrance of the Imperial College, they found that Meng Wenhao was still standing there. Thus, many people surrounded him, pointing and whispering to each other. "Oh my God, why is he still here? He's been standing there for so long. Will something happen to him? I think he must have been stimulated by something and turned into a fool." "I don't think so. Meng Wenhao's grades have always been good. What stimulated him? I don't care. I'm going home. This person is either crazy or a fool. Yes. Let's go home." After a while the crowd dispersed. Facing the setting sun, their shadows were very long, and many of them reflected on Meng Wenhao's body. Meng Wenhao inadvertently looked down and saw this scene. He was stunned for a moment and seemed to understand something. Then he shouted excitedly, "Haha! I finally figured it out. As he spoke, he wanted to run home. Unexpectedly, he stood for too long and lost control of his legs. He fell to the ground, but he continued to shout excitedly. The students who were walking in front of him turned around and saw this crazy scene. They couldn't help but look at each other and think, "It seems that this student is really crazy." Oh. Chapter 166. Not long after Li Tai left, Li Jingma came back with a group of people to escort the bride. Old man Li's face was flushed and full of joy. He was pulled by his wife and asked a lot of questions, but he did not seem to be impatient. Xiaoxi came over secretly and went to Li Zishuan's side. She said softly, "Young master, young madam cried when she saw your letter. She also asked me to bring you a letter." Li Zishuan said happily, "Quickly give it to me." Xiaoxi carefully took out a letter from her waist pouch and passed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took it and walked to the side. He opened it and saw a line of beautiful words. "I want to know you and live a long life. The mountains have no edges, the heaven and earth merge, the river runs dry, the winter thunder rumbles, the summer snow dares to be separated from you." This was a Han folk love song called Shangxia. Li Zishuan used mushy words to express his love to Han Yushi. Han Yushi used poetry to express her unswerving love. This girl was shy when she needed to be. But once she expressed her feelings, she was passionate and unrestrained when she loved him. Li Zishuan smiled proudly. He had picked up a treasure. This kind of girl was even cuter, right? When Xiao He and Xiaoxi saw Li Zishuan's lewd smile, they couldn't help but back off in fear. The next day, "Teacher, what are you doing here today?" Li Tai left unwillingly yesterday, but he did not believe Li Zishuan's words. He thought that Li Zishuan was deliberately finding an excuse to fool him. Therefore, he came to the workshop today. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I'm here to get the teaching materials. The day before yesterday, I told the students that I would print teaching materials for everyone. I can't go back on my words, right? Teaching materials, damn teaching materials." Hearing these two words, Li Tai suddenly remembered his foolish act of buying teaching materials at a high price. Thus, he silently followed behind and didn't want to speak anymore. Li Zishuan looked at him and knew what he was thinking. Iron Egg had told him the day before yesterday. Li Zishuan neither agreed nor objected to this kind of thing. Anyway, one was willing to take the hit and the other was willing to take the hit. His disciple didn't suffer any losses, and Li Tai didn't lack the money. When he arrived at the workshop, he was greeted by the sight of countless busy craftsmen. Compared to the beginning, the number of craftsmen working in the workshop had increased by more than 3 times. The main reason was that the supply of scooters and skateboards could not meet the demand. These two items were already hard to find in Chang'an. Last month, he had negotiated a cooperation with Wang Renbiao, and he had to give him 50% of the supply every month. The Chitsu Pavilion workshop, which was already short of supply, was even more strained. Seeing that Li Zishuan had arrived, the craftsmen didn't stop working. They only raised their heads and greeted him with a smile when Li Zishuan walked to their side. This was what Li Zishuan had told them before. He didn't like formalism. For him, efficiency was the way to go. The craftsmen were now full of a sense of belonging to the workshop. Not only was the treatment good, but there were also no officials who would scold them for no reason. They could obtain the most basic respect here. Therefore, when they worked, it was a race against time. When Li Tai saw that Li Zishuan had arrived and that the craftsmen were still at their original positions, each carrying out their duties, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. It wasn't that he hadn't been to the imperial family's workshop before, but every time he went, all of the officials and craftsmen would swarm out, fighting to prostrate themselves before him. Li Tai didn't find this annoying. Now that he saw the orderly scene of the strange Empress Pavilion workshop, Li Tai couldn't help but think, this is what a workshop should be like. Led by a shop assistant, Li Zishuan came to a spacious independent courtyard. Inside, dozens of craftsmen were neatly arranging the dried clay molds in a certain order in a frame made in advance. When a frame was filled, it would become a page. Then the ink was brushed, the paper was covered, and the press was done in one go. A page of the book was printed just like that. Li Tai, who was next to him, widened his eyes in shock and said with a confused face, What kind of printing method is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Qingke, There are many things you haven't seen. Learn from me. Haha. After that, he left the confused Li Tai and went straight to find Louis Dao. Master Lu, what do you think of the movable type printing technique? Li Zishuan asked with a smile when he saw Louis Dao fiddling with a few newly dried clay movable characters. Oh, young master, you are here. This movable type printing technique is really magical. It just avoids the shortage of engraving plates. As long as enough individual movable characters are prepared in advance, they can be combined at any time. It greatly speeds up the plate making time. After the movable type plates are printed, they can be dismantled and reused. Moreover, the movable type takes up less space than the engraving plates, so it is easier to store and keep. If we only print more than 30 teaching materials, it is certainly not as cost-effective as hiring someone to copy them. However, these movable characters can be kept as a backup. If we want to print any books in the future, the cost is too low. Louis Dao saw Li Zishuan come in and quickly stood up and said excitedly. When Li Zishuan was about to answer, he heard Li Tai, who had just entered the door, shout, "Haha! This method is really wonderful. Li Zishuan, you are really a genius." Li Tai was so excited that he didn't even call him Mr. Li. He directly called Li Zishuan by his name. Seeing that Li Tai was praising him, Li Zishuan decided not to argue with him about this. Young master, who is this? Louis Dao was old and shrewd, but he also had good eyesight. He saw Li Tai's noble aura and knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person, so he asked aloud. Li Zishuan didn't want to scare him, so he waved his hand and said, "He is just my student." Li Tai shrugged and didn't mean to reveal his identity. Louis Dao said, "Oh," and thought that since the young master was teaching in the Imperial College and this person could follow the young master around and was the young master's student, he should be the son of an official. So he saluted Li Tai with his hands folded in front of his chest as a greeting. "Master Lu, when will my teaching materials be printed?" Li Zishuan came here today for the purpose of getting teaching materials, so he asked directly. "Young master, they will all be printed and bound in the afternoon. I will send them to your mansion then." Louis Dao replied with his hands folded in front of his chest. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. He thought for a while and then asked, "Master Lu, I asked you to set up a printing department last time. How is it going?" "Young master, the basic prototype of the printing department has been set up. At present, there is one supervisor, 20 craftsmen in charge of carving, more than 40 craftsmen in charge of typesetting and printing, and a scholar in charge of text proofreading." Li Zishuan said curiously, "Oh? There are scholars who are willing to come here?" In Li Zishuan's impression, there was a clear division between the classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants in ancient times. Scholars were all arrogant. How could they be engaged in the so-called lowly industry? Louis Dao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Young master, not all scholars can pass the exam. After all, the majority of people fail the exam. They also need to earn money to make a living." Ooh. Chapter 167. In the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. "Master Lu, where is the scholar now? Take me to see him." Li Zishuan was suddenly very interested in this down-and-out scholar. How miserable was this person? He actually came to work in the workshop. Li Tai curled his lips and secretly thought that Li Zishuan was really inexperienced. Li Tai had seen this kind of thing many times. Thinking about it, Li Tai could not help but feel a sense of superiority in his heart. Cough cough. "Young master, this person is probably reading in the back hall. He is a scholar after all. How can I let him mingle with us bumpkins?" Thus, I arranged a separate place for him to work. Louis Dao wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a little guilty conscience. After all, he had made a decision on this matter. If Li Zishuan blamed him, he had nothing to say. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Master Lu, take me to see him." Li Zishuan did not blame Louis Dao for making a decision on his own. In fact, if this person was really capable, it was okay to give him some preferential treatment. After all, if there was no scholar in the printing department, it was obviously impossible. But if this person was just a good-for-nothing who used the name of a scholar to cheat for food and drink, Li Zishuan would let him go back to where he came from. "Young master, here it is." Following Louis Dao to the back hall in the southernmost part of the workshop, Li Zishuan looked around. The environment was quiet. birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. It was really a good place to read. Okay. Li Zishuan nodded. Louis Dao quickly stepped forward and led Li Zishuan and Li Tai into the door. Oh, Steward Liu, you are here. In the room, a middle-aged man with unkempt hair and a dirty face greeted Louis Dao enthusiastically after seeing him come in. Li Zishuan frowned. No matter how he looked at this person, he looked like a beggar. He didn't look like a scholar at all. Could it be that he really came to the workshop to cheat food and drinks? Mr. Ma, this is our boss. Louis Dao hurriedly stepped aside and told the middle-aged man who was the master. The sloppy middle-aged scholar was obviously stunned. After a moment, he cupped his hands and said to Li Zishuan in a serious manner, I am Ma Zhou from Feiping County in Boizhou. Nice to meet you, Mr. Li. Li Zishuan, who had originally wanted to test this person's talent, suddenly widened his eyes in shock when he heard the person's self-introduction. In his heart he roared 3 times. F***CK. This person was actually the future Prime Minister of the Great Tang, and this formidable individual was actually working for him? Li Zishuan felt a little dizzy. The world was changing too fast. A man from Li County? A man from Li County? Ma Zhou saw that Li Zishuan was standing there in shock, and didn't speak for a long time. He was a little worried and called him twice. He was worried in his heart. Could it be that the fact that he was a teaching assistant in Boizhou, drank all day and was scolded by the provincial governor for not doing any work had already reached the ears of this man from Li County? Ma Zhou lost his parents when he was young and had no one to rely on. Fortunately, he was diligent and didn't give up on himself. However, the years of poverty made him somewhat angry. His behavior was undisciplined and he drank wantonly. He was often drunk. During the reign of Wuda, the provincial governor of Boizhou de Shishu heard that Ma Zhou was proficient in classics and history. He was knowledgeable and talented, so he hired him to be a teaching assistant in Boizhou. However, this fellow's work ethic was obviously problematic. He drank all day and didn't take teaching as his job. He was paid but didn't do any work. He only knew how to drink and look drunk all day. De Shishu reprimanded him a few times, but Ma Zhou didn't change. He still did things his own way. Finally, one day Ma Zhou drank and messed things up again. De Shishu couldn't take it anymore and heavily reprimanded him. This time the reprimand was very heavy. Ma Zhou lost face on the spot. Thus, in a fit of anger, he took off his official robe and handed it to his student. He asked him to return the provincial governor's robe. Then he laughed to the sky and left Boizhou. When this fellow left Boizhou, he was very confident. However, when he left Boizhou, he was dumbfounded. He didn't have any money for travel. Fortunately, he met a few important people on the way. After a few turns, he arrived at the capital, Chang'an. However, his money for travel had already been used up. However, he had to find a job. After finding a few jobs at the academy, he had nothing to do. The money they gave him was too little. It wasn't even enough for him to drink. Thus, this fellow quit his job and continued to look for jobs. As a matter of fact, he happened to come across the workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion. The pay was very generous. Thus, he didn't care about being reserved as a scholar and eagerly ran over. Oh, Mr. Ma, right? How did Mr. Ma recognize me? Li Zishuan reacted and casually asked. Ma Zhou smiled and said, the scooters of Strange Taste Pavilion are not only popular in Chang, they are also gradually becoming popular in other provinces and counties. The divine plow of curved yuan also originated from Strange Taste Pavilion. It was greatly promoted by the current emperor. Countless people in the world have benefited from it. Nowadays, who doesn't know the name of Strange Taste Pavilion? Who doesn't know the owner of Strange Taste Pavilion? Just now, when Steward Liu called you owner, I guessed that you were the man from Lantian County. Li Zishuan had only asked casually. He didn't expect Ma Zhou to beat around the bush with so many twists and turns. He thought to himself that when this person was smart, he really wasn't vague at all. Mr. Ma is smart. I wonder if Mr. Ma is satisfied with this job? Satisfied. Ma Zhou nodded repeatedly. However, he heard Li Zishuan's tone. It seemed that he had the intention of raising his pay. Then he rolled his eyes and added, it's just that there's no wine to drink in this workshop. It's really a fly in the ointment. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. In his previous life, He had heard that Ma Zhou was addicted to alcohol. Now it seemed that it was true. As long as Mr. Ma has real talent and can help me with something, I'm willing to give you some good wine. Li Zishuan purposely kept him in suspense. Ma Zhou's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that there was hope. He quickly asked, "Is owner's words true?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course it's true. I wonder if Mr. Ma has heard of Drunken Immortal? If Mr. Ma is willing to do his best to help me, I'll give you an extra pot of Drunken Immortal every month in addition to your salary. How about it?" A pot of Drunken Immortal? Ma Zhou couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. Not only had he heard of Drunken Immortal, he had also smelled it. Of course he couldn't afford to drink it. When he first came to Chang'an, the first thing he did was to find out where the best restaurant in Chang'an was. In the end, when he arrived at Drunken Immortal, he was dumbfounded when he saw the price of the wine and dishes. With the few hundred copper coins in his wallet, he couldn't even afford a plate of chicken, let alone a liter of Drunken Immortal. Therefore, he could only pretend as if nothing had happened and tell the waiter that he had gone to the wrong place. Then he silently left. When he walked to the door, he suddenly smelled the strong fragrance of wine on the tables of other diners. As a result, this guy couldn't take another step. He stood at the door of Drunken Immortal for the whole day, smelling the Drunken Immortal. At this time, he heard Li Zishuan say that he could provide him with an extra pot of Drunken Immortal every month. His heart trembled a few times. This was worth 50 strings of coins, which was dozens of times more than his basic salary. However, he had never met Li Zishuan before. Why would he give him such a generous offer? After being excited for a while, Ma Zhou immediately calmed down and became vigilant against Li Zishuan. "What does owner want me to do? I'll make it clear in advance. Although I'm poor, I will never commit crimes, break the law, or go against reason. No matter how much money you give me, I will never do it." Sweat, the offer was too generous. The other party thought that he had bad intentions. Li Zishuan was sweating in his heart. It was hard to be a good person these days. "Haha, Mr. Ma, don't worry. What I want you to do is definitely not against the law or against reason. It's just that. It's just that." Chapter 168. What do you mean? When Ma Zhou heard the first half of Li Zishuan's words, his eyes lit up. However, when he heard that Li Zishuan did not continue, he felt as if 100 claws were scratching his heart. He was annoyed that Li Zishuan was deliberately keeping him in suspense. Li Zishuan smiled and did not answer. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "What do you think of the movable type printing technology in this workshop?" When Ma Zhou heard about printing technology, he immediately became excited and said excitedly, "Of course it's good. That's great. With the movable type printing technology, the cost of books will be greatly reduced. In the future, all the poor scholars in the world will be able to afford to read books. Lord Zhu, you are doing a great deed." Li Zishuan was puzzled and asked, "What? Do you mean that books are very expensive now? Scholars can't afford them?" He had transmigrated for a long time and had never bought books from a bookstore. He did not understand the situation of the book market. When he saw that Ma Zhou was overly excited, he was curious and asked this question. When Ma Zhou heard Li Zishuan's question, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly became red. He angrily hammered the pillar next to him and said angrily, "It's not just expensive, it's simply robbery. My Tang dynasty has millions of books. I'm afraid that 700,000 to 800,000 of them are in the hands of the aristocratic families. The price of a book in the bookstore is enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live for a year. How can those poor scholars afford it? If it wasn't for my father's collection of books, I would still be an illiterate person. It's good enough that I didn't starve to death. How can I still hope to read books?" The way Ma Zhou was spouting nonsense was like an ancient version of an angry youth. In fact, Ma Zhou was right. The book trade in the Tang dynasty was very active. Bookstores were all over the country. Because engraving printing was not popular, books were still handwritten. Therefore, the price was relatively expensive. Generally, each volume cost more than 1,000 copper coins. Yi Meng of the Southern Song dynasty summed up the price of books before the Tang dynasty in one word. Expensive. He said. Before the Tang dynasty, all books were written and there was no way to print them. People valued books. It could be seen that at that time, people regarded books as a very valuable commodity and scrambled to collect them. Just like modern real estate, it was more valuable than gold, which led to people buying houses crazily. Li Tai couldn't help but interject. Doesn't the imperial court encourage people to copy books? Mr. Ma, you can copy books and send them to the government office to exchange for money before buying other books. After Li Er became the emperor, in order to encourage the people to contribute their books, he once issued an edict. Books from the 3 ministries will be given 1,000 coins. It meant that each copy of a book would cost 1,000 copper coins. It could be said that this was the first time an official price had been set. Therefore, the books in bookstores were usually priced slightly higher than this. Ma Zhou said angrily, Bullsh *T, if you want to copy books, you have to be able to borrow the books first. Those rich families with book collections will know that you borrow books to copy, so they will first charge you 600 to 700 copper coins as rent. Oh, may I ask how I should address you, little brother? Ma Zhou scolded for a while, then remembered that he didn't know who this little fatty was. Master Lu, you go ahead with your work. I will talk to Mr. Ma for a while, Li Zishuan said. Louis Dao cupped his hands and said yes, then left and closed the door. Mr. Ma, this is His Highness Prince of Wei. Li Zishuan formally introduced him to Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou's legs trembled and he almost knelt down. He had just scolded Li Tai. Greetings to Highness Prince of Wei, Ma Zhou said in a trembling voice. Although he hated the rich, the supremacy of imperial power had been deeply ingrained in his heart. Moreover, Ma Zhou was well versed in classics, history, classics, and books. What he wrote was a policy of stabilizing the country, so naturally, he wanted to sell goods to the imperial family. For many years, he had not found the right sales channel, and only wandered around the states and counties. How could he sell at a good price? Now that he met Li Tai, the most beloved son of His Majesty, his mind was a little active. However, when he remembered that he had just scolded Li Tai, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Li Tai waved his hand and said, You don't have to be so polite. In fact, he was not very interested in Ma Zhou. After all, it was the first time they met, and he didn't know how talented Ma Zhou was. Moreover, Ma Zhou's sloppy appearance really made people dislike him. On the other hand, he had a literature center and many scholars under him. He didn't lack literati. Ma Zhou had experienced the fickleness of human nature for many years. Naturally, he could see that Li Tai was not interested in him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was better to do his job well and not bite off more than he could chew. Li Zishuan smiled and said to Ma Zhou, Mr. Ma, when I first set up this printing department in the workshop, I thought that it would be more convenient to print books in the future. That's why I invented movable type printing. Ma Zhou and Li Tai were speechless. This was a very strong reason. To set up a printing workshop for the convenience of printing books. How rich must your family be? However, after meeting Mr. Ma today and hearing Mr. Ma's words, I decided to make this printing department bigger and stronger. In the future, the printing department will be renamed the Ministry of Culture. Not only will we print classics, but we will also publish our own books to open the minds of the people. Moreover, I have a way to reduce the cost of paper. The ultimate dream of our Ministry of Culture is to let everyone in the world be able to read and read. Brother Ma, I wonder if you are willing to help me sincerely? Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and said sincerely. These words weren't completely a bluff. Previously, he set up the printing department only for his own convenience. However, now that Ma Zhou was in charge of the printing department, if he still wanted to use the printing department to print books for himself, it would be a waste of Ma Zhou's talent in governing the country. In the future, the printing department must be transformed into a cultural export department. Ma Zhou's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He was really shocked by Li Zishuan's shocking words. Let everyone in the world be able to read and read. What a great dream this was. Angry youth, angry youth. In addition to being fond of scolding others, he also had a characteristic of being impulsive. Ma Zhou lived up to his name as an angry youth. I'll do it. As long as I can let everyone in the world be able to read and read, Lord Zhu. Even if you don't give me a single salary, I, Ma Zhou, will do it. At this moment, Ma Zhou had completely forgotten about the ethics of being a scholar, and not engaging in a lowly profession. He just wanted to roll up his sleeves and go all out. Good. Brother Ma, you are so bold. Don't worry, with me here, this dream is definitely not just a dream. One day it will be realized by us. Brother Ma, not only will you be famous for thousands of years, you will also be rich. Li Zishuan's heroic spirit rose as he laughed heartily. Li Tai looked envious and interrupted. Sir, why don't you count me in? Tai has many scholars under him. Perhaps they can help you. As a member of the royal family, Li Tai also had his own position. Li Tai was now wantonly suppressing the aristocratic families and promoting poor officials. Therefore, Li Tai himself did not like people from aristocratic families. Li Zishuan's Ministry of Culture was a very good weapon to deal with aristocratic families. Li Zishuan did not think about these twists and turns. He thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, then I will give Qingke 30% of the Ministry of Culture's shares. Qingke, remember to bring 3,000 strings of cash to buy shares in the future. Selling books at a low price would affect the interests of many people. Li Zishuan wanted to pull a prince into the car as a shield. Li Tai vomited blood and said, 3,000 strings of cash? Why don't you go rob someone? I can send a few scholars to help you. Can you ask for less money? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, there's no need. Brother Ma's talent alone is enough. Qingke, if you think it's too expensive, then forget it. Master will go find Gao Ming. I think Gao Ming will be willing. Nonsense, if Ma Zhou could be a thinker, how could he not be talented? He did not care about the scholars under Li Tai. Maybe they would all be arrogant and not do anything when they came. I am willing. Brother Zishuan, I am willing to pay 3,000 strings of cash for 30% of the shares. Li Chengqian's shout came from outside the door. Li Zishuan was speechless. Speak of the devil, Li Chengqian must have been eavesdropping outside for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chengqian pushed the door open and entered. He then looked at Li Zishuan excitedly. Chapter 169. A few days ago, Li Zishuan heard that Li Zishuan had created a new type of mathematics in the Imperial College. Furthermore, Li Tai had also received praise from Li Er for this. Thus, he wanted to come to Yongla Lane to look for Li Zishuan for a textbook to see what this new type of mathematics was all about. In the end, he was informed by the Li residence's servants that Li Zishuan was in the workshop. Thus, he came looking for him. Some of the old people in the workshop knew Li Chengqian, so no one dared to stop him. They even pointed the way for him. When Li Chengqian arrived at the back hall, he happened to hear Li Zishuan's bold words. Then he heard about the investment and hurriedly called out. If it were 2 months ago, he definitely wouldn't have been able to take out 3,000 strings of cash. However, he had 30% of the shares in Strange Interest Pavilion. Last month's dividends amounted to more than 2,000 strings of cash. Now, he could be considered to be quite wealthy. After tasting the benefits, Li Zishuan needed someone to work with. How could Li Chengqian refuse? Li Tai glared at him and said, Big brother, I came here first. How can you snatch it from me? Li Chengqian smiled and said, Isn't it because you think it's expensive, Qingke? I can only do it for you. Ma Zhou's legs trembled and he almost peed himself. Another great person had come. He couldn't help but think that his boss's background was really strong. Student Ma Zhou greets Your Highness the Crown Prince. Li Chengqian grunted and waved his hand with a smile. Mr. Ma, please dispense with the formalities. He knew how to conduct himself slightly better than Li Tai. When he heard Li Zishuan's tone outside the door, he seemed to be very respectful to Ma Zhou. Thus, he also gave some face to Li Zishuan and addressed Ma Zhou as Mr. Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou was instantly overwhelmed by the favor. To be addressed as Mr. by the current crown prince was such an honor. Li Tai said unhappily, Who says I think it's expensive? Isn't it just 3,000 strings of cash? I can afford it, Mr. Li. I'll get someone to send 3,000 strings of cash over tomorrow. Since young, the little fatty had always liked to compete with his big brother, Li Chengqian. At this time, how could he be willing to fall behind? He calculated in his mind. If the Prince of Wei's residents were to raise money from everywhere, they should be able to gather 3,000 strings of cash. If that was not possible, they could also sell some books. When Li Chengqian heard this, he said anxiously, Little Xian, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. This solitude is also willing to fork out money to cooperate. Li Zishuan shook his head and laughed. Your Highness, why are you here today? Li Chengqian was a little embarrassed. After all, he had been eavesdropping outside for a while. Ahem. I originally wanted to borrow a textbook from you today to see your new mathematics. I didn't expect you to not be at home, so I came here to look for you. Li Zishuan nodded, thought for a moment and said, Since both your highnesses want to participate, how about this? Both your highnesses will contribute 2,000 strings of cash each, and each of you will get 20% of the shares. What do you think, your highnesses? He only wanted to honestly live his own leisurely days. He didn't want to help Li Tai and Li Chengqian in their infighting, nor did he want to offend either of them. Of course, if possible, Li Zishuan hoped that the two of them could live in harmony. Li Tai and Li Chengqian looked at each other. They both knew that this was probably the best solution, so they nodded in agreement. Okay, then this department will be officially named Chitsu Culture. The three of us will be in charge of it. I hope that everyone will work together to make all the people of the Tang Empire able to afford to read as soon as possible. Okay. No matter what grudges the two of them had before, now that they had a common interest, they could not help but be of one mind. Next, I will be in charge of improving the papermaking technology and reducing the cost of paper. Qingke heard that you have a rich collection of books. Tomorrow, Brother Ma will go to your place to choose dozens of fine books. We will first print these books and sell them. I'll buy a store next to the Strange Interest Pavilion to sell books. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said. Li Tai smiled and said, Okay. I will go back today and tell the servants. Ma Zhou, you just need to come over tomorrow. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said to Li Tai, Thank you, Your Highness. Li Zishuan took 2 steps and said, In addition to printing some unique copies of ancient books, we also have to produce our own books. Relatively speaking, this is a huge project. Let me tell you an idea first, you can refer to it. Li Chengqian asked curiously, Xiaoxian, you plan to write the books yourself? Li Zishuan nodded and said, Currently, the aristocratic families control most of the education resources. If the children of ordinary families want to read and write, they have to pay a high price. I plan to organize people to produce a dictionary to teach people how to read and write. Li Tai smiled and said, Mr. Li, the book you mentioned already exists. Now, every bookstore sells Shuwenjiezi. The author of Shuwenjiezi was Su Shun. It was the first book in China that systematically analyzed the Chinese characters and studied the source of the characters. It was also one of the earliest dictionaries in the world. It was a Chinese dictionary arranged according to the radicals. It was written from the 12th year of the Han Emperor Yongyuan to the 1st year of the An Emperor Jianguang. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, Shuwenjiezi had become one of the essential reference books for scholars. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, The dictionary I am talking about is Shuwenjiezi with symbols. I call these symbols pinyin. As long as you learn this spelling method, no matter how complicated the word is, as long as it is marked with pinyin, even a child can read it. Is pinyin so magical? Ma Zhou couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He had suffered since he was a child, and he understood better than anyone that if pinyin really was as miraculous as Li Zishuan said, then the educational structure of the Great Tang would undergo a fundamental change, and more people would become literate. Li Zishuan didn't talk nonsense. He came to the table, picked up the brush, and wrote 26 letters on the paper. He began to teach the 3 of them pinyin. An hour later, Li Zishuan wrote Jiao in pinyin and said, Qingke, you try to spell it. Among them, Li Tai's ability to accept new things was the strongest. Therefore, Li Zishuan let him try first. Li Tai nodded and went forward to spell it. Jiaoi Jiao. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and said with a smile, Exactly. Ma Zhou also reacted and exclaimed in admiration, Amazing, it's really amazing. If this is a child from an ordinary family, it would take a few days to learn pinyin. Then, if they buy a dictionary like you said, wouldn't they be able to learn to read at home? It's really magical. Li Chengqian also said with a happy face, Pinyin is really a good thing. If my father knew about it, he would be very happy. Li Zishuan said, Since everyone agrees on this dictionary, Ma Zhou will be the chief editor of the dictionary. Qingke Gao Ming, each of you send 3 scholars to assist Ma Zhou. This dictionary will be called the Tang Empire Dictionary. Pay attention, the scholars you send are only to assist Ma Zhou. Don't fight with each other and make the Ministry of Culture a mess. Li Zishuan decided to say the ugly words first, in case there was trouble later. Li Chengqian nodded and said, "Okay." Ma Zhou waved his hand and said, "Lord Zhu, you can't do that. I have little talent and knowledge. How can I let the scholars assist me?" Li Tai also frowned and said, "Yes, is Ma Zhou talented enough? This guy never knew how to beat around the bush. His words were too hurtful." Li Zishuan said angrily, "I believe Brother Ma can do it well. If you have any objections, we won't compile the dictionary." Ma Zhou saw Li Zishuan supporting him and couldn't help but feel touched. Li Tai rolled his eyes, he learned this from Li Zishuan, and didn't say a word. Chapter 170. After settling the matter of the dictionary of the Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. After thinking for a while, he clapped his hands and smiled. He clapped his hands and said, "Oh right, Ma Zhou. Other than compiling the dictionary, you have to help me with something else. I want to start a newspaper." Ma Zhou frowned and asked, "Lord Zhu, what is a newspaper?" In the past, he was conceited that he was extremely talented and knowledgeable, but what he saw and heard today had really struck a great blow to his confidence. Because some words that he'd never heard of kept popping out from Li Zishuan's mouth, causing him to be unable to help but wonder if Li Zishuan was too monstrous, or if his knowledge was too shallow. Li Chengqian and Li Tai also looked at him curiously. Li Zishuan explained, "The so-called newspaper is a printed matter that is published to the public on a regular basis. It mainly publishes strange news and comments from famous people. This newspaper is quite large and is divided into several sections. It can record some of the new things that are happening around you. It can also invite some famous scholars to interpret the new decrees issued by the imperial court for the public. It can also record some of the recent major cases that the government has tried. It can even publish some novels. The newspaper will be published once a day, and then we will hire a newsboy to sell it in the tea houses. In the early stages, we will write the content ourselves. In the later stages, we can ask scholars to submit articles to us. We will select the best and pay them some remuneration. In the long run, the content of our newspaper will become more and more abundant. The public will also get used to buying a newspaper every day when they have nothing to do to see what is happening around them." Li Chengqian pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands and laughed. "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. In this way, we will be able to know everything that is happening in the world without leaving the house?" Li Zishuan nodded. "That's the logic." Li Tai laughed. "This is good, this is good. This way we can read novels in the newspaper in the future." Li Zishuan was speechless. He was worried that once the newspaper was published, the Prince of Wei would become a shut-in who only knew how to read novels every day. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, Lord Zhu. This Ma will handle this matter as soon as possible." Li Zishuan thought about it again and said, "Brother Ma, you can put more effort into the other sections. I'll be in charge of writing the novel section first. You'll have to work hard for the next few days. Write down the content I just mentioned and give it to me. I'll do the typesetting for the first issue. For the next few issues you just have to copy it." Ma Zhou was just about to agree when Li Chengqian beat him to it. "Little Xian, you have a new novel?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "I just started writing it recently. It's called The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Here, this is the manuscript." As he spoke, he took out a stack of manuscripts from his sleeve. His other purpose for coming here today was to ask Louis Dao to arrange for someone to print the first few chapters of the novel, and then sell it as a serial book. As a result, now that he had Ma Zhou, Li Zishuan planned to create big news and directly launch a newspaper. He believed that with the addition of this wonderful novel in the early stages, the sales of the newspaper would definitely get better and better. Li Chengqian hurriedly took it excitedly and glanced at it. He immediately exclaimed, "Wow, I haven't seen you for a few days. Little Xian, your handwriting has become so good? Oh no, why does this handwriting look a little familiar?" Li Tai smiled proudly and said, "I wrote this myself. Of course my handwriting is good." Calligraphy was one of Li Tai's strengths that he was proud of. At this time, when he heard Li Chengqian's praise, The little fatty couldn't help but grin even though he usually didn't get along with his big brother. Oh, no wonder, no wonder. Qingke, your calligraphy has improved again. Li Chengqian nodded in understanding and casually praised Li Tai. As the big brother, he still had this kind of bearing. Haha, you flatter me. The little fatty's face was full of pride. He didn't know the meaning of modesty at all. Li Chengqian smiled and looked at the thick stack of manuscripts in his hands. He thought for a moment and said, Little Xian, I wonder if I can take these manuscripts back to read? He wanted to read them now, but with so many manuscripts, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to finish reading them in a short period of time. He could only take them back and read them slowly. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes, Your Highness. Just remember to send someone to deliver them after you've finished reading them. Okay. The few of them discussed the future direction of strange culture. Li Tai and Li Chengqian said goodbye. The two of them usually had a lot of things to do. They weren't like Li Zishuan, the rich second generation who could wander around all day. At this time, only Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou were left in the room. Li Zishuan smiled and asked, Brother Ma, are you more confident now? Ma Zhou laughed heartily and said, Of course. I really didn't expect Lord Zhu to be able to get in touch with the Crown Prince and Prince Wei. With the help of the two of you, our strange culture will definitely succeed. Li Zishuan nodded and looked into Ma Zhou's eyes for a while before saying, he stared at them for a while and said, Brother Ma, if this succeeds, not only will you and I be famous for eternity, but you will also have a bright future and wealth in the future. I hope Brother Ma can settle down and do things honestly before strange culture takes off. Don't think about anything else. Ma Zhou's heart trembled. He knew that Li Zishuan's words were a warning to him. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to see through his previous thoughts. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Lord Zhu is right. I will definitely do my best. He also understood that he had nothing now. Prince Wei and the Crown Prince would definitely look down on him. Li Zishuan could help him now. No matter what, he had to be worthy of Li Zishuan. Instead of going out to curry favor with others, it was better to stay here and do a good job. When the time came and his name was known, he wouldn't have to worry about his future. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. He walked to the table and pondered for a moment. He said, I wonder if Brother Ma has a family in Chang'an? Ma Zhou sweated and said, Cough, cough. I have been poor since I was young. I haven't married yet. Li Zishuan was speechless. Ma Zhou looked like he was at least 26 or 27 years old. In modern times there was no problem. However, in ancient times it was very problematic for someone to be unmarried at such an age. Alas, he could only blame himself for not caring about his appearance. His image was too poor. Then where's Brother Ma staying now? Ma Zhou was even more embarrassed. He coughed embarrassedly and said, Cough, cough, cough. I used to stay in an inn. However, I used up all my traveling expenses a few days ago. I've been staying here for the past 2 days. Li Zishuan looked around. There wasn't even a bed in the room. This Ma Zhou probably slept on the table at night. The future prime minister of the Tang Empire was actually living such a miserable life. Li Zishuan frowned and said, How can this be? I'll ask Faubert to rent a house near the workshop for Brother Ma. A person can only work more efficiently when he has a good rest. Ma Zhou hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked him gratefully. After chatting with Ma Zhou for a while, Li Zishuan pushed the door open and left. Chapter 171. After exiting the back hall, he bumped into Faubert. Li Zishuan briefly told him about the newly established Strange Culture Department and asked him to cooperate with Ma Zhou's work more in the future. He also repeatedly told him to improve Ma Zhou's treatment so that he could work in the workshop with peace of mind. After explaining, Faubert gave Li Zishuan 2 things. One was a horseshoe, and the other was the blood transfusion syringe that Li Zishuan asked him to make a long time ago. Young master, this is the horseshoe and syringe that you asked me to make before. This horseshoe is quite easy to make, just follow the blueprint. As for the syringe and needle, I tried my best, but this is the best I could make. Faubert handed the things to Li Zishuan and said with a bitter smile. Li Zishuan took a look and suddenly his forehead was full of black lines. This F*King needle was almost as thick as a matchstick. Was it trying to stab someone to death? If it was a little thicker, It would be almost as thick as a human's blood vessel. The syringe was nothing to complain about. In this era there was no rubber. Li Zishuan also thought for a long time before he suggested Faubert to wash the animal intestines, sterilize it with alcohol, and then rinse it with distilled water. Then connect it to the syringe to replace the syringe. His previous set of equipment could not only be used to concentrate wine, but also to make distilled water. Li Zishuan also understood that the process of making this set of blood transfusion equipment was very troublesome. After all, every step had very strict requirements for the operator. Could not be contaminated. Therefore he never urged Faubert for so long. But now this syringe really made him a little dissatisfied. Faubert, can this syringe be thinner? Like the thickness of an embroidery needle? Li Zishuan asked somewhat unwillingly. Faubert smiled bitterly. Young master, this is already the thinnest needle we can make. Don't think that embroidery needles can be made very thin. They are made with an iron rod and then slowly polished. Your needle is made with an iron pipe and then polished. At most it can only be this thin. If it is any thinner, I'm afraid it will break in the middle. Li Zishuan did not want to force Faubert anymore. In the end, the industrial foundation was too weak. Many professional mechanical equipment workshops did not have, and it was all done by hand. It was not bad to be able to make it like this. If it was painful, then so be it. He believed that Faubert should be able to endure this pain. All right then. Thanks for your hard work, Faubert. Li Zishuan waved his hand, took the horseshoe and syringe and went home. When he got home, Li Zishuan went straight to his study to prepare a set of papermaking equipment. The current papermaking technology of the Tang dynasty was still passed down from the improved papermaking technology of the Eastern Han dynasty. At that time he used tree bark, hemp, rags, fishing nets, and other raw materials to make paper. Compared to the paper made from plant fibers before the Eastern Han dynasty, the cost of this paper was indeed much cheaper. However, because the papermaking process was completely manual, the cost was still very high, and it was not something that ordinary people could afford. In the relevant history books of the Tang dynasty, it was recorded that Huai Su practiced calligraphy with a wooden board, and became a master of cursive calligraphy. When Bai Juyi was young, he wrote one stroke at a time. He did not dare to be careless because a piece of paper was a few days' worth of food. Thus, it could be seen that the price of paper in the Tang dynasty was still very high. Li Zishuan planned to draw a set of long net papermaking machine. This was a patent that the British brothers Fourlinier bought from the inventor of the papermaking machine, and gave it to Tang Jin to improve the design. In 1803, they successfully made the first long net papermaking machine that could make paper, also known as the Fourlinier papermaking machine. Its main feature was that it had a conveyor belt-shaped part made up of endless nets. It was composed of the wet part, including the headbox, shaper and press part, and the dry part, drying, calendaring, and coiling. At that time, the power source of this papermaking equipment relied on the steam engine that what had improved. However, with the current industrial foundation of the Tang dynasty, there were still many difficulties in making a steam engine. Therefore, Li Zishuan made some changes. In the transmission and refining parts, some linkage structures were added so that this part could be replaced by animal power. Compared to the current traditional papermaking workshop, not only would the speed and efficiency of papermaking be greatly improved, but the cost would also be lower. For other people, drawing such a complicated set of blueprints would take at least 2 to 3 days. However, Li Zishuan was different. He had abnormal mental strength that exceeded that of ordinary people, as well as skillful control of his strength. When he drew the blueprints, he did not stop at all. He was completely like a printing machine. After nearly 2 hours, Li Zishuan finally straightened his body. He shook his sore wrist and let out a long breath. Looking at the stack of blueprints in front of him, he smiled with satisfaction. Then he called San Bao and asked him to send it to the workshop and pass it to Faubert. Young master, you told me not to let anyone disturb you while you were drawing. In the end, you were drawing until now. You didn't even have lunch. I'll get the kitchen to cook for you. At this time, Xiaoxi ran over and said with a distressed expression. Only then did Li Zishuan look at the sky. It was already past lunchtime. He then remembered that when he came back, he did tell Xiaoxi not to let anyone disturb him while he was drawing. who knew that he had been drawing for so long that he even forgot to eat lunch. His stomach also let out two goo-goo sounds of protest. Sigh, I'm not qualified to be a rich second generation. How can a rich second generation starve? Li Zixuan criticized himself in his heart. He looked at Xiaoxi's beautiful face and said, Okay, Xiaoxi, go quickly. I'm starving. Xiaoxi obeyed and left. Li Zixuan admired the little girl's delicate back and could not help but sigh. It's so good to have a little girl like her by my side. Clothes will be handed to me, food will be served to me. The most important thing is that she's beautiful. When I have nothing to do, it's nice to look at her. Unknowingly, Li Zixuan was walking further and further down the path of feudal society. He did not look back at all. After finishing his lunch in a whirlwind manner, Li Zixuan was just about to lie down and rest when Lana ran over. Brother, Lan Er's little gray was bullied by the big white horse. Quickly go and save it. Li Zixuan was speechless. A dog could be bullied by a horse. What kind of nonsense was this? Xiaohe, what's going on? Isn't the white horse at home recuperating recently? Li Zixuan looked at Xiaohe, who was behind Lan Er, and asked. That day when the big white horse was injured and carried back, Wang Zhong was very perceptive and took the initiative to invite the best veterinarian in the city to treat its injuries. Li Zixuan was surprised when he heard about this. He did not expect that there would be a professional veterinarian in the Tang dynasty. Xiaohe looked at Lan Er and hesitated for a long time before saying to Li Zixuan, Young master, the big white horse's injuries were not serious before. It's already recovered today. Little Gray was still teasing it like before. But in the end. Chapter 172. After Xiaohe explained for a long time, Li Zixuan finally understood. According to the stable's groom, Little Gray saw that the big white horse's hooves were injured a few days ago, so it couldn't move. Therefore, it came up with the idea of flirting with the big white horse. From time to time, it would come to the side of the big white horse and harass it in all kinds of ways. The white horse was indeed powerless and could only snort in protest. Little Gray tried a few times and found that the white horse really couldn't do anything to him, so he became more and more aggressive. There were even a few times when he ran into the white horse's trough to pee. In the end, it was a tragedy today. This white horse not only held grudges, it was also quite intelligent. Although it had already recovered from its injuries today, when it saw Little Gray strolling over as usual, it deliberately pretended that its injuries were not healed. It lay on the ground, waiting for Little Gray to come over and harass it. As expected, Little Gray fell into the trap. It started to flirt with the white horse. Suddenly, the white horse jumped up and kicked Little Gray. Little Gray was kicked into the air and experienced what it meant to be a flying dog. After it landed, it lay on the ground and cried out in pain. Previously, because the white horse was injured, the servants didn't tie it up. However, today, the white horse suddenly went berserk and relentlessly chased after Little Gray all over the courtyard. Lana ran over to her brother to ask for help. After all, this big white horse was Li Zixuan's mount. Li Zixuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He had no sympathy for Little Gray, this little rascal. This little thing had obviously dug its own grave, so it deserved its fate. However, he couldn't let the big white horse continue to cause trouble. Alright, Lana, stop fooling around. Big brother will accompany you to take a look. Yeah. Lana hurriedly stood up excitedly and pulled Li Zixuan away. Wait, I'll go get something. Oh. Li Zixuan brought the horseshoes to the west side of the backyard. Sure enough, he saw Little Gray being chased by the big white horse beside the stable. The little thing turned its head and barked at the white horse as it ran. Li Zixuan was speechless. This guy was about to die, yet he was still acting like a bitch. He really didn't know where his courage came from. In fact, the big white horse obviously didn't use all its strength to chase. It probably also wanted to tease Little Gray. Li Zixuan put his thumb and middle finger together, placed them in front of his tongue, and blew a long whistle. The big white horse heard the whistle and stopped. It turned its neck to look, and when it saw that it was Li Zixuan, it immediately ignored Little Gray and happily ran to Li Zixuan's side. It used its head to intimately rub against Li Zixuan's arm. When Little Gray saw that the white horse was no longer chasing after it, it excitedly barked twice. Then it ran to Lan Er's side and rubbed against Lan Er's trousers. It whimpered pitifully. Lanner squatted down and hugged it. She complained to Li Zishuan, "Big brother, your white horse is too much. Little Gray is so cute, yet it has the heart to bully it." Li Zishuan was speechless. There was no need to be so protective. This matter was obviously caused by the little thing's own death. How could the white horse be blamed? At this time, the white horse also snorted, as if it was protesting. Li Zishuan touched the mane on the white horse's neck and said to Lanner, Okay, the white horse won't bully your little Gray in the future. Shall he go call a few servants over to help? I want to put on shoes for the horse." Xiao He was confused and asked, "Young master, why does the horse need to wear shoes?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "You will know in a while. Go call the servants first." Oh, Xiao He didn't dare to ask anymore. She went to the front yard with a stomach full of doubts. A moment later, Xiao He called over 4 strong servants, including San Bao. Li Zishuan tied the white horse's reins to the tree next to him, and instructed the servants to flip the horse over so that the horse's hooves faced the sky. Then, he asked the 4 of them to hold the white horse down. Li Zishuan personally went up to nail the horse's hooves. The big T-shaped iron nail on the horse's hooves was about 5 centimeters long. It was nailed directly into the horse's hooves. Lanner Xiaoxi and Xiao He screamed at the side and quickly covered their eyes, not daring to look. Li Zishuan shook his head with a smile and continued to do the same thing. He nailed horseshoes on the other 3 hooves of the white horse, and then let the people let go of the white horse. The white horse rolled on the ground and stood up directly, as if nothing had happened. Li Zishuan stroked the horse's mane and said with a smile, "Okay, from now on I will call you Whitey. Haha, now that you have shoes to wear, you don't have to worry about your feet getting hurt anymore." The white horse used its head to knock Li Zishuan's arm. No one knew if it liked this name or not. Brother, why isn't the white horse injured?" Lanner opened her eyes and saw Whitey standing there perfectly fine. It didn't look like it was injured at all. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Zishuan stroked Lanner's little head and said with a smile, "Of course it's fine. Brother is just putting on shoes for it, not killing it." In fact, the dark part of the horse's hooves was a very thick layer of hard cuticle. There were no nerves or blood vessels in it, so the horse didn't feel any pain at all. The reason why Whitey was injured on the road last time was mainly because it was running too fast. The vines directly pierced through the cuticle and hurt its flesh. Lanner made an "oh" sound but still didn't understand. "But why is brother putting on shoes for it? Then why do you have to wear shoes, Lan? It hurts my feet if I don't wear shoes." If a horse doesn't wear shoes for a long time, it will also hurt its feet. Whitey was injured because of this last time. After wearing shoes, Whitey can run on all kinds of terrain and won't have to worry about pricking its feet anymore. In fact, the hard cuticle on a horse's hooves was equivalent to a human's fingernail. Naturally, the fingernail would be worn down when the foot rubbed against the ground. However, the fingernail would also continue to grow, so a natural balance was maintained. If a human broke this balance, for example, by keeping a horse in a soft field, the fingernail would grow wildly. At this time, if a horse was loaded with heavy objects and ran for long distances, its fingernail would be quickly worn down and split open. This way, the horse would become a cripple and unable to walk. It was just like how a human's fingernail could no longer be used to scratch things. Putting horseshoes on a horse could solve this problem very well. It could slow down the wear and tear of the horse's hooves and greatly extend the horse's life. After hearing this, Lanner made an "oh" sound like a little adult and nodded. Then she suddenly said excitedly, "Then brother, can you make a pair of shoes like this for Lanner's little Gray to wear?" Li Zishuan fainted. This little dog's feet didn't have a thick layer of hard cuticle like a horse's hooves. This nail went in. "Little sister, you want to eat dog meat, right?" Woof woof woof. Little Gray seemed to have sensed danger. It quickly broke free from Lanner's embrace and ran away. Chapter 173. Father, this is the magic of pinyin. All words can be marked with pinyin. As long as the children who have just entered school spend some time learning pinyin, they can rely on self-study to recognize all the words. Li Tai spoke frankly in the Sweet Nectar Hall. From the looks of it, he had probably just finished teaching Li Er about pinyin. As for Li Changqian, that fellow was hiding in the Eastern Palace reading novels. After all, after Journey to the West, he had not read for a long time. Li Er glanced at the paper on the table. Although his expression did not change, his heart was in turmoil. From a certain point of view, the importance of pinyin was no less than that of Li Zishuan's invention of the curved plow. Moreover, once this kind of dictionary was published, the number of literate people in the world would increase tenfold. At that time, he would be able to promote a large number of commoner officials to deal with the aristocratic families. His descendants would also no longer be reprimanded by the aristocratic families. Li Er was a natural strategist. He quickly understood the deeper meaning of pinyin. He could not help but excitedly say, "Good! What a good pinyin! Qin Ke, this matter is of great significance. You and Changqian must pay attention. If you do not have enough people, we can have Kong Ingda transfer a group of professors from the Imperial College to assist you." Li Tai smiled and said, "Many thanks, father, but I and big brother have more than enough people." The father and son chatted for a while more before Li Tai clasped his hands and excused himself. He also had to go back and choose people to help Ma Zhou write the dictionary. Li Er looked at Li Tai's plump back and smiled warmly. A moment later, his eyes suddenly focused and he said, "Zhao Song. Present. Send someone to hurry Li Zishuan. Why hasn't he presented the locus control strategy we had him write last time? Could it be that this kid forgot?" Li Er said, somewhat exasperated that Zhao Song had failed to meet his expectations. "Yes, father." Zhao Song held back his laughter and slowly retreated. He had never seen anyone who dared to stand Li Er up. However, Li Er only reprimanded him and did not punish him. From this, it could be seen that Li County's male emperor favored him greatly. The moon hung in the treetops, and the occasional meowing of a few cats on the roof could be heard. In the western courtyard of the Li residence, the study was still brightly lit. Xiaoxi was waiting on Li Zishuan as she gracefully grinded the noodles for him. The candlelight shone on the little girl's beautiful face, making her look even prettier. The fragrance of a girl who had just finished bathing also filled the air. In the dead of night, the candlelight shone brightly. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, but there was no ambiguous atmosphere. Li Zishuan also did not experience the pleasure of having a beautiful woman join him. He was bent over a few tables and writing at a rapid speed. In the afternoon, Li Er sent a eunuch over to Li Zishuan to urge him to write, which gave Li Jingma and his wife a big fright. Li Zishuan's father sternly scolded Li Zishuan and told him that no matter what, he had to write the memorial that Li Er requested. Although Mrs. Li loved her son on this matter, she still chose to stand on the same side as her husband. Li Zishuan was embarrassed by the scolding. If the eunuch did not rush him today, he would have forgotten that Li Er asked him to write a detailed plan for curing locusts. "You can't blame me for this. I have been busy with classes recently." In the study, Li Zishuan wrote while venting his resentment in his heart. Swish, swish, swish. Only the sound of the brush rubbing against the paper and the light breathing of the two people could be heard in the room. After half an hour, Li Zishuan put away his brush and stretched his waist. He laughed and said, "Haha, it's done. Xiaoxi, let's sleep." "Ah, young master, young mistress is not married yet? How can you do this?" Xiaoxi's hand that was grinding the ink trembled. Her other hand quickly covered her chest as she said anxiously with a blushing face, Cough, I meant to say that we should go back to our own rooms to sleep. Little girl, what are you thinking? Do you want to sleep with me so badly?" Li Zishuan placed his hand on his forehead and was speechless. However, when he saw Xiaoxi's blushing face, he suddenly had the intention to tease her. "No way." Xiaoxi was anxious. She quickly packed up her ink slab and brush and was about to run away. Li Zishuan laughed behind her. "Xiaoxi, don't forget to get someone to send this memorial to the palace tomorrow." "I know. Look, this, The Legend of a Mortal's Journey. Although the beginning is plain and not as exciting as Journey to the West, the more you read, the better it gets. I feel like I am like Han Li, embarking on the long and difficult path of cultivation." In the East Palace, Li Changqian held the manuscript of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey and praised it. After a few minutes he said in annoyance, "Why is it gone? This mysterious little bottle just came out and it's gone? Did Li Zishuan purposely stop writing at this point?" Li Chengqian's annoyed look was similar to how people in the modern world would feel when they met some unscrupulous author And the story was cut off at the climax. Climax. The helplessness of love and hate. However, you can't blame Li Zixuan for this. He wrote 20 to 30 chapters in half a day. It's already very productive, all right? What else do you want? Your Highness, it's getting late. You should rest. Li Chengqian's personal maid carefully bowed and said. Li Chengqian looked at the sky and nodded. He handed the manuscript to the maid and said with a smile, All right, I'll go to sleep now. Yan Er, call a servant tomorrow and have him send this manuscript to Ma Zhou of the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop. After reading more than 20 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey, Li Chengqian still wanted more. However, at the same time, he was also looking forward to Ma Zhou quickly producing the newspaper. When that time came, everyone in Chang'an would be trapped like him. It was so hard to wait for a new chapter. Li Chengqian's mentality of wanting to drag everyone down with him was very similar to those unscrupulous readers in the modern world who had been tricked many times. Yan Er took the manuscript and hurriedly bowed and said, Yes. The next day after breakfast, Li Zixuan and Iron Egg went out of the house to school. Lan Er had a temper when she woke up today and didn't come with them. Li Zixuan didn't force her. When Lan Er cried and shouted that she wanted to go to the Imperial College to attend classes, Li Zixuan had already guessed that this little girl would slack off for 3 days and dry her net for 2 days. Although this little girl didn't persist for 3 days, it didn't matter. He didn't expect this little sister of his to be knowledgeable and become the top scorer in the exams. Iron Egg carried more than 30 textbooks and walked behind Li Zixuan with difficulty. This couldn't be considered as Li Zixuan abusing a child, okay? This was also a kind of training for Iron Egg. After all, Iron Egg had persevered for so many days. He could still carry this weight. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. As soon as Li Zixuan entered the Imperial College, he happened to meet 2 students from the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Being greeted respectfully by the students made Li Zixuan feel a little smug. His vanity was greatly satisfied. He clasped his hands behind his back and pretended to be a master. He nodded pretentiously and said, Then he directly passed by them and rushed to the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Senior Iron Egg, come here. Let me help you carry the books. Let me help you too. The 2 students were shocked by Li Zixuan's arrogance. After a while they came back to their senses. Seeing that Iron Egg had memorized so many books, they hurriedly came over to help. This was Sir's first core disciple. If they had a good relationship with him, they might be able to get some exam questions from him in the future. Then wouldn't it be easier for them to pass the monthly exams? Thank you for your kindness, junior brother. But I don't need your help. This is also the homework that Master left for me. I have to memorize it myself. Iron Egg wiped his sweat and gratefully refused. Then he quickly went to catch up with Li Zixuan. Memorizing textbooks is also considered homework? The 2 students stood behind, scratching their heads with a confused look on their faces. Brother Su, Brother Yu, why don't you go to the school? If you don't go now, you will be late. At this time, a student ran from behind and said breathlessly, run. The 2 students hurriedly ran away.